Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of the Market Open. It is Friday, January 17th, 2025. I am sorry I am 3 minutes late. My camera actually, it wasn't zooming in, dude. I don't know what was going on. I had to reset it, but the zoom wasn't working. But nonetheless, we're back. We're here. Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. This is going to be concluding the third trading week of 2025 as we end out this week. And it's been a hell of a week. We had a lot of data, jobs data, non-farm payrolls, initial jobless claims, retail sales data, and of course, PPI and CPI. CPI coming in way better than expected, especially on core, which led the 10-year to come down and slowly led the dollar to come down. By the way, I have some updates on the dollar. Dollar right now at 109.15. It's up a little bit, but there are some thoughts I've been having about the dollar in terms of what will take it to come down or what it's going to take for it to come down. And so we're going to be discussing that in the context of the macro and going a little bit more deeper on that. The 10-year right now is currently at 4.576. I actually haven't checked this in the past hour. So there you go. That one is down pretty nicely from where it was just 2 days ago at 4.8%. So we're ending off this week in a pretty spectacular way because last week the narrative was, well, it's time to trim, get cash on, the sidelines. It looks like things are going to get a little choppy. And we're only 17 days into the year. Obviously, that narrative can still continue. We have tons of different data coming out, earnings, etc. But this week, we began bank earnings, which were phenomenal. We had a little bit of tech earnings in the semis with TSM, phenomenal. And then we got the right macro data that got the core things that needed to come down, which was the dollar and the 10-year. The 10-year falling way more than the dollar, but nonetheless, both of those coming down in an aggressive way. On top of that, what happened last night, which we will talk about and is also in the title of this Market Open, is that the New York Times is reporting that it is very likely that Mr. Donald Trump is going to sign an executive order on day one about establishing a strategic Bitcoin reserve to hold billions of dollars of Bitcoin over realistically over the lifetime of the United States of America, but definitely over his next four years as being president of the United States. 102.6 on Bitcoin. I mean, that was the headline last night. We hit 100. I was like, okay, that's cool. We hit 101. I was like, okay, that's kind of exciting. And then we hit 102. And this morning we almost hit 103, 102.992. So that is helping a lot of equities right now. One of the equities that it's helping the most, as you can see, we have a pretty green pre-market, is Hoodie. Ladies and gentlemen, Robinhood is up 4% in the pre-markets. We touched 48. Right now, we're at 47.98. One of the reasons is obviously Bitcoin. The other reason, though, is because Morgan Stanley upgraded Robinhood today to $64 after upgrading it to $55 2 days ago. So I woke up this morning at 5:30. I checked Hood. I think we were at 47.40, and I was like, what? I know Bitcoin's doing well, but that's pretty exciting. And then I realized Morgan Stanley upgraded it, and now maybe we have a shot for 48. It does look like Hood wants 50. Obviously, we're going to have to be able to keep the momentum, but Bitcoin momentum is very strong for Robinhood. Morgan Stanley upgrade is huge. And then Vlad, just being the rock star that he is allowing the company to get the momentum that we're getting right now. So exciting stuff, dude. Exciting stuff on Hoodie. We got a lot of other stuff to talk about, but this one was the rising star of the pre-market, even though everything is currently green right now. So we got a lot to talk about, a lot of macro data to get into. We're going to have TJ join the show. TJ hasn't been on for the past 2 weeks because he was on vacation. And so he'll be coming on today at around 10:30 as well. And we'll be taking a look at his SoFi position, his overall portfolio, what he's doing in the portfolio, the plan for 2025 when it comes to wheeling, and much more when he joins the show later today. All right, let's get started. Good morning, everybody. I'm Beneficial, Ray, Krupa, June, Cows. What's up? Dylan Rogers, good morning. Thank you for being here today. Also, we got a new upgrade on Palantir. We'll talk about that in just a second. Troy, good morning. Ruda, good morning. Ruda says I'm going to have to roll my covered calls to 55. Yeah, some people that do have covered calls on Hood, definitely, I think rolling, especially if your strike has already been achieved, more particularly if your break even has already been achieved, it is time to begin the process of rolling. And, I wouldn't wait it out, even if you have to pay a small debit, because if you really want to be long the stock, if you're okay with the shares getting called away, then that's fine. But if you want to be long, you just don't want to take too much time in case it continues to have momentum. Chris CRM, good morning. Eduardo, Kenneth, good morning. Thank everybody for being here today. Happy Friday. And thank you all for spending some time with me here today. Just Ball, Chad, Steve, Romeo, Alex, Steve Smith, John. Good morning to everybody. Jay Stress, thank you for the $5 super chat. Thanks for getting me into Hood. Amit, Jay, thank you for keeping up with the channel. And thank yourself for making the investment at the end of the day. And hopefully the content was helpful enough for you to have a little bit more conviction in the investment itself. Good morning. All right, so let's get started. I think we'll start off with some well, actually, let's just take a look at the pre-market. What's going on in the pre-market before we get into some of the macro stuff? Robinhood 47.90. Apple's up 1%. Apple had their worst day yesterday since August 2024 based on some China headlines. By the way, we have China GDP growth numbers. We'll talk about that in a bit. But Apple right here up 1.13%. Kinder Morgan, $30. That's green. Rocket Lab is green. SoFi is up 1% in the pre-market. We've got earnings coming up soon for SoFi. 1645 on SoFi. The S&P 500, wow, up 0.7%, 595 in the pre-markets. Meta, I'll give an update on TikTok in a bit, but it looks like TikTok is not getting banned, folks. It looks like the Biden administration is punting it to Trump, and Trump obviously doesn't want it to get banned. So I would say the odds of it not getting banned are closer to like 75, 80%. I think it's going to stay in the United States. I don't think it's getting shut down on Sunday, but we'll talk more about that in a bit. Nvidia's up 1.4%. Bank of America's up 0.5%. Palantir up 2%. We'll talk about why that's up there, but Cantor Fitzgerald initiated coverage on Palantir. They didn't initiate a buy, but they did say, we like it, and we think it can get to $72. So look, I know the stock's at $70 right now, and people may not think that's a huge price target, but again, same analysis or same opinion that I had when Morgan Stanley upgraded us to $60 from $12. The fact that these analysts are okay with the 60 to 70 range is more than enough for me. I mean, we don't need $100 price targets. We need to be able to say this range is meaningful. This range is justified. This range doesn't have to go back to the $30, $40 range. And as long as that's the case, then I am very happy with those upgrades. So we'll talk more about that in a bit, but that is why I think we're up 2% right now on Palantir. HIMS is down 2%. Bank of America said they're going to miss on their earnings. We'll talk about that in a bit. That's why HIMS is down. Transmedics is up a little bit. Enphase is up a little bit. Bitcoin 102. Let's look at the crypto stocks real quick. Coinbase is up 3%. CleanSpark's up 5%. Marathon 4%. MicroStrategy up 4%, trying to make its way back to $400 potentially before that Bitcoin reserve is announced. BITX, 2x leverage Bitcoin, that's at 6140. The Mag 7 are all green. Microsoft, Apple, Meta, Google, all up about 1 to 2%. Amazon 1.29%. Nvidia 1.4%. And then Tesla right here at 1.21%. as well, which is not bad. NUKK is up 65% in the pre-market. All right, so this is a small cap. I believe they signaled to investors that they will be consistent with all the filing requirements in order to stay on the NASDAQ and be compliant. The market cap is only $66 million, so going up 66%. I know it sounds crazy, but at the end of the day, it's under $100 million company. But they're going to be compliant. They're not going to get pushed off the NASDAQ exchange, which is why they're probably up right now, given they probably won't get kicked out. Bank of America's up a little bit. Symbiotic was up a little bit, 18% yesterday. We got Palantir up 2%. Next Decade broke out yesterday, up 9%, up another 0.67%, which is not too bad for Next Decade. Another energy infrastructure play in the liquefied natural gas area. Look at Intel. Holy crap. What's on Intel? Intel is, wow, why is Intel up 8%? Okay, I have no idea. I'm going to search real quick. I think it's something with the Biden administration giving them a grant. That's my gut feeling, but let's see if I'm right or wrong. Intel. No, I was totally wrong. Okay, so Intel's up on a report. The report is Semi-Accurate, which is a firm, claims it has credible information suggesting an unnamed company is considering acquiring Intel whole. The report, based on emails and multiple high-level confirmations, indicates that the interest was initially confidential, but is now deemed nearly certain by the outlet. While details on the potential acquirer remain undisclosed, Semi-Accurate notes that the company has the resources to make the move, particularly at Intel's current valuation. Okay, so I've never heard of Semi-Accurate. I don't know if you guys have heard of Semi-Accurate, but yeah, you guys are saying Intel takeover rumor. If you believe Semi-Accurate is a meaningful firm that has correct intel, I don't want to do the soundboard this morning. I don't want to do the tis, but like, if you believe Semi-Accurate has the right intel on Intel, then maybe this is credible. I have never heard of Semi-Accurate, and maybe that's my own ignorance. But if that's true, and maybe Intel gets bought out, then that potentially could be very beneficial. Put in the chat who you think could buy Intel. Bsov says they're usually semi-accurate. That was for Bsov. That wasn't for me. That was for Bsov. Don't get mad at me. That was for Bsov. That was for the chat. That was for you guys. That he deserved it. He deserved it. I'm mad I didn't think of that because I could have had 2 in a row, dude. I could have had 2 in a row. Then I would have had to do it. Damn, that was a missed opportunity. But Bsov, you got it. Intel up 8%. Who do you think buys them? I mean, the rumors were Qualcomm a couple months ago. I mean, I don't think Nvidia's buying Intel. I don't think AMD's buying Intel. I think Qualcomm and, maybe has the resources to do it. Apple's not going to be buying Intel. I mean, who wants to take over the $90 billion of fabs and infrastructure that Intel has? I don't know. I don't know who does that. Apple, maybe, but Apple got off Intel chips a while ago. Yeah, Steve would buy them, Steve. Steve's probably loving that. I don't know. I don't know who would buy it. It would have to be Qualcomm, right? It would have to be one of those. Broadcom, TSM, a conglomerate of those potentially make a joint bid. I mean, this is a confusing one for who would buy them, but maybe that is why Intel is currently up right now in the pre-markets. All right, so we'll see more at 9:30 how that opens up and if Intel can maintain this momentum off of a rumor. This is kind of scary playing it just off a rumor that is from this firm that may or may not be accurate, but we're going to see how that ends up playing out in a bit. Bitcoin right here, 102.5. Bitcoin doing incredible. Reddit's up 2%. Red Cat's down slightly. And then Tesla right here up 1.25%. SoFX, which is the 2X leverage SoFi fund, is up 3.69%. That began trading yesterday. That one is green. Also, we did get a small update on Grab. Grab's up about 1%. Let me read that real quick, and then we'll get into all the macro stuff that we've got to talk about this morning. So Jefferies reiterated their buy on Grab. And their argument was, hey, we think that the thesis is pretty obvious on Grab. They have a price target of $5.10. I do think that price target is going to be increased if Grab has a really strong Q4, which, ironically, I listened to the Grab's Q3 earnings call again last night. I was just finishing some work and I was like, let me listen to this again just to fully, get involved with it another time. And unless I'm missing something, bro, I think this one is going to be good, especially going into Q4. I think this entire drop has primarily been just because it broke out and shares weren't able to hold the momentum because it's breaking out of a 2-year base. And, it's volatile when it does that. Also, obviously, the high dollar. But in general, I think their Q4 is going to be strong. So Grab reiterated as a buy at Jefferies with a 510 price target. We expect Grab to execute on track to our revenue and adjusted EBITDA in Q4. By segment, we expect continued sequential revenue growth for deliveries and mobility, while user growth and frequencies benefit from offerings target diverse user needs. For deliveries, there is still a lot of room to unlock ad potential and long-term margin expansion stories intact. Financial services maintain fast growth amid early stage of development. We maintain a buy. So that is what we got in the context of Grab, and it seems like it makes a lot of sense to me in terms of the overarching thesis, but obviously that dollar needs to come down for Grab to get some momentum. Okay, cool. So let's talk about macro. Let's talk about macro. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. It looks like today, so before I get into macro, today, again, I've been saying this for the past couple of days, but today's going to be an important day because January 17th, 2025, if you are at all involved in derivatives, aka options, I just wanted to sound a little bit more intellectual there. You probably know that the option chain for January 17, 2025 is one of the largest option chains, I would say, in 2025, given it was one of the only option chains available in 2023 for people to buy, for people to buy leaps on. So for example, if I just go to Robinhood and I look at expiration today, trading options today, January 17th, let's go to the $25 call. Today alone, 37,000 calls are expiring on Robinhood at $25. At $30, we have 11,000. At $35, you have 7,000. If we go all the way to 15, I know a lot of people bought that for 2025. You have 13,000. If we go to $20, you have 44,000, right? And that's just on one stock. And in particular, it's because January 17, 2025 was one of the only dates available for people to trade options on. So for Tesla, Palantir, I mean, all these big stocks, NVIDIA, this is going to be, I think, a potentially volatile day when we think of all the options expiring. Now, one of the things that might not make it as volatile is a lot of people that bought options for January 17, 2025 back in 2023 or early 2024, they're probably in the money. I mean, the options that I had for Hood that were expiring today, but I sold them January 2nd, had a $25 strike. So, I mean, they're well in the money. And because they're well in the money, there's not as much volatility because you just sell them and you move on. Robinhood right here at 47.88. But that could reduce some of the volatility in terms of all of the in the moneyness of the calls that are available. But still, you never know how this ends up playing out with the market maker. So I think that's one thing we all have to look at when it comes to navigating the entire day on a lot of these options. Now, in terms of the macro, let's get started with some of the headlines we've got going on. First of all, the 10-year's at 4.582%. That's good because that's down. The dollar is still not coming down as aggressively. It's at 109.19. Here's something unique about the dollar, okay? This is something very important to understand. And when I came to this realization this morning, I was talking with Chris as well. I was like, oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I think it's something we have to take a look at very deeply. So what was the report that came out last night? For those that were not following it, Japan is likely to hike rates. This is going to be happening in a couple weeks. The Bank of Japan is expected to raise interest rates next week, pushing the policy rate to 0.5% for the first time since 2008. We got the first hike a while ago. That first hike was at when was that first hike? That was in, I think, August. That was the first hike. And the reason we got that first hike was because the Japanese government felt like they needed to maintain strength in their currency, which would weaken the dollar. And as a result, they hiked, and we had a carry yen trade, or a yen carry trade, and that kind of collapsed the markets for like 2 minutes, right? It was a scary day. It was a day to buy the dip, but nonetheless, that was the catalyst for causing a pseudo market crash, a VIX that went up 600%. It looks very likely markets are pricing in an 80% chance that we get another hike next month once the BOJ meets. Now, theoretically, this should be kind of scary, right? Because if the Bank of Japan hikes, then that's not good, right? Because then we're going to have a yen carry trade. But wait a second. If the Bank of Japan hikes, the dollar goes down. And when I realized it this morning, I was like, wait a second. That's what we need. We need, like, this is why the stock market is the craziest thing in the world, right? Like in August, I was like on my knees begging the Japanese people to please not raise the rates. Or it was actually November because they already raised it in August. But in November, they were thinking of it again. And I was like, please don't do it. Like, just leave it alone. Let 2024 end out okay. Now I'm like, actually, if you raise the rates, that lowers the dollar, because if other currencies go up against our currency, the USD, we go down, right? That was the whole problem in the yen carry trade, because so many people were short the yen and long tech stocks. The yen went up, they had to cover their short, which means they had to sell their tech stocks, and that created the conundrum that we saw on August 5th. Now, first of all, everyone already knows about the yen carry trade, so it's not going to be a surprise. I mean, once something's priced into the markets, once the shock already happens, everyone figures it out. So the market's not going to be surprised by some yen carry trade, and traders are probably not even engaged or as leveraged in the yen carry trade as they were before, simply because they already know the risks of it and it's already been built into the atmosphere. Now it'll just reduce the dollar. And if it reduces the dollar, that's very bullish. Why do we want the dollar to come down? Particularly for international stocks, we need that dollar to come down because in terms of constant currency exchanges or FX exchanges, that creates headwinds for a lot of those stocks. But in general, the main reason we want the dollar to come down, forget international stocks, is we are in a trade deficit. We need people to buy our shit. They're not going to be buying our shit if our shit costs so much, because our currency is so expensive, right? Because they're going to be buying in US dollars. So China is not going to be able to import as much. India is not going to be able to import as much. If they're paying such a premium, they're going to go somewhere else. So, if India was getting XYZ good from us and we're charging them XYZ amount, they might go somewhere else and say, hey, can we get this for a little bit cheaper? And that ends up hurting the United States trade relations, overall hurts the trade deficit. And we can't do that with all the debt that we currently have from a national perspective at 36 trillion. Trump knows this. Trump wants the dollar to come down. And I think he has some plans to get the dollar to come down, but he might get some help from Japan. And it's just very weird from a macro perspective that now, a couple months later, it's actually beneficial for us to get that cut versus, or to get that hike versus that hike being like the end of the world, like it was on August 5th. So that was the first piece of macro news this morning. The second thing that's very important, and yes, if the dollar weakens, it's good for Grab, Nubank, Mercado Libre, all those guys, it would be good for. But the real reason is the trading deficit. We cannot have the type of trading deficit we have, and Trump knows that, which is why the dollar needs to come down. The second big macro piece of news we had today, which I could not believe this, and I kind of don't know how to interpret this, to be honest. U.S. housing starts beat expectations. You know how we've been talking about this recession that we've basically had in the housing market, where interest rates are too high, no one wants to buy a home, no one wants to sell a home? Well, housing starts in the United States as of December surged by 16% from the previous month to a seasonally adjusted annualized rate of 1.49 million units in December 2024. This is the most since March of 2021. March of 2021. So I'm a little confused here, Because technically, I know, the sort of narrative is like, well, rates are too high, no one's buying a house, and therefore there's no incentive to build houses. But it doesn't look like that narrative is as congruent with reality, because in December, we started to build 1.5 million houses, which is really good because that creates a lot of supply on the marketplace, or at least more supply than what the market expected, which was 1.32 million. And if you have more supply, prices can come down. And then if the 10-year comes down and interest rates come down and you have a massive amount of supply of houses, house prices come down, the housing market gets a bit more stimulated, inflation comes down. So this is actually really bullish. I mean, I guess there's some ways you can interpret it as bearish, but in general, you've got the dollar potentially coming down with Japan raising rates soon. I think someone said in the chat, Japan's allocation in terms of weighting against the dollar is 12%. So it would be massive if Japan were to raise rates, because that would be a nice decrease in the strength of the dollar against the yen, which hopefully would get us back to like 106, 105 on the dollar. And then you've got real estate housing starts start to go up. The 10-year comes down, mortgage rates come down. People think, hey, it's not that crazy for me to get a home at 6.5% or 6.2%. And you have a lower price because now you have a lot more supply available. Maybe you have so much demand that could potentially raise the prices. That's one nuance there. But nonetheless, that seems relatively bullish. So within about 5 days from last Friday being the day that Bank of America said we're going to get no rate cuts this year, it looks more likely than not that we're probably going to get one, most likely get two. And if the CPI continues to fall, as President Waller said yesterday on CNBC, the most dovish Fed talk I've heard in like the past couple months, way more dovish than anything Michelle Bowman or Jay Powell said. His argument was, hey, we might be able to cut rates earlier than what the market's pricing in. If you get the 10-year coming down, CPI continuing to come down, housing starts continuing to go up, the dollar coming down, there is a good shot we're getting a rate cut, and we might get that rate cut before June. I know traders are pricing it in June and July. We were initially pricing it in for March. It's probably not going to happen in March, but maybe May or April, you have a chance to get that cut. And if we get that cut, I don't think that would be the worst thing in the world. So I don't know. From a macro perspective, things are looking okay. And then you've got deregulations by Trump as well. That's a good point, Loop. You've got tons of executive orders coming literally on Monday of crypto, which we'll talk about in a second, energy, and then housing. I mean, we might be entering into that kind of Trump pump era, at least for now. Obviously, there's going to be tons of volatility navigating all this stuff. But nonetheless, you do have some tailwinds for the broader macro, which means I don't know if it's time to go balls to the wall inside the stock market, but it does mean that maybe having a ton of cash on the side is not the best idea. Now, granted, it's only 17 days into January, and I think that the number one reason to have cash on the side is because we still have to have earnings. I think earnings are going to go good, but then again, I'm just one person, right? What if earnings aren't that good? What if Amazon actually misses? What if their margins aren't that good, right? Like, what if they guide really bad for Q1? All of this, it's all good and green, and it feels good, and then you get slapped in the face, and you see some red, and you realize that maybe it wasn't the best time to deploy cash. So it's one of those things where I think waiting for earnings to deploy cash is not a bad thing. But if you are bullish on a name and you see the macro tailwinds, DCAing is obviously never a bad thing. And, given this type of macro, it doesn't feel like it's going to be a horrible thing, at least right now, barring any crazy economic data, right? If CPI spikes up like crazy next month, which if you look at auto prices, if you look at shelter prices, it doesn't look like that's going to happen. But if it does, that could create different headwinds. But as of now, it doesn't look too bad, at least currently right now. So maybe 2025, we continue a bull market. Maybe 2025, we actually continue the bull market like we had in 2024. Pratik, thank you for being here. He says, I feel like family here now every morning. I love it. Everyone should feel like family every single morning. And hopefully you guys continue to feel like family in this awesome, awesome community. By the way, again, tomorrow, Saturday, we are having our meetup in New York City. We're going to be bar crawling for those that want to join. I'm going to put the Telegram link in this chat right now. And if you are local to New York City and you want to join, then feel free to join. It'll be fun. We'll talk, take pictures, and just overall chill in New York City. And, even if it's cold, we will be in bars. So it hopefully won't be too bad. So let me just put this in the chat right now, and all the details, you can get it by joining right here. Okay, cool. It's going to be buzzed on Shirley Temple. Yeah, I'm probably not going to be drinking that much too, because I don't know how to drink. So I mean, maybe I'll have like a beer or something. But if you see me with a little bit of You see me with a glass of Coke, it's probably not going to be a Jack and Coke, right? It's going to just be a Coca-Cola on the rocks. Dude, how lame am I? I'm going to go to the bartender. I'm like, can I get a Coke on the rocks? He's going to be like, this fucking dude. Like this guy, like, you're like, whenever you say on the rocks, you like think you sound cool. It's like, dude, no. Can I get a water on the rocks? It's like, no, dude, you don't sound cool. You don't sound that cool. Having said that, also, last thing in the macro, Robinhood right there, $48, folks, $47.98, up 4%. Absolutely incredible for Robinhood. One more piece of macro data that we got yesterday is, yes, from the son of a liquor store owner. It's weird, right? But my dad doesn't drink either. It's weird. Me and my dad just don't drink. Money market funds decreased by $54 billion last night. So you got the 10-year coming down, the dollar coming down, housing starts going up, Trump doing this Bitcoin reserve, and you got $54 billion that left money market funds last night after about $160 billion entering money market funds over the past 3 weeks. So again, you put all those things together, I think we're looking at a lot of data. I don't think this is bull market euphoria, just excited because we're seeing the green. And that's what I pride myself on the show is like every morning, can we take lots of pieces of the puzzle, put them together and try to have a reasonable conclusion so that even if we're wrong, we can't say we were wrong based on hype. We would say we were wrong because maybe we omitted other parts of data. But in general, looking at all that data, it does seem like we are not in a horrible position. So good stuff. Good stuff as we open up this market. Amit is going to drink Canada milk. Dude, I can't handle my liquor. I can't, like, if I take even 3 shots on Saturday, I'm going to be wasted. I'm not going to be able to talk to any of you guys. I'm going to be sauced. So I need to just stick with the Shirley Temples. Okay, Bitcoin. Let's talk about Bitcoin. Let's talk about TikTok, and then we'll talk about Bitcoin. We'll talk about Bitcoin. So Bitcoin, I mean, the core headline here is Trump, right? So Trump, and then we'll talk about Palantir just in a second. Trump is looking to designate cryptocurrency as a national priority, and that is the headline from Bloomberg last night. I think this is what got Bitcoin to 102,000 last night, and we're holding 102,000 right now. It's primarily this headline. The market thinks, okay, so Trump's not messing around. He's legit going to create a crypto advisory council for an executive order, which is what Bloomberg's reporting right now. And if they're going to have federal crypto litigation, then we're probably going to have a much better chance for a lot of these companies to be innovating in the crypto space. Now, one sign that like cryptocurrency is definitely coming back, and I don't know if this is good, I don't know if this is bad, I'm not educated enough on this, but Coinbase yesterday said Bitcoin-backed loans are here, meaning you can collateralize your Bitcoin to get a loan, just like you can collateralize your stocks to get a margin loan. I don't know if this is good or bad. I'm not educated enough in the Bitcoin staking lending industry to know if this is going to work, not going to work. From all the horror stories I've heard in the past, Bitcoin-backed loans don't work. Like they end up blowing up in your face. So I don't know. Hopefully the industry is more secure to the point where if there is a violent swing in Bitcoin, that these loans and that are collateralized are going to be handled by Coinbase properly. But my point right here to bring this up is that if Coinbase is getting ready to bring back Bitcoin-backed loans, that means they think this Trump administration is very, very friendly. And as a result of being excited about this administration, they are now beginning to innovate. I think Robinhood's going to innovate as well. Robinhood's not really doing Bitcoin-backed loans. I think they're still too scared of the SEC to be able to get super deep into that. They do have some staking in Europe, but I think Robinhood's just going to be adding more crypto assets. Bitstamp's going to close eventually. That's going to be a great acquisition for them to diversify their crypto institutional revenues. So overall, we're seeing the industry continue to evolve and get more excited. What does this mean for the Bitcoin-related proxies? I mean, I think it means the same thing that it meant in 2024. If you have any level of Bitcoin proxies, Marathon, MicroStrategy, Robinhood, Coinbase, etc., this is a tailwind that I think we can't ignore, right? If Trump is actually setting up a Bitcoin reserve. It's a tailwind to the point that Bitcoin miner, Mara, honored President-elect Trump inauguration by mining his portrait into a Bitcoin block. I didn't even know you could do this, but this is what they're doing. I didn't even know you. I did not know you could literally mine like an image into a Bitcoin block, but that's what they're doing. So, I mean, when you talk about being bullish, when you talk about the excitement in the crypto industry for this to happen, it is happening right now. And obviously the market is reacting to that with Bitcoin here at 102,000. On top of that, to add fuel to the fire, take a look at the Bitcoin ETF inflows yesterday. BlackRock bought $528 million of Bitcoin. ARK bought $155 million. You had total $626 million of inflows after yesterday's or 2 days ago's $755 million of inflows as well. So over $1.5 billion in about 2 days in ETF inflows. Obviously very bullish if you're long IBIT, if you have puts on IBIT in terms of like you sold puts, those are doing very well. But Bitcoin ETFs are gaining some momentum, and they are matching the value of Bitcoin as well, given that it is going up on this Trump crypto reserve headline. Are we at 103? We're at 102.7. We're not at 103 yet, 102.7. If we can even hold 102, I'd be happy. 108 is the all-time high on Bitcoin. That was in December. At this point, to be honest, I'd be happy if we could just hold 100. Even if we go the next couple months just holding 100, which probably is not going to happen. It's going to be volatile. It's either going to go super up or super down. I feel like normalizing 100 will be nice. And I don't think we've necessarily normalized that. We've normalized 90 for sure. I mean, we broke below 90 on Monday, like really quickly, 89.1. Then we bounced back up. But just holding 100, I think, would be super bullish for Bitcoin in general. But when you think of the Trump crypto reserve, it's hard to imagine this thing stays flat at 100 or 102 if the dude says we're going to buy hundreds of billions of dollars of Bitcoin, or at least tens of billions of dollars of Bitcoin. I mean, that's another bid coming into the asset class outside of MSTR and Michael Saylor and the ETFs. And you got a three-headed monster kind of coming at Bitcoin in a meaningful way to potentially give it some more momentum. So very exciting. Very, very exciting. Again, my play on Bitcoin is Robinhood. This is what I've been comfortable with for the past 2 years. Robinhood 47.95. It's what I continue to be comfortable with. I think the thesis is very simple. If people trade Bitcoin or crypto, they're going to trade on Robinhood, or that will be one of the platforms that gets traded on. And because Robinhood is so diversified outside of crypto, it gives me more belief that they can capitalize on the opportunity, which they've been able to show. So this is also really good for Q1 earnings. One of the fears that I had about Robinhood is that Q4 is going to be amazing, but then Q1 is going to kind of suck and the market might fade it. Right now, Q1 looks like it's going to be really strong as we head into the end of January. And so that is another tailwind for Robinhood as well. Okay, let's talk Palantir, and then we'll get to TikTok. So Palantir got initiated with coverage today for $72. Initiated for coverage today for $72. Hood's margins are huge on crypto trades. That is correct. Matthias is doing the hood dance right now. I love it. Today, we all probably have to continue wearing our hoodies. So $72 on Palantir. Now, why did Palantir get this $72 coverage? I didn't get the exact report. All I have is that they got upgraded to 72, but we do have another piece of news on Palantir that we'll talk about in a second. Cantor Fitzgerald decides to upgrade or initiate coverage. They didn't issue a buy, but they did say we are neutral with a $72 price target. That's why Palantir is up 2% right now, which is bullish. Again, really no analysis here outside of Palantir has a average rating of $47.88. So every single analyst that gets onto the street and says, hey, we think it's in the 60s or 70s, to me is bullish. At this point, we have Cantor Fitzgerald, we have UBS, we have Morgan Stanley, we have Bank of America, and we have Wedbush. And I'm probably leaving out another two that I can't remember, but those five are starting to round out the level of bullish analysts that exists. And then you got the Jeffries and some of the other guys that are back in the 20s and 30s. If we can just get more and more of these analysts into the 60s and 70s, then I think that's relatively bullish given Palantir's trading at extended multiples. Also, William Blair, I believe, came out a couple of days ago and said, hey, we understand that Palantir has this $120 million SARS expense, and they actually lowered their EPS estimates on Palantir from 5 cents to 1 cent. Now, that is not the consensus EPS rating on Palantir, but that is for one firm, which gives me a lot of hope that this idea of Palantir tanking on earnings because they missed on EPS because of the $120 million SARS expense is not going to happen, because you at least had one firm say, yeah, we know this is a thing. We are pricing it in, and we are reducing our expectations accordingly because we don't want to assume 5 cents when we know that 4 of those 5 cents are going to be gone because of this stock-based compensation hit that Palantir legally has to deal with. So from that perspective, I think that's kind of bullish. Palantir right here, $70.88. We did hit 71.43 last night. And I think that is important if other analysts can continue to think the same way of Palantir with this EPS conundrum they're in with SARS. And as long as it's priced in, then I think we don't have to tank it just based on EPS. Now, the other big news on Palantir this morning, Intel is up 7% because there's a rumor that someone's going to buy them out. That is literally why it's up 7%. So hopefully, I mean, if that comes true for the Intel shareholders, then they will get a buyout. Here's another thing about Palantir this morning. The information is reporting that Shield AI is a leading defense tech manufacturer of drones, and it looks like Palantir is thinking of investing in them at a $5 billion valuation. So we don't have any equity stakes in really important defense contractors. I think it is a crime that Palantir doesn't have an equity stake in Anduril. I don't know how that didn't happen, but it didn't happen. So we don't have any equity in Anduril. We relatively have like $100 to $200 million stake in some of the SPACs, but we don't really own equity in outside companies. We had that whole SPAC thing that happened in 2021, 2022. And then we kind of stopped buying other companies, or at least buying stakes in companies. So here's my question to everybody. Would you want Palantir to potentially invest in Shield AI? Now, remember, on December 5th, Palantir partnered with Shield AI to deploy Warp Speed. And we went through that press release a while ago. They're going to be licensing some of their software in order for Shield AI to better build and more efficiently create their drones and target their drones. Do you think we should invest in them if we've already partnered with them? I don't hate the idea. I don't know enough about Shield AI to like really definitively say, yes, we absolutely have to invest. But in general, if defense tech is exploding, if the United States is putting a premium on defense, if the government is ready to spend more money on software and defense in a more meaningful way, we saw the Anduril IPO or the Anduril interview yesterday where Palmer Luckey talked about potentially IPOing, and he also talked about how they're winning a lot of contracts. Bloomberg reported they're growing 100% year over year, primarily around the reason that China is a threat, Russia is a threat, and Anduril believes that we need to build a lot in order to be prepared for that threat. If Shield AI is going to be getting some government contracts on building drones, autonomous drones, etc., I don't think it's a big idea. I don't think it's a big deal if Palantir has a stake in them. And I don't know the valuation of Shield. I mean, I know it's at $5 billion, but I don't know the revenue, the profits, any of that stuff. In general, Palantir has $5 billion in cash, $4.6 billion. So we've got to do something. I really doubt we bought back our shares. I mean, I would be surprised if Palantir in Q4 really bought back shares. They would have had to be buying it upwards of $40, which now looks fine. But at the time when it was 40, I'm sure it was an all-time high. So why would you buy back your shares at all-time high? You would probably wait, but it just kept going up. So what, did they buy it at 50, 60, 70? So I don't know if we deploy that much cash out of the $1 billion that we've authorized to buy back stock, which means if we didn't, then maybe we have to diversify it in a different way. So that is what I think we're going to have to see. Thomas says, as long as Teal makes the investment decisions, they could do whatever they want for all I care. I don't know if Teal's invested in Shield AI. Maybe Founders Fund is, but that would also be important for us to understand if he's in this one. I don't think it's a horrible idea. I don't think it's a horrible idea if they end up doing it. So that's the news on Palantir. $72 initiation by Cantor Fitzgerald, and the ability for Palantir to potentially invest in a brand new company called Shield AI. So I'm going to share something right here. I'll be sharing it from TikTok's website because this is where I found the video. So I want to share it right here. This was, I think, the videos I've seen on this whole TikTok situation. So here's what NBC News is reporting on TikTok and the implications it might have on Meta and Google. Mate, your voice is choppy. Okay, let's play this video. Let me make sure the audio is good, and then we'll keep going.
We aren't against TikTok.
Oh, wrong one.
Thank you, TikTok.
We are just now reporting that the Biden administration does plan to punt implementation to the Trump administration, and that the way that they are going to do so is that they are not going to collect on the fines that is the punishment described in this law. So that is breaking right now as we speak. Let me explain that. The penalty in this law, what effectively is the whole underpinning of this, is that the service providers, so that is someone like Apple, a company like Apple, who is offering TikTok in its app store. That's a company like Oracle, the data hosting server for TikTok. In this law, those companies are fined $5,000 per user, 170 million users. It totals to about $850 billion in fines. That's the whole.
TikTok is only worth $50 billion in the United States. So the question is, will Trump enforce $850 billion in fines? Obviously, TikTok would never want to pay that, so they would just ban themselves. But that's why this is so important for Trump to be able to navigate how he allows TikTok to stay or to not to stay.
Whole underpinning of this here, the Biden administration is just now telling us they will not collect on those fines. And I think I'd go so far as to say it also kind of renders what the Supreme Court will decide not as important anymore if the Biden administration is committing to doing that. That then means the next day we get into a Trump presidency. Trump has said that he has plans to immediately intervene. There are several different options that he has at his disposal. Could he somehow organize some type of sale that then he, as the president, has the discretion to say, yep, that's a qualified divestiture, I'm good with that? Could he tell his attorney general to essentially do the same thing that the Biden administration is telling NBC News that they are doing, which is, hey, don't enforce that, don't collect on those fines? It'll be a really interesting question, though, Kristen, to then see how the tech companies handle this. If you're the general counsel at an Apple or an Oracle, do you tell your company, yep, I think we're safe here, that's enough protection? Or could we still see those apps have lingering concerns? We are just now reporting that the
So
Biden
in my opinion, Biden's not going to be enforcing the fine, which again, I need to get more educated on how Congress works, but I didn't even know that's what happens. Like Congress passes it, and then I guess the executive branch has to enforce it. And if they don't enforce it, then whatever Congress passes doesn't matter. Like I didn't know that was a thing. As an American, I should be a lot more educated about this stuff. So I guess I have to do more research, but I guess that's how it works. And if that's the case, we know Trump loves him some TikTok, which means if Biden's punting it to Trump and saying, hey, I'm not doing anything about it, you figure it out, Trump's going to keep it alive. So I think TikTok survives. I think the odds of TikTok getting banned now are very small if this is how it plays out. Meta is up 2.25%. I don't know exactly why, but I think Meta is, kind of moving just with the market because the entire market's pumping. It's not about TikTok anymore. At the end of the day, TikTok is not going to stop Meta or Google from being successful. It would just be a really good tailwind, but it's not like it's a massive headwind. So it looks like TikTok is here to stay. And I guess we're going to figure out how TikTok ends up resolving the national security threats that are currently being faced. Wow. QQQ up 1.9% in the pre-markets. Holy crap. That's a big, big move. Robinhood 47.73. I think we can hold at least 46.50. That's what I'm going for. I don't want to be too aggressive here. I think 46.50 is what we can hold on Hood. And if we can hold 46.50, then that would be nice. We have 20 seconds left. Let me do a real poll real quick. Rug pull or no today? Rug pull or no? Do you think? You guys can vote real quick right before we get into the bell. Rug pull or no on today? It's looking pretty damn green. It is a Friday. Fridays tend to get sold off, but with the CPI momentum, it looks like we might end up holding on to some of this green. Friday, January 17th, 9:30 a.m. The stock market is now open. All right, here we go. The Qs open up a whopping 1.7%. Oh my, that is green. Robinhood opens up 47.54. That is also very green, up 2.9% on Hoodie. Not bad at all. 47.40 on Robinhood, up 2.8%. Apple's up 1.3%. Palantir up 2.24%. Meta's up 1.9%. The Qs 1.73. SoFi's down. Interesting. SoFi's down. It's more important to pay attention, I think, today to what's red than what's green and see what the market's trying to signal. Rocket Lab's up 1.2%. The S&P 500 is basically up 1%, 596. Last time we were at 596 was January 7th, which I know doesn't feel like that far away, but I mean, if you look at this chart right here, January 7th, we went all the way down to 575. Everyone was freaking out, and then we're back here to 596. So although we're at levels that we didn't see until 10 days ago, still, it's nice to be back closer to 6,000. NVIDIA, 135. That's up 1.5%. Bank of America's red. Next Decade is red. It was up 10% yesterday. Makes sense. That one's taking a breather. MicroStrategy is green, up 4%. Bitcoin, 102.4. Reddit, 178. Enphase, 63. TMDX, that's up about 1%. Applied Digital, 907. Wow, Tessie's not stopping. 421. Tessie was 413 yesterday. 421. Very nice for Tessie. Grab's up about 0.5%. Nothing too crazy for Grab. Micron's up 1.16%. Google 197. ASTS is at 2113. Target is down a little bit. Square is up. See, this is why I don't like Square. How is Bitcoin at 102,000 and Square is barely moving? This is why I don't get it. I don't they had some fees yesterday. They have to pay $225 million in fees. So that's bad. That's definitely not good. It's not good for Square's business, but overall, you would think the Bitcoin momentum could get it higher. It's just not an asset, at least right now, that's being traded with Bitcoin as aggressively as a MicroStrategy or a Coinbase. BlackRock right here above 1,000, ARK at 59.70, Joby at 843, Boeing's up a little bit right now, Palantir 70.56, Robinhood 47.30, still holding 47. 46.50 to me would be a win on Robinhood if we could end the week at 46.50, but right now it is still holding 47 right now, actually at 47.50 on Hood. SoFi goes green. There you go. SoFi goes green. SoFi goes green. AMD's mooning. AMD is actually mooning. 2.5% is definitely, I feel, kind of mooning for AMD. AMD's been stuck at 114, 117 for a while. Not bad. What's going on with HIMS? Okay, so HIMS, unfortunately, they got a Bank of America report. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but let me just pull up the headline, and then we'll read it later. The headline on Bank of America is long time, first time data tracker points to fourth quarter revenue miss. Again, not going to read the whole thing. We'll read it we'll read it in a little bit, but basically Bank of America saying underperform, price target $18, fourth quarter sales miss would be really bad for HIMS, and we think that they're going to miss. So yeah, if you believe in Bank of America's research, then that's why clients are probably selling HIMS right now, because they don't want to bag hold it all the way back down to $20. But that is why HIMS is currently getting hit. Wow, hoodie 48. Hoodie 48. We got to ring the bell for that, folks. Hoodie 48. Guys, hoodie was freaking $38 on Monday. I mean, wow, dude. Wow. Absolutely incredible. Just, I mean, like, you like, it's doing its thing. It's capitalizing on the opportunity. You get new market participants involved. It's really having a technical breakout. And you're also seeing price discovery. You're getting new people that are comfortable buying it at 45, 46, 47. And I still don't think it's massively expensive when you factor in the growth. I mean, if you read the Morgan Stanley report this morning or from 2 days ago, Robinhood's trading at 24 times EBITDA for 2026. That is not expensive. Not for a company that's growing. Not at all. With $5 billion in cash, that's buying back their shares, reducing the share count, and probably adding more to their cash because of their free cash flow. So, I mean, from that perspective, you've got buyers stepping in thinking that this is easy, and it makes a lot of sense. And that's why we're seeing this price discovery on Robinhood. MicroStrategy 386, Bitcoin 102.7, trying to make its way to 103. Oh, we did touch 103 just for a little bit. We touched 103 just for a little bit. Right back down to 102.7 right now. What else do we have? We got 102 on Bitcoin. Let's look at the Mag 7. Is any of them red? No. Wow. That's green. That's green. Nvidia. Wow. Tesla 423. This is green. This is kind of feeling like a couple of days ago after CPI. This is green. It's not as blistering green, but this is green. Let's look at the spec plays. Quantum's getting hit. D-Wave's down, IONQ's down, Rigetti's down, QUBT is down. Okay, so out of all the spec names, Quantum is the only one that's down. Color, Oklo, GameStop, Faraday Future, Big Bear, Archer, SoundHound, all of those are up. So Quantum uniquely is getting a little volatility today outside of the other spec names. The semis are all green except TSM. The semis are all green except TSM. Except TSM, all the semis are green. TSM is down 1.1%. Again, Intel, for those that are wondering why Intel's up 8%, there is a firm out that says that they're going to be acquired. They have anonymous sources saying that there is a bid coming towards Intel's way. Intel's worth $90 billion right now on paper, at least their market cap. I would imagine they would have to pay a premium. So what, $120 billion, $130 billion? What company has $130 billion in stock and cash that they can offer to buy out Intel? I mean, there are some companies out there, but who's really willing to do that? Nvidia? Maybe? Would the government even let Nvidia do that? Qualcomm? Maybe. TSM? Maybe. I mean, I don't know. It's. I feel like Qualcomm's the best one, but who does that? Who does that? Bitcoin 103? Are we at 103? Oh my. Oh my, we're at 103. There you go. There you go. Wow. Bitcoin doing its thing. Bitcoin doing its thing. Where's Tesla? Tesla 425. That was at 420 like literally 5 minutes ago. So it hit 429 in the pre-markets. 425 right here. That's getting some love. Palantir as well, trying to get back to 71. Let me see resistance on Palantir at 71. We did hit it yesterday. So it's not like it's going to be something brand new. But it would be nice. Elon Musk is going to buy it. That would be crazy, dude. Imagine he buys TikTok and Intel. 6,000 shares for Palantir 71. So volume, if the volume's there, then we should be in a good spot. We should get some momentum there. Apple recovering. Apple had its worst day yesterday. Apple getting some love. ExxonMobil's up. Oil and gas is up. XLE is up. Rocket Lab up 3%. Rocket Lab doing great. SoFi 1640. SoFi lagging some names, but still, it had a big move yesterday, like 7%. So holding on to 16 40 is not bad. Next decade, wow, rebound. That was down 1% at 930. It's up 3% after being up 9% yesterday. That's up 12% in 2 days. It's not bad. Not bad. AMD's up 3%. Amazon's up 2%. Yeah, that's a green day. That's a green Friday. That is a green Friday. SoundHound's up 9%. Huh. What a day. All right, what's the poll? 70% say no on the rug pull. 70% say no on the rug pull. I mean, it's not looking like a crazy rug pull yet, dude. I mean, like, we'll see if we can survive 1030, but like, this is real momentum, dude. Like, Hims is obviously getting hit badly right here, but you would have to see some pretty hardcore selling in the next hour to reverse this trend for all these stocks to go back down 4 to 5% or to give up all their gains. They can give back some of it, but I don't know if they give back all of it. Grab's up 2%. That's nice on Grab. Got a bit of momentum right there on Grab at 455. Micron at 102. Again, Grab was reiterated by Jefferies today as a buy with a $5.10 price target. Evercore has the highest price target on Grab at $8. Mark Mahaney, some of you guys might know him. I think he's a pretty good analyst in my opinion, and I enjoy listening to him. So he has the highest rating on the stock. And then after Q4, we can see if Grab potentially gets upgraded to some higher levels. Palantir 71. There you go. Palantir back to where it was yesterday, 71. Intel's up 7%. Apple 230. And the Q's up 1.39%. They are still green. Domino's is up. Dude, when's the last time you had Domino's? Be honest in the chat. When's the last time you had Domino's? I think it was like 8 months. I don't think I've had Domino's in a lot. We had Papa John's on Christmas. I remember I ordered Papa John's on Christmas. I think Papa John's is objectively the best pizza in America. Domino's, I'm really not a fan of Domino's, bro. It's not that good in my opinion. But oh no, it's not up 3%. It's up 0.64%. But it was up in the pre-markets. Right now, Domino's up 0.64%. This could be a Trump pump. I agree. This could be a Trump pump. Wow, 8 years ago, 3 years ago. Yeah, Domino's is. I don't think people like Domino's, bro. There's so much better pizza. So much better pizza. I used to love Pizza Hut, but then Pizza Hut is like, they just ended up not being good. I don't know. They changed the formula or something. The crust wasn't as good anymore. Papa John's, I think, is the best. Hims really getting hit, down 5%. Hims is red. Plug Power is red. Bank of America is red. TSM is red. Uber's kind of red. That's weird. Maybe because Tesla's up. That's why Uber's red. Outside of that, not sure why. Morgan Stanley's down a little bit. The banks did fine this whole week, so it makes sense for the banks to give back some gains. Where's Goldman Sachs? Goldman Sachs is green as well, 616. Q's 519. Where's the S&P? Are we still at 596? We are still at 596 on the S&P. Hard to like Domino's and Papa John's when local spots are so much better. I agree. There's so many better local Italian spots, especially in Jersey, dude. I can't be eating franchise pizza when I'm in New Jersey, bro. New Jersey, all right, I'm just going to have to say this, and I don't think anyone can get mad at this. New Jersey has better pizza than New York. Like, that's just like, that's a fact, bro. I don't care what anyone says. That's a fact. New Jersey has better pizza than New York. SMCI is up 1.67%. We know that this one is a Steve favorite and potentially will run in earnings if they can file their forms on time. I think that would be enough to get them to run, but we're going to see how that one does with NVIDIA. TSM's growth is a good sign for SMCI. We're going to see what happens. NVIDIA right here at 136, which is not bad. Oh, don't even get in the chat about Chicago deep dish pizza. Freaking pasta. You mean pasta? Deep dish pizza. The audacity of Chicagoans, if that's how you say it, if you're from Chicago, to say deep dish pizza is actually even somewhat competitive with regular New Jersey, New York pizza is asinine. Blasphemy. Like, get out of here. Don't even bring that into the chat. Chicago deep dish. Deep dish. I've seen TikToks of those, videos of those. I'm like, you're eating pasta. You're eating cheese and marinara sauce. What are you talking about, bro? Deep dish pizza. Anyway, S&P 500, 596. Is basically a casserole, exactly. It's basically a casserole. That's what it is. Oh, SLB. Yeah, they had earnings today. Let me check their numbers. SLB, Schlumberger. Wow. Hey, guys, we got to give it to Steve. Steve was calling this one at 35. Steve was saying 3 weeks ago, right before New Year's Eve, hey, he said he liked this one. Let me check their numbers. Looks like they're crushing it. This is not bad, dude. Up 5% for a company like this with a dividend that is equivalent to 5% doesn't happen often. Or sorry, 2.5% is their dividend. Schlumberger's numbers are 9.28 billion versus 9.1. That's a 1% beat. And then EPS 92 cents versus 90 cents. That's a 2% beat. Looks like they're moving potentially on guidance. Also, Truist had earnings. Let's take a look at Truist. Where is Truist? Truist up 5.6%. Wow. Truist beat on revenue 511 versus 506. And then EPS 91 cents versus 88 cents. They beat on revenue and EPS. Truist up 5%. For those that are OGs of the channel, you guys know the first time I learned about call debit spreads was because of Chris, and we both did it on Truist. Truist was the stock that we had a $30, $45 call debit spread on back in May 2023. I still remember in May, we stayed up for 5 hours, like until 3 a.m. And he did a whole Zoom presentation when it was 27. And he was like, guys, this thing is down because of Silicon Valley Bank, but it's not going to be down forever because of Silicon Valley Bank. And that's when the spreads were incredibly underpriced. I ended up selling them and I put it all into Robinhood, which did really well. But this was the first company I think I really sat down outside of Palantir and like actually analyzed financials. So this one will always have a special place in my heart. But Truist right here, 47.59, up 5.8%. Ironically, the call debit spread we did was for January 17th, 2025, and our strike price was 45. So if I had held on to them, today would be the day to sell them at probably a max profit, which is not too bad. All the regional banks are flying. That is correct. TFC is the biggest regional bank, so it makes sense that KRE, which is the regional banking ETF, is up 1.9% currently right now. Not bad. Not bad at all. Amit, go to Chicago and talk shit on their deep dish. I'm coming to Chicago probably in the summer or in the spring, April, May. Dude, I want all the smoke. I'll talk shit. Dude, it's a casserole. You can't tell me a casserole is better than New York pizza or New Jersey pizza. You can't tell me that. You cannot tell me that. Robinhood still holding on to 47.50, folks. 47.78 on Hoodie. Rocket Lab 25.11, SoFi 16.35, Symbiotic 32.12, Next Decade 9.30. That's up 2%. What else do we have? SAS. How is SAS going? Pretty much green. Atlassian's down, CrowdStrike's down, Twilio's down, GitLab's down. Everything else is green. Salesforce did get upgraded today to $400. They're at 324, 1.52%. Snowflake's at 170, Confluence up, Oracle is up, Datadog is up, and then Palantir 70.84. Palantir is up as well. I've never had New Haven pizza, but I agree. Based on the Portnoy videos I've watched about New Haven, Sally's in New Haven, right? Grabs up 3%. That's nice. That's like the greatest pizza of all time. I've never had it yet, so I'm not going to judge it. I'm not going to compare it to New Jersey, New York, because obviously I've never had it. But eventually, when I go to Connecticut, which I've been to many times in the past, I've been to Yale University for like debate tournaments, so I feel like I should have had it by now. But eventually, I'll try New Haven pizza, and we'll see if it's better than New Jersey or New York. But I know Sally's is the exciting one. I just got a text from my friend in high school. He said, "Yo, Amit, it's been a while. Hope you've been well." What? That's so random. You guys heard that? Did you guys hear the text message sound? I wonder what he has. I wonder if he's gonna ask me about Hood, right? I'll let you guys know what he has to say. I'm gonna text him back right now. Yo, what's up, man? How are you doing? I'm curious what he has to say. What the heck? It's 9:46 a.m. This is a weird ass text. I haven't talked to this guy in 7 years. Let's see what he said. Can I get a loan? All right, he's typing. Dude, if he says, yo, have you been thinking of Robinhood? I'm going to lose my shit, bro, if he says that. I will lose my shit. Dragos, thank you for the $20 super chat. We are waiting for you here in Chi-Town. It's war. All right, brother. I'll be there. Deep dish pizza on me, Dragos, because you've sent way too many super chats. So deep dish pizza on me. And I will be the judge that day if it's actually worth what you say it's worth. Thank you, Dragos, for that. Appreciate it. NVIDIA 137. NVIDIA, not bad. Trying to make its way back to 140, 136.83. Tesla 424, Bitcoin 102.8, Hoodie 47.7. Yo, why is this guy still typing, bro? What the hell is he typing about? It's a long ass message, bro. What is he about to say? Dude, I really haven't talked to this guy in like 5 years, bro. I have no idea why he texted me just now. Holy crap, dude. Holy fucking shit. There's no way he said this. Guys, he said, doing well, bro. Just got an interview at Palantir, and I know you're the biggest Palantir bull out there, so wanted to know if you were free to catch up and talk about the company. That's wild. That is so wild, bro. I have not talked to this guy in years. Just got an interview at Palantir, and I know you're the biggest Palantir. How does he know I'm the biggest Palantir bull out there? That's wild, right? That means he's got I'll show you guys right now. His name is well, I'll hide his name. I don't want to literally say his name, but I'll show you guys the message. Actually, no, his first message says his name. I just out of privacy, I don't want to say his name, but that's what he said right there. That's what. Well, that's so cool, right? I haven't talked to this guy in years. The cool thing about this is that means he must have been keeping up with the content. Well, probably because if he was going to apply to the company, that means he had to search up the name on YouTube or something, and he probably found my videos. Dude, that must have been wild for him seeing my videos, knowing that like we went to high school together. And he's like, this guy's a Palantir influencer. Like, what's going on here? That's wild, bro. That's so wild. All right, let me text him back. Yeah, bro, for sure. Let's talk in a bit. All right, boom. That's cool. That's cool. Super cool. All right, cool. What else do we have going on? What else do we have going on right now? 515 on UNH. That one's getting a little bit of a recovery. Morgan Stanley at 136. SMCI 3152. Rick is up today. That's nice. Shout out to Doug. 2% on Rick. Not bad. CleanSpark up 5.8%. Carnival Cruise up 2.28%. Microsoft up 1%. IWM up 1%. Snapchat's down. Probably on the TikTok news. TLT, baby. TLT is up. TLT is green. So TLT right here, 87.26, up 0.25%. That means the 10 years coming down. 10 years back above 4.6, 4.607, slight increase. It was at 4.59 in the morning, but still, that one is kind of up. That's blunt. You didn't even congratulate him. No, you guys are right. I should congratulate him. It's hard to get a Palantir interview, to be honest. I should congratulate him. It's not easy to get a Palantir interview. These guys are selective, bro. Stanford's freaking acceptance rate is like 4%. Palantir is like 1.3, bro. Like, when we talk about that, when Karp says the Palantir degree is the most elite degree in the world, he's serious about that. That is a hard degree. My boy Mateo, who actually quit Palantir a couple days ago, yesterday, he's starting a startup. Some of you guys might know it. He said that he went through 8 rounds of interviews to finally get into the company. So it's hard, bro. It is not easy to get a job there. Boeing at 171, Nike's at 71, Oracle 162, Grab's at 457. I don't know why Grab's up today, to be honest. I mean, the dollar's not down that much, so maybe, people are just buying the dip on Grab, and that's what we're seeing. But not sure exactly why it's up. Robinhood back to 47.90. Robinhood back to 47.90. Damn, you guys are all hating on me that I didn't congratulate him on the interview. I didn't even think of it. I didn't think of congratulating him on the interview. I'm going to be helping him maybe get this job. I didn't think of congratulating him. I'm going to be there for him if he has any questions or anything like that. But I'll congratulate him when we actually get on the phone, when we actually talk. You know what? One thing that is the nature of humanity, though, like human nature. People only reach out when they want something. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying, like, this guy's not hitting me up to, say how life is going. This guy's hitting me up because he wants something from me, which is totally fine. I'm like, there's no malice in my heart about that at all. That's the nature of humanity. I've done that plenty of times to people where, like, I hit my friend up the other day that I hadn't talked to in a while because I'm thinking of moving to Jersey City. I know he lived at Jersey City, so I was trying to get a sense of what he paid for rent. So it is what it is, right? Like, people, it's just the nature of human beings. Everyone is selfish. This is what I think sometimes people on the extreme left don't understand, is that human nature is selfish. We want to advance our own self-interest. And then if we're altruistic enough, we're going to give some of what we gain back to the world. But the idea that we're just selfless and we want to give and never take is not as easy. Everyone is interested in their own life at the end of the day. That is what we want out of everything. Erwin says, no, I hit you up just to talk, bro. Erwin, I appreciate you, brother. It's just how it is. It's just how it is. I'm not saying everyone's like that, but in general, when people want something, they tend to reach out and try to get something done. It's also the nature of business, right? This is how you got to get deals done. You got to reach out to people in your network and see what they can get done for you. Next decade, 9.25, up 2.3%. Enphase, 63.78. Reddit, 176. Big Bear, 433. Micron, 103. Google, 195. And we got Grab here at 456. Where's Tessie? Tessie's still at 423. Bitcoin, 102.8 currently right now. There you go. There you go. Okay, cool. So let's get an update from the suits and see what they're saying as well. Overall, markets look pretty good, man. Macro is in a pretty good situation. Nothing too crazy. TJ is going to be joining in like 20 minutes, and we will get his take on what's going on with his portfolio. He now has 190,000 shares of SoFi, which is, I would say, a little underweight SoFi, given how bullish he is, but nonetheless, he is up there. And it looks like he's going to be navigating that portfolio as well over the coming weeks. Let's get an update on TikTok here, and then we'll get into some more macro stuff. I know we talked about TikTok for a little bit, but here is some analysis on what Trump is going to be doing with this platform.
See a deadline today, but that could change. A Biden administration official saying they don't intend to enforce the ban before leaving office on Monday, of course. Instead, allowing the incoming Trump administration to handle it. Joining us right now, Rich Greenfield, Lightshed Partners and co-founder of that firm. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
I'm not gonna put words in your mouth. Your betting line here is what happens.
Well, look, I still continue to believe there's a chance the Supreme Court comes back and puts an administrative stay or puts an injunction in. But let's just say Supreme Court upholds the law. I know that's the betting logic among people who listened to last week. But let's just say the Supreme Court upholds the law. So this law goes into effect Sunday. First of all, I still can't comprehend why the Biden administration, they can kick the can down the road 90 days and completely make this a Trump deal. I don't know why they want this law to technically go into effect on his last day in office. It's just another way for the Democratic Party to continue to blow up their relationship with, people all around the United States. So that doesn't seem like a great Democratic strategy, but it's sort of all irrelevant. Whatever the Supreme Court says, whatever Biden does, all of it is totally irrelevant because Trump laid out the path for exactly how he's going to sidestep this law come Monday.
So explain it. What do you think he's going to do?
So Trump filed a brief in late December, Andrew, and that brief with the Supreme Court, his incoming Solicitor General filed a brief. And what it basically says, it cites Article 2. Article 2 defines what the president is allowed to do. And in 1937, there was a Supreme Court case called the Curtis Wright case. And what it basically said is that in international or foreign affairs, the president's powers are supersede Congress. He has powers that go beyond congressional grant of authority. He is the...
See, I didn't know that. I didn't know the president can supersede Congress. I didn't know that. But apparently that's a thing. And that's why Trump's going to be able to keep TikTok alive.
Sole voice speaking for the nation in foreign affairs. And he actually uses those words in his brief. And so it really delineates, Andrew, the powers that he has domestically, really governed by the Constitution and Congress, and then on international affairs that go beyond the Constitution. And so Trump's going to say, this is a foreign affairs. This is China. This is my overall negotiation with China. This is not something Congress has the right to do. And he's going to put an executive order saying this doesn't apply.
Okay, but let's then just put it out there in a very straightforward way. You think ultimately, I believe, now I'm going to put words in your mouth. I think you think ultimately TikTok not only survives in the United States, but survives in the United States under the control of ByteDance, under the control of China.
I believe nothing is going to change, correct? And I believe Trump is likely to trade something for that actually happening. I mean, look, on Sunday at Trump's rally, head of CEO of TikTok is showing up. On Monday evening, he'll be sitting on the dais with Trump. Like, it's pretty clear Trump likes TikTok. Trump wants TikTok to exist. He uses it very aggressively. We can debate whether that's good or bad. I do think it's interesting that of all the social media companies, the only one that has its algorithm monitored and its data monitored every day by Oracle is TikTok. But leave that aside, whether or not it's good for America, it's pretty clear Trump likes TikTok and Trump is going to save TikTok.
Okay, so if that is the case, for the last, and this goes to maybe the point I've been trying to make, but maybe people disagree with me on this. If that is the case, do we actually believe that TikTok is genuinely a national security threat today, prospectively, or otherwise?
Well, look, it's hard to look at historically it being a national security risk. If you look at the government's own filings, and this was brought up, I think it was by Justice Gorsuch, raised the point that there actually has been no evidence. The U.S. government has no evidence at all that there's been any manipulation of an algorithm or spying on U.S. citizens to date by China. So that's factually correct, meaning nothing has happened.
Why is that not said aloud then? I mean, by the way, you and I may be the only people who are saying this.
Look,
I think that's not true. I think there's plenty of evidence that TikTok has been spying on Americans with that, but I guess, there's different narratives that are out there. I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but certain reports I read months ago was like, no, TikTok's obviously using the algorithm to manipulate, but who knows? At this point, it seems more political than anything. Bitcoin 103.2, it does look like TikTok's going to stay in the States. And if that's the case, Meta and Google might not pump as hard as TikTok getting banned, but I don't think that takes away Meta or Google getting some momentum. But I think there's definitely an argument, dude. Like, we've all seen reports of TikTok, China or the CCP. The fact that they're not willing to sell it, I think, is all the evidence we need about the idea that they want to have control over it. And so, I don't know, maybe Trump makes them sell it somehow. Maybe Trump gets to keep it in the States, but forces them to sell to an Elon, who knows? But it does look like we're going to see how that plays out over the next few months. But from what it seems like, whatever the Supreme Court says, it looks like it's not getting banned based on what Trump's going to do. Robinhood still holding 47.50, which is super bullish. We did hit 48.09 on Hood. So we did hit that, which is great. Very, very bullish. Broke through 48. Monday markets are closed, guys. So markets will not be open on Monday. We will be live streaming the inauguration, but Monday markets will be closed. So we won't have any markets to analyze. SoFi right here, 1643. That could be another reason markets are pumping. It's a long weekend, but then again, on a long weekend, you tend to get a bit of a sell-off more than a bit of a pump. SLB, by the way, shout out to Steve, up 6%. Nice move on SLB. It's hard to get 6% on a dividend-paying stock unless the actual book value is undervalued, and it looks like that was the case with SLB based on their earnings. So 43.58, that's green. S&P is still holding on to its green. Goldman Sachs holding on to its green. The cruise lines are green. Carnival Cruise up 1.62%. NVIDIA 2.3%. Grab, wow, 3.7% on Grab. Don't know why. I think it's pumping with the market more than anything. I don't think it's anything else. There's no specific news there. But Grab is green. Are you doing Hood weekly on Monday? I would say so, because we're going to cover the inauguration for like 6-7 hours and then have like a 3-4 hour break. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we'll do Hood weekly Monday. I don't think anything would be stopping that. So 9:30 Hood weekly, most likely will be happening. 103.4 on Bitcoin, not slowing down. Where's MSTR? MSTR, my camera battery just got exhausted. That's weird. Usually it's always plugged in, so I'll be switching to regular camera right here. That's weird. I must have not plugged it in overnight. 390. Wow, dude. MSTR. Last time it was at 400 was a while ago. 400 was back at 400 was December 12th. Around that early December time, we had 400. And then we tanked all the way to 280, back to 378, then tanked to 300, now back to 390, up 6%. Not bad. Not bad at all. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Alibaba's at $3, up $3. Yeah, Baba's up. Oh, China. We didn't even talk about China. Let me pull up the China news. So China grew their GDP really nicely. And this is bullish China as long as they keep doing stimulus, growing way faster than the United States. Obviously, China is way different than the United States, but as you can see right here, China GDP rose 5.4%. Expectations were 5%. Retail sales were 3.7%. Industrial output was 6.2%, again, beating estimates. And then unemployment was up a little bit, but not up as much as you would expect. So, I mean, is there going to be a global cataclysmic recession like some of the bears are claiming when China's doing okay? I don't know. Probably not. It's hard to see that, especially if they keep stimulating more liquidity. Bitcoin needs liquidity. Markets need liquidity. So if we get that liquidity from China as one of the, the core sources of it, then that's not a bad thing at all. TFC's up. Wow, we are green. The only thing that's red is HIMS. I mean, there's a couple other names that are red, but like Hims is the main one. Google's green, Target's slightly red, United Health is green. It's a green day. Okay, I put in the chat, what are you selling if you're selling? Or put in the chat what you're selling. We got 82% said no on taking profits, 17% said yes. Put in the chat if you are a little hesitant to let your stocks run and you want to take some gains. XRP, yeah, let's check XRP. XRP is up 0.5%, 324. Basically unchanged from yesterday. Dude, XRP's market cap is 188 billion. Fartcoin is up 8%. Why not? 1.35 billion. And then Butthole Coin is up 40%. Of course. Market cap 76 million. Why not? Why not? Why not? Why not? Why not? This is the part I don't love about the crypto pump, is that everything pumps. And I think a lot of stuff that is obviously frothy gets a little bit too frothy. But this is the nature of, the crypto asset class. When everything pumps, everything pumps. Nubank right here, 1146. Nubank as well up 1.55%. Let's see if Melli is up. Mercado Libre, that's also up 2%. So all the international stocks are getting some gains. And maybe it's because of that 10-year coming down. Let's make a new watch list for international stocks. Let's make a new watch. We can track this as the 10-year comes down. So give me some tickers here. I know we have Grab, we have Nubank, we have Mercado Libre. I'm going to put FXI there to represent China just because it is international. So we'll put China there. What else? What other international names? INQQ. Yeah, India. We'll put India in there. ASML. Yeah, ASML. ASML we'll put up there. Shopify. That's fair, even though they are the 51st state. Don't get mad at me for that, Canadians. That was a joke. That was a joke. We had your Minister of Trade, firmly and adamantly educate everyone on CNBC yesterday about how you guys will not be the 51st state. So we definitely heard from her. LVMH, yeah, that's a good one. LVMH. What else? TSM, should put that up there. Spotify, we can put that up there. A lot of these are tech names, but they will be somewhat affected by FX. But I think those are some of the most important ones. This camera angle is giving off boomer vibes. Oh my gosh. Usually my camera is charged, bro. My phone is the thing that's not charged. My camera is always charged. So I don't know why last night it wasn't charged, but it's there. Novo Nordisk. Yeah, let's put that in there. Let's put PDD as well. Some other exposure right there. Pinduo. Dude, by the way, if you looked at Pinduoduo's financials, I know there's geopolitical risk, but their financials are insane. Like the multiple they're trading at with the cash they have on hand is kind of insanity. But it's there. Oh, we got a headline. China's Xi Jinping just had a phone call with Trump 20 minutes ago. He just said, we both place great importance to our interactions and hope for a positive start to China-U.S. relations during the new U.S. presidential term. That's great. That's amazing. Not bad. Looking like you got China starting off the relationship so far relatively bullish with Mr. Donald Trump. We got the headline on TikTok. Do we have the SCOTUS headline? Let's see. Do we have the SCOTUS headline? Imagine Trump was talking about TikTok with Xi Jinping. I mean, they both want to keep it in the United States. TikTok appeal fails. All right, TikTok appeals fails. SCOTUS has officially said we're done with TikTok. Here's what they wrote. There is no doubt that for more than 170 million Americans, TikTok offers a distinctive and expansive outlet for expression, means of engagement, and source of community. But Congress has determined that divestiture is necessary to address its well-supported national security concerns regarding TikTok's data collection practices and relationship with a foreign adversary. For the foregoing reasons, we conclude that the challenge provisions do not violate petitioners' First Amendment rights. It is so ordered. TikTok is banned. Wow, Tesla 430. Holy crap. Tesla's moving on this. I want to see the exact decision. Was this unanimous? 428 on Tesla. Where's Hood? Bitcoin still at 10. Wow, Bitcoin almost 104. Hood's at 48, baby. Back to 48. Bitcoin 103.8 on Bitcoin. 10 years below 4.6. Dollar still at 109.3. I want to see the exact decision. Was it unanimous? Was this unanimous or not? 9-0. Wow, unanimous. Even Trump's justices said we are not allowing TikTok. Huh. 9-0 decision. So here's the thing. If Trump keeps TikTok after a 9-0 decision, then you know that Trump is completely giving a middle finger to Congress's decision as of August of 2024. And he's going with keeping TikTok. Bitcoin, $2 away from 104. There you go, Bitcoin. 104. We got to ring the bell, folks, for 104 on Bitcoin. 104 on Bitcoin. 104 on Bitcoin. If you're leveraged with crypto assets at all, any crypto proxies, you are feeling some love. SoFi 1660, not bad. Robinhood 4794, MSTR looking like it wants to go back to 400, 390. Coinbase should be up. Coinbase is up a nice 6%. Clean Spark is 1194, and then Marathon is 1952. Here's another poll. Let me do another poll. Let's do this poll. Do you have, let's call it 10% or more crypto exposure in your portfolio? Let's see. I would say yes, because I have more than 10% of my portfolio in Hood, and Hood is crypto to an extent, right? So I would say yes. Let's see. Let's see how many of you are leveraged at all against crypto. Mayor, thank you for the $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Amit, for everything you've done to enlighten us. Truly appreciate all the value you bring. Also, I sent you an XDM a couple months ago that you may have missed. No questions, just gratitude. Mayor, I appreciate it. I will definitely check on that DM. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being part of the channel every single day. Thank you for the $20 super chat. And yeah, dude, I love doing this every day. I still get butterflies every morning before I go live, which is probably why I'm late. I'm trying to get rid of the butterflies. Even though I blame it on StreamYard. But I appreciate you, Mayor. Thank you for the super chat, and thank you for being here as well. Hood absolutely counts. I will disagree. Hood, dude, don't make the argument that Hood is not crypto exposure. Do not make the argument. Hood just did $50 billion of crypto trading volumes in Q4. Anyone who said Hood is not crypto trading volumes is not looking at the story around Hood. Hood is not only crypto exposure, but part of the magnificent move we've seen in Hood from $7 to 40 has obviously been Bitcoin going from 15 to 100. Like, even I'm humble enough to admit that as good of a company as it is, Bitcoin has really helped Robinhood. So I would definitely say it's not as, micro strategy-esque type of exposure, but I would say it's crypto oriented. It's a proxy. Yeah, I guess you could say it's a proxy. I count that as crypto exposure. I mean, at that point, it's just semantics, but I would say it's somewhat crypto exposure. iBit, Coinbase, MicroStrategy, all the miners. Also, those are definitely exposure. Wow, Grab's up 4%. That's nice. I think that's an everything pump, and that's why it's pumping. No specific news on Grab. Maybe the Jeffries price target of 510. Maybe that's what's doing it. Where's Tesla? Are we at 430 on Tesla? Tesla 429. Yeah, basically 430. 429.9. Did we hit 430? Yeah, we hit 430. 430. Wow, there it is. 430 on Tesla. Oh my. That is pretty aggressive on Tesla. 430 is pretty aggressive. Dude, last time we were at 390 again on Monday. Guys, what if I got the bottom? What if my 391 buy was the bottom? Do you guys think I got the bottom? Put in the chat. Who thinks I got the bottom? 391. Who thinks I got the definitive bottom for 2025 on Tesla? Who thinks I got the bottom? I don't think I got the bottom because Tesla's freaking volatile, and I am well prepared for this thing to go back into the 370s, 380s. But if I did, that would be amazing. Andrew says you're a great bottom. Andrew, I hate you. I hate you, Andrew. That was too easy. It's good you took that joke, but that was too easy. It was too easy. Bitcoin 104.1, Palantir 70.6, SoFi 16.6, Hood 47.94. I should have known I was walking into that, dude, with the bottom, dude. I should have known I was walking into that. Okay, it's like 50% yes, 50% no. Dude, Tesla's so volatile. So volatile. So, dude, Derek must be up like 300 grand on his calls. He got those 380 calls when it was like 385 a couple days ago. Think University, thank you for the $5 super chat. Bro, I admire the way you break down the market. Must be from your debate background. What's my best way to get my child started with debate lessons? So yeah, I definitely think debate is one of the things that every parent should consider putting their kids into. It's not for every kid, but I think it's really priceless in terms of the communication skills they get. You know, I would just look up local debate programs. I would type in debate classes near me, local debate programs. It really depends on what school you're in. Some, you know, administrations have really good supportive programs like I did. Some school programs don't even have a debate program, but I would look it up. And yeah, whether it's public speaking or debate, I would try to get them into something because it is a very, very special thing when you learn how to effectively communicate. I mean, the beautiful thing about debate is that it gives you a voice. It gives you the confidence to say something and deal with the consequences of saying something, aka having an opinion. Because if you don't have an opinion, then you know you kind of can never get anything done in the world. You can never take action. And so having the confidence to then defend your opinion against opposition is I think the life skills that you get from debate. And then obviously when you're breaking down the markets, debate's really important because there's like a trillion different things happening. So if you can break down the nuances of all the different elements to it, it definitely creates a good foundation. My son started debate at 13 in his school. He is 15 now and he's going to study law. Amazing skill. Yeah, that's incredible. Absolutely amazing. A lot of debate people go on to be lawyers as well. Just felt a very small earthquake in San Diego. Okay, I hope the people in San Diego are doing okay. We got June right there saying she felt a small earthquake. Let me type that in Twitter, see if other people are talking about it. Earthquake, San Diego. Yeah, bunch of people talking about it. Small earthquake in San Diego. Magnitude 1.56 magnitude just now in San Diego. That's what it looks like. Stay safe, June. Stay safe. Amit, did Hindenburg shut down their operation? Yes, Hindenburg shut down their operation 2 days ago. Look, originally I was skeptical on it. I thought like they were shutting down for something that's a more fishy reason because I don't know why at 38 years old you would shut down like one of the most profitable short selling firms of all time. Tesla 431. But now I don't know, maybe as I read more into the founder's history, maybe he really did just want to take a break. Maybe that's the case. By the way, here's a graphic I was supposed to show a couple days ago, but I forgot to. This is the short record that Hindenburg had. Whether you like them or not, they were pretty damn good at shorting. 81% of the companies that they shorted ended up getting hit pretty badly. So 51 out of the 63 companies they shorted now trade at a lower price. They weren't perfect on all of them, but they have a lot of 80%, 70% drawdowns on companies that they shorted. So, I mean, they were a good force for finding companies that were bad. I didn't understand why the dude was quitting at 38 years old. That to me, at 38, you don't leave that much money off the table, or on the table. The conspiracy is that he was barking up the wrong tree, and you had some very powerful people that he was going up against that probably made some phone calls and got him to quit. That was my conspiracy. Maybe I'm wrong, and I probably am wrong, but I don't know. If Warren Buffett's still going at 90 years old or 97, it's weird for him to quit at 38. But yeah, the Hindenburg is done, and we're going to need a new short firm to be the short firm out there. SLB is up 9%. Holy crap, dude. 7.5%. At one point, it was up almost 9%. Yeah, I got to give a shout out to Steve. Steve got this one. I wonder if Steve bought it, though, because Steve loves talking about being bullish, but he doesn't always pull the trigger. I'm pretty sure he pulled the trigger on this one, though. I'm pretty sure he bought it. We'll ask him on the market close today if he bought it. Chris says going short publicly is risky now because of the whole GameStop thing. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, when you short, you definitely have retail army. Like even these quantum names, dude. Martin Shkreli is down 2.3 million on his quantum shorts right now. So although the quantum names have collapsed, he's still down 2.5 million because, you know, sometimes the market can be irrational and people can still get into the names and they don't care. And quantum has recovered a bit from where it was at the absolute low a couple of days ago after Jensen said he's having this quantum panel at the NVIDIA conference. So when you short, you really just got to be right. Like there's no black or white. You just got to be white, black or white. You've got to be right? There's no gray space. You've got to be right about the actual stock. S&P 597, SoFi 1650, Open Door at 156. Open Door not getting any love from the housing starts argument that we saw today. Housing starts were up 200,000 more than expected. You would think Open Door gets some love on that. Did not get any love. Meta right here at 613, Coinbase at 300, and AMD at 121.47. HIMS is down because Bank of America said that they're going to miss on Q4. That's why HIMS is down. That's why HIMS is down. Also, the other angle that we don't think about going shorts is death threats, right? Like, imagine your entire net worth is in the quantum names and you got some random dude saying that quantum's a short. I mean, people are crazy, bro. Like, we can't forget that. People are crazy. And as a result, I mean, just for your safety, especially if you have kids, it might be one of those things where you're like, you know what? It's not worth it. It's just not worth it. So that could be another reason why you stay away from it. They did not fully recover. No, the Rigetti was at 18 bucks. Rigetti right now is at 10. So Rigetti's still down pretty aggressively from its highs, but it is up from the absolute. I think Rigetti was at like $5 a couple of days ago. So it's up 100% since then, but still down from where a lot of people bought in a while ago. Wow, Tesla 433. Holy freaking crap. 433 on Tessie. Oh my. That is some big moves on Tessie. All right, let's get a macro update, guys. In about 10 minutes, we'll have TJ join the show, and then we'll get deeper into what's happening with his public portfolio. We got an update right here on a bunch of things, particularly on TikTok. So let's get this update first. And then we will keep going from there. Wow, Tesla 433. That's big. That's a big move on Tesla.
National security concerns regarding TikTok's data collection practices and relationship with a foreign adversary. For the foregoing reasons, we conclude that the challenged provisions do not violate the petitioner's First Amendment rights. The judgment of the United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia is affirmed. It is so ordered. So remember, the TikTok was challenging the law passed by Congress by arguing that it violated the First Amendment and freedom of speech. What the court is saying here is that these national security interests and concerns over data collection by a foreign adversary, in this case, override those concerns. We're seeing a number of concurring decisions. Justice Sotomayor also writing a brief concurring with the majority, saying that she joins, and she says, I see no reason to assume without deciding that the act implicates the First Amendment because our precedent leaves no doubt that it does. TikTok engages in expressive activity by compiling and curating material on its platform. Sotomayor writing, I agree that the act survives petitioner's First Amendment challenge. So a number of justices here writing, wanting to be a part of this historic decision. Justice Gorsuch also concurring in a statement here. Justice Gorsuch writing, I harbor serious reservations about whether the law before us is content neutral and thus escapes strict scrutiny. Yet, at the end, if I can get to the end of Justice Gorsuch opinion here, he writes, whether this law will succeed in achieving its ends, I do not know. A determined foreign adversary may just seek to replace one law surveillance application with another. As time passes and threats evolve, less dramatic and more effective solutions may emerge. Gorsuch writing, allowing a foreign adversary to spy on Americans is another case altogether, guys. So back over to you.
Well, I guess the question, Eamon, and this isn't so surprising. We thought that they might uphold the law. Is what happens? Does TikTok get banned on Sunday?
Well, that's a really good question, right? What we've seen is that the Biden administration doesn't want the last act of the Biden administration to be a ban on TikTok. So they have signaled that they will not be enforcing the provisions of this law over the weekend. Remember, the deadline happens on January 19th. President Trump is sworn in on Monday, January 20th. The 19th is a Sunday. The 20th is a Monday, is a federal holiday. And so therefore, you're seeing an argument from the Biden administration that, hey, we'll just leave it to the next business day for the new executive.
This is weird. Meta's down on this news. This is so weird. We all know TikTok's going to stay because we talked about it in the morning that Trump's going to allow TikTok to stay. But you would think the market would react a bit more positively to the Supreme Court not agreeing with TikTok staying. That is weird. I don't know. That is very weird. Not sure why Meta's reacting like that. What about Google? Google as well. Google's green, so maybe it's a Meta specific thing. Also, CrowdStrike's down 2%. Not sure why CrowdStrike's down. CrowdStrike is down. Maybe a little bit of a 1030 hit coming up. We're seeing some of these names start to give back some of their gains across the market, although it's still very, very green. But we are seeing a little bit of red just in terms of giving back some of the momentum. But not sure exactly why Meta would be down. Everything's getting a little bit of a sell. Yeah, a little bit of a sell. All right, folks. Well, that is some of the macro updates we got. Outside of that, the 10-year's down, dollar down to 108.87. That's good, down below 109. Let's bring on one of our favorite guests onto the show. He hasn't been on for the past 2 weeks, vacation, all that stuff, getting ready for 2025. But every single Friday, for those that are new to the channel, I do a segment with my good friend, Mr. TJ, the Wheel Deal. And we have a public portfolio where, well, you guys will see the portfolio, but we both manage about $1 million in the portfolio, and we trade the wheel. We sell options, sell puts, sell calls, collect premiums, and it is a way that I believe is a potential way to use the market to generate some income. That's the way I think of it. It's a way to use the market to generate some income without having to only buy and hold or without having to gamble on options and hope, the stock goes to the moon. So having said that, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in 2025, let's bring on Mr. TJ, the Wheel Deal. TJ, what's up?
What's up, Amit? How are you, bud?
I am doing very good. I hear you got a new mic, TJ.
No, I just put it closer.
Okay, I've been watching some of your streams. I'm like, this mic sounds
This
more
is the same one. It's just I had it on the side of this stream because I think it looks kind of phallic when it's like right there. You know what I mean?
All right.
New Year, same TJ.
Same TJ. Everybody ignore Chris in the chat. Chris is like, he's chosen to like play the devil when it comes to freaking wheelers. Chris
Dude,
is
show the portfolio so Chris can just have a little humble pie this morning.
We love Chris, but Chris is not for wheeling. So if you like wheeling, you're not going to get any love from Chris. There you go. 12.
Chris, shut up, Chris. Shut up and take some nose classes in session, boy. All love. Dude, I wish if I was smart as Chris Patel, this shit would be at 20 million already. But
no, it actually would be at 20 million because he would get you into some.
I'm telling you, dude, these debit spreads, I wouldn't understand it. I'd just be pushing buttons, bro.
Okay, TJ, definitely move the mic away from me because you are too loud. You're way too loud.
Is that better?
That's perfect.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
So anyway, Amit, dude, I have been making some moves, dude, because I've been studying other wheelers that are, much higher level than I am. And they just don't own as many shares. They do long calls and poor man cover calls. It's a lot more managing and stuff like that. So I've just been kind of working towards this pivot to try to get like super cash heavy and be able to focus on my bread and butter, which is selling cash secured puts. Like I just like managing them. It's easier for me. And I want to own less shares, or I want to own more shares, but in less companies, if that makes sense. I want to be very concentrated in four or five stocks only.
Okay, so before we get started, let me, because we do have a lot of new people here. So first, let me just lay the groundwork for this, and then we'll get into the actual portfolio. So what is wheeling for those that are new here? Wheeling is essentially being the seller versus the buyer when it comes to financial derivatives, aka options. There's two types of options. There's a lot of options, but the two basic ones are puts and calls. What we do when it comes to selling options is we say, hey, what if we sell the option versus buying the option? And from selling the option, we can collect premium from the people that are buying the option. So 2 quick examples on puts and calls. When you are selling a put, you are saying that you are agreeing to buy a stock at a certain price. So if Robinhood's at 48 and I'm agreeing to buy it at 45, I have to agree to buy 100 shares of Robinhood at 45. That would be $4,500 that I would have to spend. And in order to sell that put, I would have to put up 4,500 and I would maybe get a couple $100, maybe $70, $80, whatever the market is willing to pay from the buyer of that put. The $100 divided by $4,500, the 100 in premium you get divided against your collateral is the percentage return that you're getting over a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month out, 5 months out, a year out. You can pick your expiration. And that is the nature of wheeling when it comes to cash secured puts. If Robinhood is below 45 on the date of expiration, you are required to buy 100 shares at $45. So you have to spend that $4,500. If it's above 45, then you get to keep your $4,500 and you get to keep your premium as well. On the flip side, we have selling covered calls. So if I have 100 shares of Robinhood and my average is $20 and Robinhood's at 45, I might think, hey, Robinhood's not going to get to 65. I'm going to sell a call for $65 1 month out. And if someone wants to gamble in this case, which is not being used in a negative way, but that's kind of just objectively someone's gambling that they think Robinhood can get to that level. It can make a 54% move in another month. They might be willing to pay a little bit of premium. So right now, I think the calls for $65 are going for 70 cents. Times 100, that's $70. So if someone's willing to pay $70 for your 100 shares because they think it can get to 65 and you think it can't get to 65, you are selling a call against your 100 shares. You need 100 shares in order to sell the call, which means your calls or your shares are essentially paying you rent, because if Robinhood does not get to 65, then you get to keep your shares. You get to keep the premium that the gambler, the buyer, gave you because you sold him that call, and then you get to rinse and repeat and do it again. I know there's a lot of variables, and if you're new here, there's a lot to learn, and there's more videos you can watch. But in a nutshell, that is the game that TJ's been playing. That's the game that I have learned very graciously from TJ, and that's what he does with this $12 million portfolio.
Awesome.
So I think what moves have you made, TJ? Or let's start with this. What are you planning?
So what I like to do is I like to give a easier layman's term recap for what you just said, because you went on where you had the little microphone and debate and you had the little flag and nobody's allowed to talk and you're going on your little rant. It's real simple. You pick a stock that you want to own, and then you have to decide, I want to get paid to buy these shares at a discount from today's market prices, and that's a cash secured put. That's the first way we get paid. And then whenever you take ownership of those shares, eventually, because you do it over and over, eventually you're going to get caught. You're going to get those shares put on you. That's why it's called the cash secured put. Then you're going to put those shares up for sale because you're like, well, I have this rental unit and I want to collect premium to sell these shares for a profit. So I bought them at 10. I want to sell them for 12. So I got paid going in and I want to get paid going out. So cash secured put is your money going in, and the covered call is the money going out. And then the third way that you get paid is the capital appreciation. That's if you want to do a traditional wheel strategy. That is not really what I do. What I do is I own a handful of stocks and I sell cash secured puts and cover calls around those stocks so that I can generate more premiums than I have paid for those shares, because I'm playing a game called lower the adjusted cost basis to zero. So I don't really want to be categorized as a wheeler, because I do feel like if you're a traditional wheeler, you're essentially just someone who's always trying to be in cash. And you're always going to be limited by the amount of money that premiums can bring in. And I think that's fine, but those are breadcrumbs. If you want to make the big money in the stock market, you at some point have to be willing to own some shares and hold them for long periods of time. And that's what the alpha has had in the stock market. It's been proven, and I can prove it to all of you guys. I don't care how smart or dumb you are. It's just like this. People get rich on 401ks on accident. Because all they do is DCA into the market for years and years and years. And they look up 20, 30, 40 years later and they got $1 million, $2 million bucks. They didn't listen to one earnings report. They didn't give a shit about the Fed. They didn't give a damn about your Fibonacci. They didn't care about any of that stuff because they DCA'd into the market for long periods of time. And that works. So keep that in mind. Anyway, are we good, Amit?
I'm good. I guess we'll get started with what is your 2025 goal with this portfolio, and then we'll get into the plays you're making.
Yeah. So premiums for the year is $3 million. I want to capture $3 million in premiums because the portfolio was right at 11 and some change whenever we started the year. So the goal is to capture $3 million in premiums via cash secured puts, covered calls, and/or rolling. And I think the portfolio will have a 2 in front of it by the end of the year. Not just because of the capital appreciation that I'm expecting, but also because I do feel like I'm going to be able to move some monies around, and I may be able to inject some more money into the portfolio as well. But before I do that, I probably have to have and not just me, because this is just one account that you guys are seeing. So I probably have to get the entire family together and get on a conference call with Robinhood and make sure that we're comfortable, because there's like 3 other accounts that are even larger than this one right here on this platform. And I want to make sure that we're comfortable, because I don't know, you read all this stuff and it's 500,000 and 2 million and all this other stuff that I'm not real familiar with. So at some point, you just have to be comfortable with, hey, what happens if shit hits the fan? You know what I mean? Like, how does that work? Because I've never played in this arena before. And, you know, I listen to Jesse Dallas channel every once in a while. And he says that he has like multiple accounts. And I think these are the reasons. I think Invest with Henry has 2 or 3 accounts as well for those
you spread it out so you're saved under different insurance and all that stuff. So
yeah, but I mean, it's also a hassle. So I'm always trying to look for the easiest way, dude. The fastest way, you know, from a straight line, point A to point B is a straight line, right? Like I'm that guy, but at the same time, we don't want to be ridiculous. We don't want to be, you know, do something silly either. And potentially you wake up and you're like, holy shit, right? Like there's a lot of money gone. So those are the basic goals. These are the holdings right here, Met. So we could start here. So we're down to 9 holdings right here, and Neo will be out of there probably by next Friday. This is just a little swing trade that I've been doing. Gosh, now going on about a year, very, very successfully. But I don't recommend people getting into that play because it's got a lot of risk attached to it. So this is on total return, I believe. So I'll start it this way. We'll put it on equity. So it's SoFi, Riot, Tesla, Amazon, Hood, CleanSpark, Marathon, Enphase, Neo. The investments are the 5. I always say find your 5. These are the 5. I had another 5 that to no fault of its own is no longer in there, and that's Palantir. And it's just because I misplayed it. So I had to get out of that position and reallocate those funds because I got caught with my hand in the cookie jar in a real big way on covered calls. But that wasn't Palantir's fault. That wasn't the horse's fault. That was the jockey's fault. So I did not jockey that horse accordingly. So now I have to figure out and scramble how to get back into that position because it was definitely supposed to be in this top 5. And then everything that you see here on the bottom of it, these are just swing trades. I'm playing CleanSpark and Marathon because of the Bitcoin Donald Trump pump. And then Enphase is another swing trade that could potentially graduate to an investment, and Neo is another swing trade as well. So
by the end of 2025, how many positions do you want to have?
I want to go with the 4 horsemen plus 1. So these would be the 4 horsemen right here. But Riot may not be there anymore. I may switch that over to long calls and run the poor man cover call campaign and switch that. I'll probably graduate Hood, or if there is a pullback that I'm anticipating in Palantir. I know that's not what the channel wants to hear, but if there is a gap that is filled on the chart, I think it's in that $40-$50 range, then I would love for Palantir to be in there because it's just something that I know is going to $1 trillion. I just don't know when, but it was just like I couldn't be in a situation where I was just gaining like $3 for every dollar in movement, you know what I mean, like, or 3 pennies, because I was just in a bad way with the way that I misplayed the cover calls.
Yeah. For those that don't know, TJ had some like 40 and 30 covered calls when Palantir was at 80, so it made more sense to just get out of the position and reallocate the capital.
Yeah, I did realize gains and pay a lot of taxes, and it sucks, man, because now it's like you want in on that stock, but at the same time, now I have to go try to be responsible and find the ideal entry point.
So let me ask you this. On the 4 horsemen, if it's SoFi, Riot, Tesla, Amazon, the goal in 2025 is to primarily get, you said, 3 million in premiums, which I think is up from the 2 million you got last year, from those 4 names. That is the goal. Those 4 should be getting you the premiums.
In these other cash grab situations as well. Like if CleanSpark stays in this range, I mean, CleanSpark is just a premium dream right now at these levels. And Marathon is not just premium situation. This is a swing trade that could potentially produce a lot of alpha because there's a huge short interest on this thing as well. And then Wall Street loves this thing, dude. Whenever this thing moves, like it really moves. Like I could easily see Marathon having a 3 handle in front of it pretty quickly with the right situation. And I've got it's a sizable position, not like a crazy position, but you know, there's an easy 100 grand there. I feel, and not to mention the premiums are real good. So I am running a bit of a strangle where I've got the shares for sale at $25.50, and then I'm agreeing to buy 20,000 more shares at $20, and I'm babysitting that trade. I've been in it for 2 or 3 months now. Been in this trade before. This ticker right here has made us over $1 million already since we've been in it. But Chris Patel put it back on my radar.
Right.
because he started studying the miners. And dude, I agree with him. I've known for a long time that I think that right now, Marathon is best in class. I'm just not a fan of the CEO, just straight up. He'll never be on the channel. I'm not a fan. So, and it's all good, but I can still make money off of this underlying. And it's just they pivot too much. So it's just, I don't like having to follow the storylines because it's a very innovative company and they don't just like sit on their laurels. They're always like out there trying to do things.
Yeah, and they have they have the most Bitcoin on the balance sheet as well out of all the miners.
Yeah,
that
by a
makes
long
sense.
shot. By a long shot, yeah.
So let's start off with SoFi. Let's go through the four horsemen, and I mean we'll go through all the positions, but SoFi in particular, you made some moves yesterday. How are you thinking of SoFi? Obviously, it's run. It's got earnings coming up. How are you playing it? And then, do you think this is one that you're going to still have the amount of shares you have at the end of the year?
Yeah, I think it'll be more shares, actually. I think it'll get up to 250,000 shares, depending on how the conference call goes with Robinhood customer service as soon as I get done with your channel here in a little bit.
Oh, you have a call scheduled?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
perfect. All right, good.
So,
Let us know how it goes. Hopefully they really help you out. You're a
they've already made some exceptions, dude. And this was just from a Twitter post because I ranted a little bit. And I don't like doing that kind of stuff, but I was heated. I had done a workout and I don't like doing that kind of stuff because I'm not trying to throw Robinhood under the bus. I love this platform. I never met Vlad. He seems like a stand-up guy. You know how I feel about that whole thing back in the day, right? I think you might have told the white liar too, but it's whatever. We've all done it. But what I'm saying is I think that Robinhood means well, but they're also a very small brokerage still, relatively speaking.
Correct.
So
Well,
there's a lot of growing pains.
They're smaller compared to Schwab and Fidelity, which is why, for example, you can't sell more than 200 contracts at a time, which is super annoying for someone like yourself who sells hundreds of thousands of contracts a year. However, because they value users, I'm happy they're taking this call with you, and hopefully they can hook you up because they're getting bigger and they need to be able to acquiesce to people.
But I don't know if that 200 contracts is them, because I've been reading things that might actually be part of the Chicago Board Options Exchange, CBOE. So that stands for
right.
I don't know that that's them. So you get over 25. But then I'm thinking it has to be them because I've sold 1,000 cash securities at one time on Webull. But I have to go back and see whether or not I collected more than $24 per contract. Because Robinhood will let you do up to 500 contracts at a time as long as you're not collecting more than $24 a contract.
Got you.
So that's kind of and again, I just need to understand, because what happens is it's $1 here, it's $1 there, Amit, when you're talking about anywhere from 250 to 500,000 contracts a year, dude, it adds up to a lot of money because you're getting different fills.
Right.
And it's just a lot more data entry. It's just a hassle. Bottom line, it's a friggin' hassle. Yeah. And it's not just on one account, dude. Like I have this nightmare with 3 other accounts. And so I just feel like Robinhood wasn't really meant initially for people to go in there with quite a bit of money. I think it was meant for the $2,000 and $3,000 and $5,000, $10,000 account, which is the majority of the population, and that's all fine and dandy. But then you find people that got a little bit of money, and they're like, "Dude, this user interface is amazing. I want in." And then here comes all this money, and I don't feel that they were prepared for that kind of volume.
Yeah, I agree, and hopefully they can start to get prepared for that.
But again, this is just my opinion. I could probably totally be wrong. I just don't know how it works, but I want to find out. I'd rather just say I don't know how it works, but I want to find out versus just speculating and inferring because I have no idea. So anyway, there's 150,000 shares here. I actually exercised $5 and $7 long calls yesterday, so this got up to 190,000 shares. And because of the rant on X, Robinhood actually reversed those trades back.
Wow. Dude, that's because I was wondering why it went from 190 to 150. That's real. That's cool. That's dope.
Yeah, dude, they legit reversed it. I can give me a second here. It's because
I mean, talk about actually trying to give a fuck about your customers, bro.
Dude, I just
because you didn't want to exercise those. You didn't.
Yeah, I couldn't even believe it. I don't know if you'll be able to see it or not. Oh, here we go. So you'll see on there where it says reversed.
Yeah, we can't really see it, but nonetheless.
Okay. Yeah, so there's 2 of them. You're going to see You're going to see it's 140,000 and 100 grand because it was the $7 calls and the $5 calls, 200 contracts.
Yeah.
So that was taken from the brokerage cash. The shares were put into the account because I wanted to sell cover calls against those shares. Is what it was. So
Right.
they're like, no, you're capped out because you can only have 5,000 contracts per ticker. So I'm like looking at the screen and I'm like, I'm always looking for ways to navigate. I'm like, okay, cool. I'm not going to whine. I'm going to win. You know what I mean? So I just like, well, if I exercise these long calls, that takes 400 contracts off the books. I was at 4,500 contracts, and then I'll be able to sell 500 covered calls. And I was able to get it down, but they reversed the process. And you're going to see here that there's now 54 contracts on the books as well. So they've already upped that. They've already upped that limit here. I don't know if it was just a one-time thing, because customer service got in my DM, or customer support got in my DMs on X, but I didn't respond to it because it said they only had like 14 followers, and I'm like, I don't know if somebody's trying to scam me right now.
Right. Which tends to happen. Yeah.
So because it had just like the little feathers, a lot like when they invited me to New York, bro. That's why I didn't jump on it, because it looked like a scam, right?
Yeah.
And then they started asking you for information, and I'm like, dude, I don't know. You're making me feel like a little bit uneasy right now. So what's going on here, Amit, is there's 8 open strategies. 60,000 of these shares are up for sale. The bulk of the position is up for sale by the end of the month at $20.
So essentially, you're saying you don't think SoFi is 20 by January 31st. That's
No, what I'm saying is I think I'm going to get out for a 70% profit, and I won't have to mess with it. That's what I think. Do I think that it could happen? If Galileo announces something special, because they're going to do a triple earnings beat and they're going to do a raise. I think that's going to happen. So I think that starts getting priced in. The only way this thing really does a moonshot, I know you can do all the max pains and all this other stuff with your short interest, and that's all fine and dandy. But the only thing that I feel that could justify that type of multiple is Galileo would have to deliver some news that nobody is expecting, which is signing probably a top 10 bank or something like that.
Right.
And I don't think that's in the cards right now, so I was willing to take that gamble. And then this was a hedge that I put on that I absolutely misplayed, dude. I did 500 covered calls. It was actually for 10, and then I rolled them out for 15. And then I'm going to let those shares get called away next year. And then these were the long calls that I exercised, and Robinhood put them back on the books for us. And then these are 1,000 more covered calls for January of 2026. Going to be rolling those hopefully if SoFi is cooperating. I'm expecting to have to roll these contracts for the next 3 to 5 years, and I'm totally okay with that. And then these are the long calls that are protecting the position, right? We've got 500 long calls at 10, 500 at 15, and 1,000 at 20. So that's why I have the freedom and the liberty to be able to be very aggressive with short calls, because I bought all that insurance already.
Right.
So this is really what I'm contemplating right here, Amit. What do you think? I was thinking about closing these right here. I closed them before the last earnings for a cool 180 grand. So it's 500 contracts, and they're currently worth 404. So I left a cool 200 grand on the table last time. But I thought about just closing these out just to like take a little bit off the table going into earnings, because everybody's like real sanguine, myself included, thinking that, it can only go up and to the right, but this thing has shown that it does go down a lot too at times.
What do you guys think in the chat? Do you think show us the how much you're up on these? Up 300%?
I don't even know.
450% in about a year, right? Less than a year?
Yeah, so bought these on 3/8, March the 8th.
So obviously you have till 2026 and SoFi probably will be above 10 by 2026, but your logic is, let me get some cash and,
Well, the logic is also that I've already rolled these without closing these out, because I didn't have the 20s. And I didn't have the 15s. I only had the 10s coming into the year, and then I bought the 15s. Whenever I closed out the $10 calls, I bought these. But people only saw, oh, this idiot closed, and left all his money on the table. But what they don't see or piece together the puzzle is that I'm up a shitload of money on these right here, and I bought these in October, not too long ago.
What if you
I had already done this in anticipation. Yeah, I wanted to like roll it up and kind of like lock in a win, if you will.
Yeah, what if you sell half? I feel like that always takes the load off, right? Just
Yeah, and then I recently bought these on the news. What's it called? KBW? Is that, am I saying that right?
yeah, KBW when they downgraded them.
The dude, the goofy looking guy, the analyst.
Correct.
But he pushed it down somehow. Whatever he did worked because SoFi went down like a lot. And I recently bought these on January the 2nd. I bought 1,000 of these contracts, not all at once, but you know, again, because Robinhood has these damn limitations. So, you know, these are, you know, 100, 100, 200, 200, 200, and 200. But I started the process on January the 2nd and finished it on January the 10th. And now we're sitting in a pretty decent situation, right? Already up 124 grand, but I have no intention of closing these because I do think that these will eventually be in the money. And then these also protect me because I have 1,000 covered calls for sale in January of 2026.
What does your gut tell you about those $10 calls? Does your gut say sell, or like gun to your head? Would you sell or no?
The $10 calls?
Yeah.
You know, here's the thing.
I feel like you don't want to sell them.
No. Well, here's the issue, and I'll tell y'all why. Because the math says probably lock in the win, right? Because I'm super bullish on SoFi, so I think that this thing's going to keep moonshotting. But the issue is, I really do not have anything to put the money into, and I'm already sitting on plenty of cash. Yeah. So I'm just like, well, I mean, I can always sell calls against it if they elevate the amount of shares that, or the amount of contracts that we can sell.
Right.
Because that's the issue is like I'm at, if you count these out, guys, and I go back over here.
I mean, having cash on the side too isn't horrible, you know, just in case.
Yeah. If you add that right there real quickly, Emmett, that's 5,400 contracts already. So we're already above that threshold that Robinhood said based on that screenshot that I put in. And I regret doing that. I think I actually took down the post because it wasn't a good look. So, you know, it's one of those things that, you know, kind of like you're arguing with your girl and you put your business out there and you know damn well that it's just not the right thing to do after. Because Robinhood is really good to us.
I was getting messages from random people saying, yo, TJ's going to leave Hood. And in my head, I'm like, guys, I don't think TJ's leaving Hood. A, because he loves Hood. B, because I think they're going to help him. You know, they're not going to let him leave that much money off the table. So.
Bro, it'd be very, very difficult for us to make that. We've already tried to make that transition, full disclosure, to Charles Schwab. And bro, just all the red tape that you have to go through. It's like, dude, it's like, do you want our business or not? We're coming over there with at least $50 million. Do you want the business or not? You're making it very difficult for us to dance with you. Whereas Robinhood is like, where's your big picture of some licenses and let's do business. You know what I'm saying? It's just
Schwab has 90 trillion in assets.
And I get it, dude. I get it. We're nothing to them. I get it. And it took us 2 months for them to lower us to 35 cents contract from the 60 or whatever that they offer everyone. Yeah. So that was a negotiation in and of itself. And they're like, well, Robinhood's only charging you 3 cents. But what happens is they do all this stuff and on the fills, and they gave us all this shit on how this payment for order flow works. And they make it sound like we would actually save like $500,000 if we went to Charles Schwab. So the sales pitch was brilliant.
Right.
But then they're like, it's over here, it's out of sight, out of mind, because you don't see what really goes on in the back end. So free's not really free and all this other stuff. And they're just like putting Robinhood's name through the mud. And I was like, yeah, but their interface, the user interface is really awesome for me. And I can't afford to make any mistakes because a lot of these I'm having to do y'all only see like a fraction of my life. You know what I mean? Like, I got to multiply that time like 5 times. And that's what I got to do on a daily basis. And I haven't found another platform that I'm comfortable with like this one.
Yeah.
And I don't think the fills are that bad, dude. I mean, it takes a while. Like when I do them off camera, like if I get stubborn and I'm like, hey, I want the higher fill, like, did they give it to you? It just takes like an hour sometimes. So you have to be patient.
Right. Okay, well, so that's what you have on SoFi. Speaking of Hood, let's discuss the Hood position, because I also know that you are thinking of not having Hood as one of your 4 horsemen. And I guess my question to you is why. Why would Hood not make the cut for 2025?
I feel like I just didn't. And the reason I'm saying four horsemen, these would all be $1 million positions. Technically, Hood, I feel, is $1 million position if you add the entire thing. It's just not $1 million position from the share count, right? The share market value.
Yeah.
But there's also some positions here. So there's $50 covered calls that expire, I guess today, right? Today's the 17th. Yeah, shit.
The fact that those are kind of under pressure is insane. But
is it? Are they?
Well, not the actual, but just the stock itself, you know.
Okay, yeah, dude. Hood, bro. The more that I study them, because they're like going into all these other countries and stuff, I feel like this company is just getting started, dude. Like this party is literally just getting started. And we got to also keep in mind, and I'm talking to myself right now, wasn't this thing trading at like $40 when they first hit the ground running?
Yeah, in 2021.
So nothing's really, I mean, we're saying it when in doubt, zoom out, right? Yeah. So it's essentially they just made a big U-turn, right? That's where they started. This was the best thing since sliced bread, Kathy Wood. And then she probably got out of it because that's what she does. She buys here and sells down here. And then is just essentially done. You know, it's gone back almost to where it was. I think it did all-time highs yesterday or something. I saw a note.
All-time highs
is much better and the numbers are much better.
All-time high is 85. So we haven't hit that yet, but it was new 52-week guys. To Kathy's credit, she bought a ton at 9 and 10. So she is still holding on to a ton of it. But in 2021, it didn't deserve to be, you know, $50 at all. Yeah. Okay. So then the question is, do you think it makes the cut for 2025 in the portfolio, or do you plan to liquidate and just put the cash somewhere else?
No, dude. And when I say liquidate, because I liquidated PayPal recently, that just means that I'll just play it long calls, no shares, and still sell puts and calls against it. Just wouldn't actually have shares.
Gotcha.
And I'll talk about why I cut PayPal in a little bit. I'll just tell you all it's because it didn't pay no premiums. So I was like, well, I still have all the exposure because I bought all the long calls. So I'm still able to bring in the same cover call premium without having to own all of the shares, pay for all the shares up front.
To make that really simple for a lot of the new people as well, you don't only have to sell calls against 100 shares. You can buy a long leap. So you can buy 100 shares of Tesla right now costs 40 grand. You could buy a leap for 15 grand and still capture the same exact premium of selling short dated calls against the leap because it's taking the place of the shares by being a covered call essentially.
Correct. So do you notice anything different about that position, Amit? Because it's been 4 weeks since I was on your channel. 3 weeks.
You had 29 and 30 calls, I think, that you got out of, it looks like.
So what happened was
did you pay the piper?
I took medication right here yesterday because I wanted to be prepared for your show. So I gave back 56,000 and 77,000 on covered calls so I could free up these covered calls for January of 2026. That way these 10,000 shares are free to run, if you will. So there's 10,000 shares, and then we've got 10,000 shares for sale, but then we've got 100 long calls that are unencumbered, or however you want to look at it.
And 100 long calls equals 10,000 shares.
Correct. So essentially we have the exposure of 20,000 shares, but only 10,000 shares are under fire, and they're not really under fire.
Right.
So I took medication there because I didn't want to Palantir this thing all over again. So it's like I saw the writing on the walls. I feel like the numbers are going to be amazing. I'm not sure if Crossroads had covered it or you had covered it, that some numbers had come in and the right, because that's a cool thing about Robinhood is it kind of gives you some metrics along the way, like kind of like the way Tesla does with deliveries and stuff like that. Yeah. So for people like you that are like really into this thing, y'all can kind of piece together earnings almost. Like I've seen you cover Robinhood, and I mean your earnings are off by like 2 or 3%, which is pretty crazy to me, but it just shows how nerdy you are, right? Yeah. That you can put together the whole movie.
Yeah.
Because they give you those metrics and it's pretty awesome. So I don't know. What do you think, dude? I mean, I think it's worthy. Jason Paper Gains was kind of like making a mention of like, why you're so bearish on it in comparison to the other stocks. But it really is just because I didn't buy enough damn shares. I'd be ecstatic if I had gotten 25,000 shares in that $20 range.
Yeah, I feel like that's when we should have bought a lot because this is like, we're managing $1 million out of this 12 million. We should have really loaded the boat. But at the time, again, although we saw the writing on the wall, it was tough, right? Because Hood it already went from 7 to 20. So
Yeah. If y'all
buying
want
into that is
to
tough.
see how bad we misplayed this thing, because you're the one that brought this to the portfolio, right? So this started in April. So this is over here in 17, dude. We're selling 10 contracts at 17. But this was also like, just to be fair, when we first started this project, you treated share ownership as an STD. I call it a stock transmitted disease. Like, you didn't want to take ownership of shares. Same thing with Shopify. Remember that whole deal?
Yeah, I remember. I was
So,
scared. I was scared to get a
I
prime.
was always the one inching towards share ownership, because I know that's where the big alpha is, but you got to be comfortable. But we were experimenting with this whole thing, right? I mean, you're like, shit, this is a lot of money. You had never done it at this scale. And I'm like, dude, like, trust me, if I don't like the trade, we're not taking it on, right? This is stuff we would talk about off camera.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, like, we're good, dude. Trust me, I'm not going to push a freaking button, and it is not going to be on you. It's on me. We're good. But it took a while to get comfortable with that.
Yeah.
So, we screwed around with this thing. And then I don't even know when it was when we said, screw it. And we finally, because then we started selling bigger contracts over here in the $20 range. But at some point we took ownership of some shares. And,
well, our average is 21, right? So we definitely
so
did
here
not.
it is. So on August the 16th, bought 2,500 shares at 1974, and then on August the 16th again, another 2,500 shares. So 100 grand. So imagine if that had been 250 grand. This is $1 million. This will be $1 million position.
Yeah,
because it's up 115% or something crazy. So, and then bought more shares at 22. I mean, y'all are seeing all of it right there. So it gave us opportunities. You had the conviction. I didn't. I just didn't know enough about it. You know what I mean? Like, besides it being a cool app, I didn't really understand like the business metrics and everything that they're trying to do. And now that I've done a little bit of homework on it, I'm like, I feel like I missed the boat a little bit, but
well, 10,000 shares.
But did you really 10 years from now? You know what I'm saying? Like, did you really miss the boat?
That's my question.
I feel like a bargain.
I feel like this is one to hold for the next 10 years, bro. I mean, like, I feel like, even if we sell aggressive cash cleared puts and get a sign and you get this up to 20, 30,000 shares, I just think and it's going to be volatile because Robinhood still trades with the market. But
and I'm cool with that. Yeah.
Their execution is one of the best executions I've seen in the entire stock market. And then on top of that, we got S&P inclusion likely happening by the end of this year. I mean, it would be pretty weird to see them not get included. So I just think the tailwinds are tough. And obviously Bitcoin is a good proxy. The only question is if we have a recession, but if we avoid that,
yeah,
it's a good
spot. And when are earnings in February? Yeah,
February 12th. Which, look, earnings might not be the best, dude, because although the number is going to be great, the damn thing is run so much, which tends to not be the best for any stock going into earnings.
Right. But didn't Crossroads said that they have year-over-year growth of 100%? Was that, what is he talking about? Revenue? What metric was that? I saw a video last night.
It's revenue, and he's correct. The only problem is if Q1 is guided to, grow at less than what the analysts are projecting, then that could be a moment where we saw in October where the thing tanks. They're not going to miss on earnings, but the guidance might not be that amazing. But even besides that, my thing is the thing is up a lot this year already. So just trying to be more humble about it. Going into earnings when you're up 20%, it's tough. You like really got to outperform. You really got to deliver the goods for the market to be like, all right, I guess we'll buy it again. So
yeah, no, I get it. I think one thing that would make sense here though is I see these here. I think these are going to be fine, dude. I'm not gonna. I mean, I don't know what is that. A couple $100? What is that? Yeah, $200. I'll probably just take the pressure off for $200. But what it does make sense here, if you guys are in these situations and you want to have the ability to let cover calls run their course a little bit, the way that you take pressure off, you have to have the bankroll. Obviously, this is a capital intensive strategy. I run this like a business and treat it accordingly. Is I would sell cash secured puts right in this area. Because then if I sell a cash secured put, let's say at 45 for 2.7, two things cannot be true at the same time. The $48 cover calls and the cash secured puts cannot both be underwater at the same time if they have the same expiration date, if they have different strike prices. So I
Yeah.
create a scenario where I'm definitely going to win mathematically one side of the trade, and I'll manage the other side of the trade. But it allows you to stay in it longer so you can mitigate some of that tail risk. Because just in layman's terms, I don't want to get too fancy, but essentially these Greeks really pinch at you whenever it's closer to expiration date. So whenever you're kind of like hedging against both sides, because you got the cash secured put and the covered call on at the same time with a little bit of a spread in between, you can create a sweet spot where you could potentially win both sides of that trading. You're juicing up your premiums, but it's capital intensive. But if the goal is to acquire more shares, where you're getting paid a discount to do, you're getting paid money to buy them at a discount to today's prices.
Right. And what you're doing on Hood right here between 48 and 50 is the strangle, meaning
those 48 and 50s are just two different strike prices on the covered calls.
Oh, got it. Not the same date.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is I wanted to put on a cash secured put. That way I could kind of like offer a little bit of protection. And this is just more peace of mind. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, okay, cool. Let's say I have a cash secured put at 45. And if that cash secured put is under pressure, well, then that means that my $50 cover calls and $48 cover calls cannot be under pressure.
Right. Right.
So you're only going to manage the side that's going against you. The other side is automatically winning. So what do you think about some covered calls there before earnings, just to bring some more money through the door and kind of let these play out?
Oh, on the 100 long. Okay. So if we do covered calls on Hood, this is
No,
what
no, cash secured puts. I'm sorry. Cash secured puts.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, I misspoke.
Can we do covered calls though? Can we still?
We can. We could do 100 more covered calls right now.
So I would love to do that, but I would pick the highest strike. It wouldn't be a lot of money, which I know you're not a fan of, but at least it's something.
Yeah. So why don't we look at this? Why don't we look at this guy right here? Because that's before earnings, right?
Yeah.
So then we can do covered calls at say 55. What do you think?
No, I would go to 60. Nope.
Really?
Yep.
Look at you.
Honestly, I
but
would
you know what, dude? Just to be fair, you've been right on this whole thing the whole time. So I mean,
dude, honestly, I would do 65 just because if Bitcoin does pump like crazy, you never know, TJ.
Yeah.
I know you hate it.
I think the best play though, Amit, and if I need to come back on to do like a 5-minute segment on Tuesday, I think the best thing is to wait to see if there really is a Trump pump on Tuesday.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Because he's gonna swearing in. Is it on Monday, right? MLK Day or whatever?
Yeah, Monday. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that we'll know. The market will tell us. I see Bitcoin up right there on the screen, $3,500 today.
So
yeah,
let me ask you this question, because one of the issues I think you had in your portfolio in 2025, which was a good issue to have, is that your 2024 was that your covered calls got hit because they were too aggressive. Is there any learnings that you took from 2024 to say, hey, if I'm really long, and I know your philosophy that if you're really long, you'll sell the covered call, but if you really just don't want to get stuck in that sticky situation, you're going to be a little less aggressive on some of the covered calls, or are you still, no, I need to get my premium and it doesn't matter?
Yeah, real good question. Awesome question, Amit. It depends on how the position is set up, because here, this is the protection that I need to be able to do this right here. Without these long calls, it would be irresponsible of me right now to sell these short calls because there's so many catalysts for SoFi right now. Right. So, like, why are you going to play with fire for a few bucks? You know what I mean? But at the same time, I'm actually I know that this would be breaking news for you guys, but I'm actually okay with selling 100,000 shares of SoFi right here at 20 bucks. So I don't have that psychological component going on, because I will reallocate that money and go sell cash secured puts on the miners if the Bitcoin plays there, because I feel like I'm going to ultimately get more alpha there. And then now I'm in my wheelhouse. And then Robinhood just last night or the night before has changed the margin requirements on SoFi from 25% to 40%. Right. So it doesn't make it as attractive to want to own that many shares. I don't know if you guys are aware of that or not.
It's more capital efficient, essentially.
Yeah. So that's, I just don't have any, I'm just not stressed out, guys. I'm not stressed out because I've gotten my ass kicked so much. I've learned how to do some things, you know what I mean? And having that insurance to the upside will give me the ability to continue to stay aggressive with cover cost to make sure that I'm hitting my metrics. But at the same time, I've got so much cash available You know, like this is pretty healthy right now. I'm only using like $400,000 in margin collateral to sell options. I don't own any shares on margin. So there's a lot of money that I could make there just selling cash secured puts. So I don't have to.
And what are your metric? 3% a month? That's what you want to get?
Yeah, I want to get 25% a year. So I got to shoot for like 3%, 3.5%, because I know I'm not going to keep all of that.
Correct.
You know, I know I'm not going to keep all of that. That's why 60, 70% of the cash secured puts that I sell are going to be in those volatile stocks like CleanSpark and Right and things like that a lot of people in the audience may not want to touch, and that's okay. But you also have to be okay with not getting the types of returns that I get as well.
Yeah.
You know, everybody wants the reward, nobody wants the risk, right? And that's just, those asymmetrical bets are very few and far between in the stock market. They are out there, but they're few and far between.
Can we look at Tesla and how you're navigating that?
Tesla, this is another one that I'm trying to remedy. Again, this is just, I try to get better, right? So I have the shares here, so that part's good. But then there's covered calls for January of 2027 at $340. So I've already started the remedy process. I've got 10 cash secured puts at $350. So I'm going to keep these on indefinitely until I get 1,000 more shares of Tesla. That's one way that I'm going to try to remedy this situation. And then the other thing that I'm going to do, if I close some long calls or if I sell some SoFi shares for a massive profit, or if I decided to turn Robinhood into just another 200 long calls and go along that way versus owning the shares, because I do believe that it's more capital efficient and I realize some big gains. Well, I have this in my back pocket right here to give back all of that covered call premium right there to offset those gains and then take control of the shares again.
Right.
So this is wheeling 301 and 401. I'm not as scared of covered calls as you guys are, because I use them as tax benefits for myself, because I got a guaranteed tax harvest that I can go find. I don't have to go look for something that's already on the books. This thing's good for $300,000 or $400,000. So I've got the free reign to go make a shitload of money, knowing that I got this in my back pocket right now and I could free up these shares.
And when you free up these shares, you're essentially taking a loss on the covered call, which is good for taxes.
To offset the gains on the other stuff that I've been doing.
Right.
So that's why I like having not that I want to be in this situation. This wasn't intentional. But I'm saying now that I'm here, I'm always looking at the positives and I'm like, okay, well, I have the money to erase that anyway. So it sucks. Yeah. But I'm able to do it. And then now I've got, I'm trying to get to 5,000 shares. And now I've got 50 units of Tesla that are going to be printing a shitload of money, probably $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 a month. So it wouldn't take me that long to get that money back anyway.
Right.
And I'd have control of the shares again versus kind of being at the mercy of the market, so to speak. And it's counterintuitive because now I find myself at times cheering against Tesla.
Yeah. And I think it's very important for anyone who's getting into wheeling, which is that if you sell a call, there is a chance that a stock can move beyond the call and it can get out of hand. Tesla 340 versus 431 right now. However, mentally, you can't go crazy about it, right? Because if you're going to be in the option selling business, you will get things wrong. First of all, you have to be grateful for the premium you're collecting. And then B, which is what you just said, TJ, you have to ask yourself, do you actually care enough about Tesla to maneuver the situation, or are you okay with letting it go? And that tells you how bullish you really are about the stock long term.
Yeah. And in the worst case scenario, bought the shares for $199 and you end up selling them at $340. There was times where I was underwater in this position. So if you would have talked to me at that time, at that point in time, and said, hey, down the road, you're going to be able to sell these shares at $340, I'd have taken it.
Right.
When it was at like 180, 170, you know what I mean? And I got a cost basis at like 210 or 212 at the time because I lowered the cost basis by exercising 15 long calls at 150.
Right.
So, you got to always go back to like the original source of the pain, you know what I mean? Versus this opportunity cost that people like to get hung up on. What do you think about Bitcoin, dude? Just insane, huh?
I mean, let's transition to Riot because that's your Bitcoin play. So how are you navigating that position?
I'm playing it a lot better than I played Palantir. I'll tell you that. Dude, I totally screwed the pooch on Palantir. I could write a book on that, on like what not to do. That'd probably be a best-selling book. So here's Riot. So got 150,000 shares. Not the greatest entry point, guys. It looks good right now, but trust me, this entry point should have been in the sixes. I got caught with 40,000 shares early on at $14. So I've been scrambling ever since, trying to lower the cost basis. So at 851, and then I've got 4 open strategies. I've got cover calls at 16 for today. Then I've got cover calls for 16 a week from today. And then I've got the bulk of the position for sell at $20 this time next year. But I'm also protecting this position over here because I recently bought long calls for $15. And this position ultimately, like the long positions, probably between 50 and 100,000 shares. It's definitely not 150,000. Some of these are like as a swing trade, if you will. I definitely don't want this position to be that big, but I do think that it's going to have a 2 in front of it. Outside chance that it could have a 3 in front of it, depending on how well Riot performs, not just Bitcoin, and then also how they, handle like dilution and stuff, because these miners are notorious for diluting investors. So I'm definitely going to look to lock in some pretty big wins on Riot, but I want to keep it on the book, selling cash secure puts and covered calls as long as it stays under 20. After that, I just won't be comfortable doing it anymore. Like I'll rock with what I have, but I won't be trying to add to it.
And go. How many shares do you have of Riot again?
150.
Okay, and you have covered calls at 16 that expire today. So are you going to close those out, or?
Yeah, when it's $200, I don't see it going to 16. So I'm just going to keep $200.
So and you've made $3,000, 3,200 off of.
Yeah, and 11 days.
This is what I like about wheeling. So in 11 days, you had 20,000 shares you put up for sale.
Yes.
Those 20,000 shares generated you $3,200 in 11 days, which is a phenomenal return based on playing the volatility of a stock that you know so well that you visited the freaking Bitcoin mining operation that they've got going down. So if you really do get into a stock and you understand the volatility of it, there is a lot of money to be made on playing the volatility up or down.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm very familiar with Riot. I mean, met the CEO, had him on the channel, and then met him a couple of times in person. And dude, it's a legit operation. It's a tough business, and they're undercapitalized.
Right.
And not just them, the entire mining sector. They need a hyperscaler that can stroke them a $5 or $10 billion check and be like, go to work. They've been on a shoestring budget from day one. So it's just dilution. It's very tough.
Everyone's saying that hyperscalers should put Bitcoin on their balance sheet. What if Meta just put $5 billion into Riot and just like let them, like that would be another way.
Bro, it could happen, dude. If you saw what I saw in it, I mean, the thing looks like a hospital, bro. Like how organized and clean. It's like a data center, dude. It's unbelievable. They're so meticulous over there. And I've seen some others. And again, I'm only looking at what I see on the internet, but some of them are mining out of like storage units. You know what I mean? And you go to Riot and you're like, dude, this thing's like super freaking legit. So it's just there's levels to this game, apparently.
Yeah.
Which other one, Amit? Which other one?
Amazon. Let's talk about Amazon.
So this is essentially going to become the cornerstone of the portfolio. Like I want to have that one stock that no matter what's happening in the world, I feel like I got this one part of the portfolio that I don't worry about. I call it a glorified Amazon savings account. And 7,000 shares at 191. So again, not a great entry. I give it like a C on the entry. A good entry would probably be in the $150 range. A great entry would be whenever it was over there like 110, 120. And I was in it, but I sold the shares. So it just shows you how stupid I can be. And I've got these shares for sale at 205. So I'm already underwater on those shares. So I'll be babysitting those for the next 3 to 5 years, maybe more. But the cool thing is I've recently continued buying shares. So I'm at 7,000 shares now. So there's 1,500 shares that are unencumbered. And I'm saving those in my back pocket. That way, whenever I go to roll these, I'll be okay rolling for a debit to increase my strike price because I'll be able to add an additional 15 contracts to that to kind of ease the pain.
Right.
So that's how I'm playing that one. And I'm trying to get it to 10,000 shares. So this will probably be the largest share market value in the portfolio. So it's going to be the cornerstone. It's going to be the pillar. I wanted Tesla to be that pillar because it's my favorite stock in the market. But admit it's just too volatile to do that. Like it's not, that's just not.
You can sleep well at night with Amazon being the pillar of the portfolio.
And I don't even know that much about them. You probably know a lot more about them than I do, but I feel like they make money 3 or 4 or 5 different ways, and I like that. And it's Amazon, bro. I mean, my wife keeps them in business, and that's not even the part of the business that makes the money. You know?
That part of the business is starting to make money, which is the scary part about Amazon. How big can they get, right?
Yeah. So there's that, and then
yeah. So let's go to the cash grabs now, because I think you have some of those.
yeah. So the other ones that I got is so we talked about the 4 horsemen, right? Hood. I do think we need to sell some cash secured puts on Hood.
I'm down for that. I'm down.
Yeah. So let's do that now, though. So we can.
Do you think today's the right day because it's green?
It don't matter, bro. You know, somewhere along the way, somebody say you sell puts on green day, sell puts on red days and calls on green days, and it's stuck.
That's true. It did stick.
That's what I call. I'm gonna write a book one day, and it says wheeling when it's sunny and 75, ideal conditions. Well, you know what? You're not gonna make a lot of money. Okay. This is what I call a setup trade. This is not ideal conditions. I'm just putting the trade on for other reasons. I'm hoping it comes under pressure, and then I'll manage it and I'll roll it, and then I'll get the premium that I was really looking for. Because it's not sunny and 75. It's sunny and 75 for covered calls, but it could really not be because Donald Trump's gonna wave his little bitty hands, and you know, MAGA and Bitcoin, and this thing's gonna go to freaking 55, and we'll be in trouble. So I just think we're better off waiting there. But I feel like if you think that it's going to go up, there's catalyst up. Well, you should be very comfortable selling cash puts here and cash grabbing. So I mean, I feel like there's a lot of flaws in those and the logic sometimes, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's fair. It's a very fair point.
So how many are you thinking? 50 or so? Because what would 50 get us close to 1 million or no?
Well, real quick, before we answer that,
signed?
Let me just share this real quick because we got a tweet from our boy Vlad. This guy about how to pick on Hood.
That's bullish.
And he said this guy in December said 4 days left until Christmas. Please tell Vlad I will tattoo the Robinhood logo on my arm if you get me off the gold card wait list. I guess he got off the wait list. And then Vlad asked today, maybe I should get one. What do you think? I think yes. I think
is he a good old boy? Does he even have tattoos? I mean,
I think Vlad got that dog in him, bro. I think Vlad would do it. Jensen has one. I think Vlad should do it. That would be fun. That would be fun if he does it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't get a chance to meet him. He seems like a real cool dude.
Dude, he's the coolest guy ever. He's so.
How tall is he? A big dude or no? He looks small.
He's like 6'1", 6'2". Oh, I'm small. That's why he looks.
Wow,
really
dude, I claim 5'8". I think I'm 5'7.5" on a good day.
Yeah, I'm 5'8" with the boots, but
yeah. Hey, well, how's your weight, Mick? Because you look super skinny in Vegas, and then you packed on some Thanksgiving weight.
Oh no, it's been a year-long journey putting on weight. My goal is to lose about 30 pounds this year. I'm good. I'm down like 3 pounds to start of January, but I think a lot of that's water weight. That's not like real. So but we're good. We're eating good. That's the most important thing. Going to the gym. I know you're on a weight loss journey too, right?
Yeah, I'm losing about 1.5 pounds per week, and I'm doing the whole Rocky thing. I'm not taking injections. I'm not doing any of that stuff. I was on was it GLP-1 or whatever, the Mounjaro?
Yeah.
But dude, I was golfing and I got super lightheaded and I had to take a knee. And it was happening like a couple of times. Like I would get out of bed and then I had to like put my hands on my knees to keep from falling over. So I think it was really messing with the blood sugar levels because I'm not diabetic. And I think it's designed for people that are diabetic, perhaps. Yeah. And I was just like, okay, this shit doesn't work. I just need to stop eating stupid shit and do all the stuff that I know how to do and be disciplined. So I'm doing the Rocky willpower, bro. That's all I'm doing right now.
Yeah, call me old fashioned, but unless you actually have a medical necessity, I think just doing the hard work is the most rewarding way to lose weight.
Yeah.
Like
And dude, I'm good at weights. Like I could do weights, but the issue is like doing calisthenics. So if I'm doing this thing, this 300, where the first thing I do is just 300 reps, whether it's like air squats, push-ups, whatever. So yesterday I was like, okay, I'm going to change it up and I'm going to do like 100 push-ups and I'm not going to get off the mat until I do 100 push-ups. Dude, it took me like 4 minutes to log 100 push-ups. Dude, I got so fatigued, bro.
Yeah.
And I was just like, dude, this sucks. I could have done that like in 2 sets of 50 when I was younger.
Right.
It took me 10 sets of 10, dude, and resting like 10 or 15 seconds in between sets. You know what I mean? Like I got fatigued very quickly.
Yeah. Well, you're doing it the right way. That's what matters. So we have 10,000 shares. I think 50, another 50 contracts is not horrible.
Yeah. So what are you thinking? Like 45-ish, 44? How big do you want the spread to be, so to speak?
Yeah. So this is where it's hard, right? Because we were at 44 2 days ago. So is 44 support? I wouldn't say it's support.
Who cares about the sharp, bro? If it goes against us, we'll roll it. People complicate all this shit. I don't need the Bollinger. I don't need anything right now. Where do you want to sell the cash and Kurt? But we're gonna manage the position. Keep it simple, bro. Keep it simple.
We might as well do 45 then. I feel like.
Yeah, that's all good. I say if you're cash grabbing, dude, you might as well get caught stealing all $100 in the cash register. Why are you going in there trying to steal a 2 or 3? It's the same felony. So,
well, here's the other thing. Our average is 21. So worst case, we're not going to buy the shares at 45. But if we did have to, I mean, it's not like our average is going to the moon.
It pumps us to about 30, probably. I'm not sure.
Let's do the math. So 5,000 times 45 plus 10,000 times, call it 22. I'll call it 22. Divided by 15,000 is 29.
Yeah.
Which I don't hate.
It's not horrible.
It's the price of not loading up when it was cheap, right?
Yeah, if you didn't love it at 20, you should love it at 40, right?
Yeah, it's just well. Here's the thing: the only way we're wrong here is if the Bitcoin pump turns into a Bitcoin dump after all the news, aka it becomes a sell the news.
Oh, bro, it won't be the first time I've been wrong, bro. We'll be okay, man. You're overthinking it, dude. So 225 grand, yeah, whatever. All right, cool.
Well, so to do the math for the audience, 225 minus 7.5 means we're actually spending 217 divided by 5. So our cost base would be 43 on the 43.5 on the shares.
Yeah. Is that what it is?
Yeah, 43.5. If we get assigned.
It should happen right here, I would think. There it is.
All right. There you go. We are in the game for 45. If we get
but so what it does, this is a psychological trade, right? For me. So what it does is I no longer have to look at those 48s. Because I'm more focused on the 45. And I know that if the 45 is getting challenged, the 48 cannot be getting challenged. But I know if the 45 is printing, I'm like, oh shit, what's going on with that 48? Is it time to roll? Right.
Right.
So it just put another radar on the books for me. So
is there any percentage return alpha doing a strangle, or is it all psychological for you doing the strangle?
No, dude. I try to get 25% on the cover call side, and I'm always shooting for 30% on the cash secure put. How did we do on the cash secure put? I didn't do the math, but it looked good because I've sold plenty of $45 puts, and it feels like we're right in there.
3.2%.
Yeah, it's not horrible, right? And what amount of time? 3 weeks?
Yeah.
So just do the math, dude. Where are you going to go get 3.2% on your money, presuming that it works out on your money in 3 weeks? It's just, I'm just saying, it's a little bit insane. And you're getting paid to buy it at a discount to today's prices. Now, is $45 a good deal for Robinhood? People are going to argue back and forth on that one. I'd say that it's not right now. It could prove to be a steal of a deal 10 years from now.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of this in investing that makes it less complicated for me in my mind is just, what's your time horizon? Because
also,
go ahead.
My thing is, someone's buying that $48 call, which is great. But if Robinhood didn't get there, right, or $55 call, whatever, I'm just more comfortable being the casino. That's the philosophy I've learned from this. That's way more practical to me. There should be some parts of the portfolio that are super leveraged against an asymmetric bet via call options, which I did last year on Robinhood. But then I think that should be a tiny part of the portfolio. The other parts of the portfolio should be selling drugs to the crackheads and getting away with it, not being the junkie, which is what you're doing right here.
So can you do it to where it's just us, the little? Dude, that's a really, really good point, Amit. Here's the thing. On a short-term basis, it is definitely much more lucrative and safe to be the casino, to sell options. It's like 30, 45 days out. But if you're talking about like a year and a half out, I think you can make some calculated bets and buy some options, kind of like the way that you built your bankroll. Because let's just be honest, right? You built your bankroll with the debit spreads that Chris.
Correct. 100%.
So that's definitely being the gambler, not the casino. You know what I mean? So there's a time and a place for everything, right? You know, for those of y'all that might be.
But that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The time and the place for that Hood debit spread was at $7. But I'm not cocky enough to be like, well, I think now that Hood's at 48, it'll go to 60. Let me do some more spread. Like, no, I don't. I feel like you're chasing at that point. You could be right, but you're still chasing.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I mean, I bought some leaps here recently on SoFi, but I feel like SoFi hasn't had their hood moment since 21.
They have not.
And I think that it's going to be the fifth quarter of GAAP profitability. The S&P inclusion is on the horizon. I personally think it's going to be about 18 months away. That's just in the camp that I am. I look at market caps. I look at, okay, what stocks have gotten included? What did they have going on? I just feel like SoFi doesn't have enough to offer the S&P right now. That's just me, right? Now you go hit some metrics. They grow their revenue, 40, 50%, things could change. But like, I think Robinhood definitely has a legit chance for S&P inclusion, and that could probably happen within 6 months. Because when's the next one? Is in March? Is that when they announce in March?
Yeah.
So I don't think it happens for them then. I think it'll be the next time they did a little reshuffling.
Yeah, I think it'll be December on the late end, and it might not happen this year, but we know it's coming. That's the good thing, right? And so,
very likely, very likely that it's coming. So there's that one, dude. Other than that, I don't see anything else. Amit, the only thing that I have here is I just have a bunch of swing trades that are going very, very well. Like CleanSpark is one that I knew was going to print, but that was just that's the max that I think I'm okay with, just psychologically on a swing trade. So I bought 25,000 shares and I put them up for sale at $12.50 for next Friday. So those are definitely going to get under pressure. And I'm probably just going to be okay letting them go and realizing a nice win of about 60 grand on the shares.
So I'm happy. I'm happy you said that, because this is one of those moments where you don't really give a shit about CleanSpark.
I wasn't in it. I've already made $250,000 on CleanSpark selling cash secured puts. And that's exactly what I have right here. I still have 400 cash secured puts at $8. So another 40,000 shares potentially. And I'm already up 64% on those. And this is just the way that I like to play this stock. So I feel like I could go make another 50, 60, 100 grand over here without having to own the shares. But I feel like I took a shortcut with this swing trade, took a calculated gamble, tied up $250,000 to make a quick 60. Plus this is already the second or third round of covered calls. So if it goes to like 13 or even 14, if I don't feel like messing with it, or if I feel like potentially there could be a pullback, I don't want to be in this trade. I want to lock in the win. And I think when you're just emotionally unattached, you're just playing the math and you're not looking at the opportunity cost. Well, it went at 14 and I'm like, okay, cool. You're still in CleanSpark? And they're like, yeah. And then it comes back to 13. I'm like, well, show me where you sold it at 14.
Yeah.
So I just like all that opportunity cost, bro. Like, to me, that's just nonsense talk. Because unless you're legitimately going to like be able to pull the trigger and sell those shares right at the right time, which I just don't believe you. I just don't play that game. I just know that I'm not that good. So I use cash secure puts and covered calls as a little bit of a buffer to help me out.
What do you, okay, so that's everything on the portfolio. Let me just ask you a question in general about the markets. So 2 questions. First was Bitcoin. Do you think this thing is at like 150 end of year, or do you think it tanks? How are you thinking of the asset?
Yeah, real good question, dude. There's never been this much big money in Bitcoin.
Agreed.
So Bitcoin's what, about 15, 16 years old now? Didn't just have an anniversary on Halloween. Is the white paper was written on Halloween several years ago. You know, and BlackRock's in it. You know, you talk about the government now potentially wanting to do some sort of reserve. You got countries like El Salvador, where I think it's like that's kind of like their version of the US dollar over there now, I guess. I don't know, dude. The phenomenon that I don't fully grasp, I don't think anybody does. There's people that just claim that they do. And I'm okay with it. I do think that it's going to go to probably 150,000, maybe more this cycle. But I think that also the pullbacks, like the crypto winters or whatever they've been referred to, the bear markets, I don't think they're going to be nearly as vicious because there's so much big money on it. And then there's a Bitcoin mining mafia that I follow on X. So this lady Bitcoin Bella was talking about how there's a lot of money, a lot of Bitcoin leaving the exchanges. And then she keeps doing these little rocket emojis, but I'm not exactly sure what it all means. But all I know is that I can make a shitload of money with the miners, right? So I stay in my little lane. So I don't know. I feel like I'm not even qualified to talk about Bitcoin from the standpoint of I don't think anybody here can tell me why it's worth any money, right? So you can't tell me who Satoshi Nakamoto is either. So shut up. I'm thankful that it exists. It's been a real nice asset class for us, and I think it's here to stay. I think it's already proven that, you know, it's got a little ticker on CNBC that is on 24/7. And to me, when that happened a few years ago, that was the staying power that I thought that I needed in my mind for Bitcoin.
Okay, then second question is overall markets. I mean, selling puts is really good when the market goes up. Are you afraid we're too overextended in this market?
Yeah, so a lot of people say that selling puts only works in a bull market, right? Let's do it. We're just talking. This is a good conversation. So are you telling me that owning shares only works in a bull market? Because I'm getting paid to buy these shares at a discount. So what are we saying? The minute that we enter into a bear market, we're going to time it like me, Kevin, and sell everything? I mean, what are we talking about here? Like, you're an investor or you're a trader? I think you have to define who you are in the market. So I'm going to always sell puts and calls and collect premium, and I'm going to roll when it makes dollars and cents. I think the biggest thing that I am guarding against right now, though, is just my position sizing. That's like, I didn't go crazy and do 200 cash secured puts on Robinhood right now because we know that it's not a good deal.
Yeah. Yep.
In comparison to what we were getting.
Correct.
Right? Because I mean, what is everything investing or whatever, everything money's always saying that investing is the present value of all future cash flows. Or you pay today for what you think is going to be worth tomorrow. So 5-10 years down the road, if we get assigned those shares at 45, we're probably not sweating it with Robinhood. But that attitude doesn't give you a license to be reckless with your portfolio today. If you can go get those shares at 35, maybe you should be disciplined to pick up those shares at 35 or 25 if the market gives you that. So I use cash secured puts to build positions, And when I already have positions, I use cash secured put and cover call premiums just to lower the adjusted cost basis. And that's all that I'm doing right now with the portfolio because I already found my 5.
Right.
So I'm just selling puts and calls and bringing money through the door because at some point I want to look at the balance sheet and see that the premiums outweigh the money that was spent on the shares. And now I'm free rolling with other people's money. So it takes a lot of the stress off of me psychologically for owning so many shares on these companies.
Let me ask you this question. What is your method? Because I think, and this will be the last question, then I'll let you get out of here. I think a lot of people also wonder, how do I find a stock to wheel? And sometimes it comes up on X, sometimes it's YouTube, sometimes Chris might text you or something like that. But if you could find out, like, let's say you're looking at XYZ stock, literally ticker symbol XYZ, not square, but XYZ.
It's going to be square, right?
It's going to be square. That says, hey, you can get a 4.2% return in 45 days on a 0.35 delta. Before even knowing what the stock is, would you be interested to then at least like click that link or whatever and then see what's the name to do some fundamental research? And is that how you get into these names?
Yeah. So dude, you're on point with the questions today. The very first thing that I look at when somebody gives me a ticker is the options chain. because it starts with the options chain for me, and then it's going to end with the options chain. So if the options chain is juicy, then I'm going to go through my research, my M's, the moat, the management, the market, et cetera. Do they have money? I go through my little fundamental analysis. I crunch some numbers. After I've listened to 3 or 4 earnings reports, I have this intrinsic value calculation that I come up with, plus or minus 20% accuracy. And then I'm like, okay, can I manufacture the win here? Because that's the biggest M for me, is can I manufacture the win?
Right.
And if I think that I can manufacture the win based on the amount of money that I'm willing to allocate to the position, then I'll likely dance with it. But yeah, it's very, very important to know what kind of money are you going to get on your money? What is your cash on cash return for even entertaining a position with this company? And then obviously you look at those basic things, right? Open interest and volume. That's just wheeling 101. You want to make sure you're dealing with liquidity. I want to make sure it's a 1 cent stock, not a 5 cent stock, meaning it trades in 1 cent increments. I don't want to deal with companies that trade in 5 cent increments, because it's just like you close it out at 50% or 90%. It's the same shit. Usually at 5 cents, it's more managing for me.
Right.
So I don't like dealing with those particular stocks. So yeah, dude, it starts and ends with the options chain for me. If I'm going to enter the position via a cash secured put.
Yeah.
When I'm going to buy the shares, that's a lot different. I've already been eyeballing this company, and I want to start with the coverage triangle, right? I want to own the shares. I'm going to immediately sell cover calls against those as a hedge to the downside, because I don't think I picked the bottom. And then I'm also going to sell some cash secured puts, and I'm running this thing. So everybody looks at the wheel as an individual spoke, and I look at I have 3 wheels going at the same time on the same ticker.
Yeah, and I think wheeling, to be honest, at some level, it's also it's accepting humility, right? Because most people think buy and hold forever, which is, again, good for 99% of people. But if you're trying to use it as income, you will likely be wrong on the entry price every time.
Facts.
Every time, unless I magically get this Tesla 391 bottom when I bought it on Monday, which is probably not going to happen. It's really, really tough. So wheeling and selling a put says, okay, I think at 375 Tesla's a good deal. It might go to 350. It might go back up to 450. I think Tesla doesn't get to 500. It might go to 550. It might stay at 420. It's just accepting you're going to be wrong, but at least you can make some money on the volatility of being wrong. And a lot of times you can manufacture it to end up being right over the long term.
Yeah, I think that's very well said, Amit. I've said on the channel a lot of times that I have accepted a long time ago that I cannot pick a bottom or a top to save my life.
Yep.
So I need that margin of error. I need that margin of safety, so that I don't have that kind of pressure. I don't have to be right now. I saw this cash secured put on Hood. We didn't look at any technicals. I didn't give a shit. I don't care if it challenges it. I will manage it. Yeah. It's invest, then investigate, right? So it's just, again, I have a 401k mentality because that's how I got my first million.
Yeah.
So give me a thumbs up. Give me a thumbs up if you've ever investigated anything in the market whenever they're about to pull money on the 15th and the 1st from your paycheck to put into your 401k, because you're just no-brainer investing. So I just think people overthink and overcomplicate things. I'm just a real keep it simple kind of guy, bro. I don't need to be the smartest man in the room. That is not my mission in life. I'm trying to be the richest. I'm very clear on my objective, and I'm very clear on my mission, right? You want to sound smart, and you want to have all of these little things that you do because that's just the way that you want to portray yourself. That's fine and dandy. But at the end of the day, you got to try to get a good entry point. So you have to figure out how to value these companies. You got to be in them long enough to be able to manufacture the win. So you need conviction. And I think that that's the thing that I have going for me, is I have a pretty good temperament when things aren't going my way. And then when they are going my way, I don't get all crazy either.
Right.
I'm not oh my God, 12 million, 34, I don't go crazy. I'm okay, cool. I know this shit could be 10 million with a couple of pullbacks, right? Let's just be realistic. When you own a bunch of shares of a certain stock, it doesn't take much for it to go the other way too. I've been there before.
Well, that's also, I think you've been desensitized to big numbers up, big numbers down. I mean, we've all, seen it like that.
It does affect you, dude, because I do a little sports betting here and there for entertainment purposes, and bro, a little $300 or $500 bet, dude, I can't even bring myself to watch the game. You know what I mean? I'm just why am I sitting here for 4 hours, for a freaking little outcome like this? And that's where the market is, just feels like it's monopoly money.
Yeah.
And it's awesome, dude. Keep doing your thing, dude. I haven't had a chance. I haven't been on YouTube too much. And then I created a job, right, with the memberships, because I do all these FaceTimes now with the members, and I love it, dude. I've been getting to know the people, and I'm really, really excited about it. But can you talk to me a little bit? I heard that you're going on a tour. I am going to be in New York for my birthday in a couple weeks.
So I'm going literally on a tour tomorrow. First of all, everyone, please make sure to follow TJ on Twitter, who is now at how many? 20. Dude, TJ, you were at like 1,000 8 months ago. So that's a nice 25x on the Twitter following. So please make sure to follow him on Twitter. Yeah, I'm going to New York tomorrow doing a meetup. We're going to go bar crawling. I think there's like 90 people in the group. So, maybe 10 people, 20 people show up. Maybe a lot of people show up. We'll see. Whoever shows up, I'll be there. It'll be fun. And yeah, I'm going to be in Texas, and I'm going to hit up you, Roy, Matt Money. We got to start something probably April, May.
Very cool. Are you going to try to do Houston, or because in the Matt Money and Roy are in Houston?
Yeah,
it's only an hour flight for us.
Yes, I think Houston is where everyone's at, and that way you could come. But there's also people in Dallas, so I think I might make a week of it and do Houston for the first 3 days, Dallas for the next 4 days. Like, we'll see what it looks like.
So you're just road tripping all month? Is there just a reason behind it, or you're raising cash for something? Like, is there like another agenda, or what are you doing?
No, it's a new state every month. That's the goal. And the summer it'll be a couple countries. I think of myself as someone who's in the early stages of building a brand. And I think a lot of people, when they get the opportunity where they actually have people that want to meet and talk to you and, just take a picture and just say why they consume your content, you want to meet them in person. And so I think of like, if you're a musician and someone's listening to your first album and you're so grateful they actually listen to you and they like your songs, you want them to keep playing your songs forever. So I kind of just want to meet people for the first time, and we're going to do it the whole year. And then if you're going to come in New York in February, we could do something as well.
Yeah. I've already got permission from my wife. She'll give me one day to do a Wheelers meetup. So I'm doing my first Wheelers seminar in person in Miami in June or July, maybe August.
Maybe. Okay, I'm definitely going to be there if it's Miami.
Yeah, it's going to be at the Waldorf.
That's a hotel, right?
Yeah, it's a Waldorf Astoria.
All right.
So it'll be cool. It'll be cool. Hopefully the book will be done by then. And I got like a lot of shit that I'm giving away to the whole rent squad, because I got to start taking these wrenches away from everybody on the channel. So so it'll be cool. So all the rent squad, there's not going to be no entry fee or anything. I think the whole thing's probably going to cost me like 15, 20 grand or so. I'm going to do a catered lunch, the whole thing.
It'll be worth it. But
it'll go through the slideshow, but all that aside, it's just to break bread and get to know the community like in a more intimate level. And then if we can piece some money together, I can obviously fit the bill too, is I want to rent like a yacht and do like a little yacht, like after party, like for 15, 20 people that want to go. Yeah. Depending on I don't know what they go for. You only need it for a few hours.
Well, I think in this business, which is content creation, the most important thing is people, right? Like if you're creating content, the whole point of creating content is to interact with people. I mean, if people aren't here watching, for the 2,000 people that are here, we're so grateful. Getting a chance to meet them in person is important, I think, if you're going to keep building content. So
yeah, no, for sure, dude. Because I'm practicing this year. I'm hoping by next year I'll get good at the Wheeler seminars in person, and I want to do one a quarter. I just want to get to know people in different parts of the country and stuff, because I'm launching a much larger hedge fund and stuff. So at some point there'll be a capital raise and all that stuff.
Chris set to call him, so let me get him on the show. Chris, what's up?
Nothing much, man. What's up, TJ? How you doing, man?
How are you? Happy New Year, brother. Everything good?
Yeah, man. Happy New Year. I'm glad you're doing well on the Mara thing. The Mara hedge fund trade is working really well for a lot of people. So I'm happy to see that constantly going back and forth. Yeah.
Volatility, bro. Volatility is our friend.
That's right. The one I was going to say you should look at is Nubank. And I know I'm going to put it out there with everyone. I know you have personal reservations. You don't have to go on.
No, it's just because Kristen keeps talking about how nice and good looking fucking David is. I'm tired of hearing it, bro.
No, man, come on. Please never let money get in the way of.
I got a lot of insecurities I'm dealing with over here, Chris.
For those that don't know what he's talking about, the CEO of Nubank is
Dude,
went to college with TJ's
bro.
wife.
Put him on the screen, dude. He's a handsome fellow, and Kristen said he's like a super nice, humble guy too. She went to school with him at Stanford.
Yeah, but he's married, bro.
It doesn't matter, dude. Have you seen him? And he's a billionaire. Shut up. Leave me alone. Look at that. Dude, come on. Look at him. Look at me, bro. I don't want him nowhere near Kristen.
No, Chris. It is, dude. If TJ had to report to his wife that he's making millions off Nubank, because his wife knows all of his trades, you know that. I mean, that's gonna be annoying,
bro. This thing is undervalued, dude. Because I think is it Latin America is like they were under like some pressure or something, and they thought that Nubank wasn't going to perform. But there's so many people like Chris just started doing the DD, but who is it? Is it? I don't want to say it's Tanner. Dude, I've seen like a lot of stuff that Tanner's put out. I think that a data-driven investing has done like a lot of stuff on Nubank as well, and this company's growing like way faster than SoFi, dude. Like this is like major leagues compared to SoFi as far as the growth and everything else. So,
I mean, one of the things is it's much larger market cap. They're also going with a lot of TAM. I think the one thing that people are really, really underappreciating is the level of expansion that they have in Mexico.
Yeah.
And they are just innovating the shit out of Latin American finance. So, I mean, some of the valuations could definitely like use a bit of a pullback. But I mean, with this whole dollar pulling back, Nubank became a really good thing. So I actually built up a nice little position on it. But yeah, man, I'm telling you, definitely, if you can get over the whole David Velez thing, Nubank is the perfect stock to begin.
Dude, I just created that storyline because it was funny. Because, like, true story, there was messages between him and my wife on LinkedIn.
Yeah.
And this is like jealous boyfriend situation. Kristen and I first got together, and Kristen's like, "Oh my God, David, congratulations on all your success." And that's all I needed, bro. So I started Googling this motherfucker. And I was like, "Oh, never invest in that company." And that's how it happened, dude. But Kristen has never had any interactions with him of that kind. They were just acquaintances in college, econ majors. And he comes from a very well-to-do family and stuff. Real good dude by all accounts. Kristen has been telling me about this company for a couple of years, and she's like stop being an idiot, you know, like it's a company to invest in. So yeah, I'll probably open a swing trade on it soon and just make my peace with good old David.
By the way, hoodie breaking out 48.15. Those putts, they're working, TJ.
I'm glad we didn't sell those covered calls, yo. You have anything else? Amit? I'll definitely open a position on Nubank because it is. I mean, at these levels, I don't know how much longer it's going to stay at these levels. And in 3 to 5 years, this thing's just. I mean, it's already a juggernaut, but it's going to get even bigger.
Yeah. One thing I want to clarify with the audience. See, me and TJ, we're like Pokemon Red and Blue. Okay, we're both basically the same game, but we're playing it different ways.
Yeah.
So I'm of course going to be a little bit critical of TJ's way of doing things, and TJ's going to be critical of the way I do things. But essentially, we both make a crap ton of money. Okay.
Yeah.
In terms of total return, I'm doing better though. But you know, that's just me saying it.
Well, I don't know how to do those damn debit spreads, dude. You gotta go. I'm gonna have to host you at my house for like a week, and I'm gonna get my learn on, fool.
Well, no, I think TJ is going for income. Chris is going for, I guess, pseudo alpha.
Wealth creation. I don't have the level of money that TJ does. I'm doing well, but not TJ well. So I gotta get my returns juiced up way more. You know? Yeah,
like TJ has a substantial amount of money. Chris is not there yet. So I think there's a different ball game. When you're going for wealth, you get more risky. When you're going to preserve the wealth, grow it hopefully against the S&P like TJ, like more than the S&P, you know, you do different strategies.
But I just feel like sometimes like in the chat, I feel like people try to create these narratives like we don't like each other and all that stuff. Like I've had the pleasure of meeting Chris in person, and he had a polo jacket on, so y'all know that I like him right away, you know.
Look, one of the things is like all of us, whether or not we have disagreements, we don't break up over our disagreements. We actually like each other. You know, we'll disagree, but we'll be cool with it. Like we've like me, Amit, all of these guys, we hung out in Vegas. We haven't hung out since. We definitely got to make that happen. And so, whenever you do go to Tech Summit, let me know. I don't know how you're gonna get there. Are you gonna get the autopilot to drive you there?
No, I'm gonna fly. I'm gonna fly there.
Fly, right? Yeah. So let me know. I'll meet you up in Texas because we definitely have to do more research on next decade. See, a lot of people.
Hey, do you guys golf or no? Not at all. I know that the Top Golf we didn't do well. I'm talking about like an actual golf course.
I would rather chew glass than actually golf.
Bro, it's because there's in Houston, or I think it's an Humble. It's with an H, but somehow they call it Humble.
Golf is so boring. I know I'm a like.
Bro, there's this course. It's called the Tour 18, and it's 18 the replicas of like the most popular courses, and I'm not sure in the world, but in the country. And it's just absolutely awesome. But I mean, if you don't golf, you don't golf. I don't golf either. I mean, I go out there, I'm a hacker, but I'm not good at it.
Yeah, I'm pretty much just a driving range guy, so I'll just go and hit the ball. And once in a while, I'll do some putting. So my partner with that is my father-in-law because he got me into it.
Nice.
Eventually, we will go golfing. But I grew up in New York, so New York, we don't exactly have a lot of golf courses that we can go
to. Y'all have those double. Y'all had Top Golf before it was Top Golf. Y'all those double and triple decker driving ranges. And another thing, just so that y'all know, like if y'all ever make it to the Rio Grande Valley, my father-in-law does own a golf course, so we can always go golfing here as well. And it's
nice.
The nicest one that there is in South Texas.
You know, we really should, we really should check out the Rio Grande Valley. There's so many companies moving to Texas, but more importantly, all along the coast there's first of all, there's SpaceX. I really want to check out like a SpaceX rocket launch. TJ, have you gone yet? Seen one yet?
I haven't seen it, and it's literally less than an hour away. So that's definitely something I got to get more excited about. I got 20,000 shares of Rocket Lab, and I've never listened to 5 seconds of an earnings call, bro.
South Texas, man. There's a lot of opportunities down there. You know, me and what's his name, Matt, we're talking about buying some land down there. Believe it or not, you know, that's the one thing God's not making any more of. So if you see that there's a lot of development happening around there, maybe it's time to buy up some land, TJ.
Yeah, well, my brother-in-law, that's what he does. He's a developer, so there's definitely a ton of money in it. It's a long game. It's very capital intensive, but there's a lot of money to be, you know, he builds entire subdivisions and there's a shitload of money in it, but it's a lot of, I mean, for me, it's just so much easier to sell cash secured puts and cover calls.
Yeah. The stock market can make you rich, but owning real estate is what makes you wealthy.
Yeah. Well, then you have the tax benefits as well, dude. It's just, it seems like they were written on purpose for those people, right? Whereas over here, it just seems like we're trying to manufacture losses on purpose at times, depending on how the
TJ, I did not know short-term gains from option selling were taxed at 30% freaking percent. You did not tell me that when we got into this.
It's ordinary income. It's ordinary income.
You didn't tell me it was ordinary income in March when we started this.
And you don't forget, you live in Jersey, so you got to pay Jersey state taxes too. That's why you got to pull what's his name, Jeremy, and move to like a no or low tax state.
Dude, I don't want to leave the East Coast, but like Florida's not looking crazy with this. Like this is wild, bro.
Yeah, Florida. There's a lot of people that go to they live in Puerto Rico because they don't have cap gains over there, I believe.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. The whole 6 months in Puerto Rico and that, like I think it's too much stress unless you really love Puerto Rico. Just for the tax benefit, I feel like that's doing a lot, you know, in terms of quality of life.
Yeah. There's a gentleman, one of my very first clients, Mike Reese, he lives over, and it's like a real, the Paul kids, Jake Paul and Paul, I don't know what his name is. The other guy, Logan, maybe, they're his neighbors at some place in Puerto Rico.
Dude, they're there for 6 months, and then the next 6 months, they're in LA. They
literally are there. They save a fortune on taxes, though.
That is true.
And this place in Puerto Rico, I haven't been, but he sent me videos and stuff. This place is like legit nice.
No, Puerto Rico's beautiful. It's nice. I'm just saying, if you only move there to save on the taxes, I feel like it's like you really got so many taxes that you're just like that afraid, right? Because you're ruining the quality of your life. All your friends and family are not in Puerto Rico. You know, they're probably in your hometown. So
yeah, it's tough, man. I mean, Kristen and I have the freedom to do something like that, but I'd rather just pay taxes and live in this beautiful country of ours. But not, I don't know.
I wouldn't mind moving to Texas. I was stationed in Texas in San Antonio. I love the state.
What part? Which one? Lackland or which one were you in?
No, I was in Sam Houston.
Oh, Sam Houston, right on Fort Sam.
Yeah, I was stationed at Fort Sam for about a year.
Yeah, I lived in San Antonio off and on for like 20 years.
Nice. Yeah, man. I have a lifetime ban at Joe's Crab Shack on the Riverwalk. Trust me, I have a bunch of stories. We used to get fucked up, and we'd all end up at this one bar called Mad Dogs. I don't know if it's still there. You know, it was right on the Riverwalk. It was awesome.
Yeah, Mad Dogs is still there.
I'll end it on this super chat. Thank you to Osama for the $10. He says, I've been watching the streams for a while. Thank you for the great content. Would you guys be down to compare Nubank and SoFi? Maybe we do that, Chris, on a stream, all three of us, like to really develop the thesis.
Bring in Tanner. Bring in Tanner too, man.
Yeah, dude, he's nerdy on both of these. Well, obviously SoFi, but he's real nerdy on Nubank as well.
Bro, I still remember the first time I spoke to him about Nubank. Like Tanner's eyes, they just widened. I was like, oh my god, the finance bro is just in love now. So. He's been on it. He loved it.
All right, so guys, we'll do that. We'll schedule a 4-person stream, hopefully for next week, maybe on like a Saturday, and we'll try to break down Nubank and SoFi.
Will you be back in? So you're in Jersey, right? I mean,
yeah, I'm going to New York tomorrow.
You think you might be able to link up for a quick bite or something, or a pizza somewhere while I'm in town? I'll be in town for like 4 or 5 days, I think.
When are you coming?
2nd through the 7th.
Yeah, that's perfect. Dude, come to my house, dude. I'll text you. We'll set something up.
TJ, definitely look at Nubank for a reversal right now. It's still in play, but it'll get that reversal once some earnings comes out. So definitely check out Nubank.
Hold on, dude. Let me just pick up a couple of shares real quick.
Okay.
I already hearing about.
I didn't require a lot of convincing.
Chris, you know how convincing your voice is.
Is it really?
It's that sexy voice, bro.
But I'll take it. I thought it was the track record that did it.
It's that sexy voice, Chris. There we go, dude. We're in there. We're in Nubank.
All right, hold on, Chris. How many shares do you think TJ just bought?
I hope not that many. I don't know, bro. The thing is, I don't mind losing my own money. I just hate having other
bro. I'll manufacture the win, dude. I know too much about it.
Guess. How many do you think he bought? Guess. How many do you think?
1,000.
Come on, bro. This TJ.
20,000? Did he buy 20,000 shares?
No, he bought 10,000.
10,000. Okay, there you go. So high, low, meet in the middle.
Oh, I mean, dude, I know Chris has done research, so there's money to be had. I want to make sure I make some of it.
Dude, your wife's gonna know about this now, TJ. You better be ready.
She's probably texting David right now. Shit, and getting me all jealous.
I'm telling you, this is such. To me, this is such.
I mean, bro. I mean, don't I have a reason though? I mean, look at this dude. I mean, and then on top of that, he's polite and courteous and wealthy. Went to a freaking amazing school. I mean, come on, dude. And he's got a full head of hair and skinny.
But okay. Let's say you guys went to a party and he was there. Do you really think she would leave you for this guy? I mean,
no, dude. But Kristen's friendly, bro. I'm sure they know each other from college. I'm sure there'll be hugs and stuff. And I'll be seeing whether or not he's like the small of her back and shit. I'll be all freaked out.
He doesn't seem like a Mr. Steal Your Girl kind of guy, man. You know, I mean, he probably got like Brazilian girls throwing themselves at him, bro. I think you're fine.
Well, now if you make money off this, Kristen's gonna know. So
that's all good, brother. That's all good. Anyway, I appreciate you guys. I gotta get running. I actually gotta go visit my mom and dad.
All right, thank you, Chris. We'll talk to you later.
Later, guys. Take care.
Thank you, TJ. I'll put your links in the description, and we'll talk to you later.
Do the word real quick. Admit I'm supposed to get smarter every day.
Oh yeah, that's true. Word of the day, and guys, I'll be on after because we got some crazy market action still happening. Jibe. Agree.
Jibe.
To agree. The facts in the case jibe with the... Oh, we've heard this word. The quarterback strategy did not jibe with the coach's vision.
So I thought that word my whole life was jive.
Me too.
Okay, so am I the only one in the chat to help me out? Because I saw the definition and I'm like, I thought I would have put my life on jeopardy that was jive, Jive.
Yeah,
I've been saying it wrong my whole life.
Everyone. Hold on. What's the actual word jive? Jive definition. No, jive is a dance in the 1940s.
Well, I've been doing it wrong my whole life.
Dude, I thought it was jive too. That's weird. That's,
Okay.
well, that's why we do the word of the
Dude,
day.
we legit learned. I legit learned something today, dude. I'm gonna make it a point to use this word in the sentence here real soon.
I love it.
All
right.
I gotta go, man. I appreciate you guys.
TJ, thank you so much. There's his Twitter in the chat. We'll talk to you next week.
Take care, brother. Bye-bye.
Take care. All right, folks, that was fun. Option selling. We haven't done it in a few weeks. And yeah, look, in general, I believe in the strategy. I know Chris has some different disagreements. And me and Chris had that really good debate, I think right before Christmas, where Jason got on, Steve got on. It was a good debate. Oh, TJ was on that show. So at the end of the day, you got to find what strategy is right for you. But I do think for a lot of people, this is a strategy that's not horrible when it comes to trying to get an entry and exit point in your favorite stocks, especially if you're trying to go long. Hoodie is going to make me get a tattoo if it keeps going up. I mean, 48.24 is just incredible right now. I mean, at this point, hopefully we get a close above 47.50, maybe a close above 48. We still have a couple hours left, so anything can happen towards the end of the day. It doesn't look like the options volatility is that dramatic on the overall market, even though a lot of options are expiring. But it's nice, dude. It's really, really nice. You got a nice sort of just like string of momentous events that are catalyzing this run that we're seeing. 48.14 up 4.52%, grabs up 2.5. Tesla also, great day on Tesla. It's up $20, 432. That's up 4.6%. The S&P is up 1%. SoFi 1.5, Nubank's up 2%, Marathon's up 12%, Bitcoin again, that's probably helping Robinhood, up 100 to 105,000, up 3.5%. Meta's at 611, Google's at 197, and the overall market's green. Like, I guess the TikTok stuff is not mattering to the market. Xi Jinping and Trump talked about TikTok, apparently. That's what Bloomberg's reporting. So, I guess I don't think TikTok's getting banned. If you put a gun to my head, I would say no. I think TikTok's going to stay. It is a vibe. It's absolutely a vibe. This is also a vibe. This dude. I don't think I would be crazy enough to ever get a Palantir or a Robinhood tattoo, bro. Like, I don't know if I'm crazy enough to do it. I feel like I am, but I also don't think I actually am. Because that's like next level, like, dedication, bro. Like, I wouldn't have a problem with the Hood logo or the Palantir logo tattooed on my body forever. But then again, would I? Like, I feel like I would be down, but I'm also like, am I actually down? Maybe if they were like really small on my arm or something, I don't think I would care too much. But I don't know. I guess it's just one of those things where I guess we got to see. But if Hood keeps going up the way it's going up, or Palantir, which is what, at 71, Palantir 71.14, I mean, they're amazing companies, dude. Incredible companies. I mean, and also, I guess, everyone says don't get attached to stocks, but like, it's always emotional. Investing is incredibly emotional. And when two companies literally change your life, you can definitely have some emotional affinity towards it. Now, that guy did it to get off the Hood wait list for the credit card, which is insane. I hope to God he got off that credit card. I think he did, because the Robinhood app quote tweeted him. Which means if he did, then the 3% cash back is worth it. Get a little Hood teardrop on your face. Amidst getting Palantir on one cheek, Hood on the other cheek. Dude, it's crazy. They're both just like, it's a continuation of 2024 where the momentum is strong, both founder-led, and they're executing at very high levels. But again, the broader market is green, and that's why they're doing well. On top of that, Reddit's up. Red Cat's still down 9%. That short report came out the other day. The semis, Nvidia's up like 3% as well. Nvidia, 3.1% on Nvidia. Semis are doing great outside of TSM. That's because it had a big day yesterday. Intel is still up 8%, so maybe those buyout rumors have some legitimacy behind them. And then AMD up 2.28% as well. I'm not putting the Grindr logo on my face. You guys are a little crazy for that. But still. By the way, that guy who got the Palantir interview, who just texted me back. So we are meeting Sunday. And I see, this is the weird thing, bro. Like, his name is similar to a couple other names in my contacts list. And I think his number looks like the area code of the same guy that went to high school or college with me. But we don't have any text message history. So I'm actually like, I think it's the same guy that I'm thinking about, but I don't know. But it's definitely been years if it is the guy I'm thinking about that I've talked to. So maybe he ends up getting a job at Palantir soon. But like, this is weird because the guy I'm thinking about isn't a software engineer. He's a consultant. So I wonder if he's going for a biz dev role at Palantir, or this is another guy who's a software engineer. Hood's not at 4850. No way. No fucking way. No way. We are not at 4850. We're not at bro. Oh my God, bro. Oh my goodness.
Oh, I'm going to come.
This is crazy. Bitcoin's down. Bitcoin's not even up. It's down from 105. Just dropped 200 points. Wow. What a run. What a freaking run. Oh my, 48. Do you think Hood can run up to 60 before earnings? Look, I don't know, but I damn sure am not comfortable with selling covered calls on it even at 60. This is why I think the conversation TJ and I had about covered calls is very important. Do you guys remember in October, we got into a little debate, and it was a healthy debate, even though people thought it was like us going back and forth at each other, but it was a healthy debate, right? Like this is what you do with people that you're boys with. You actually challenge their ideas. And when it was at 20, I was like, I don't want to sell the covered call. I just don't want to. And he wanted to sell at 25, and we got into a debate. And then ultimately, we decided not to. But it's the same thing here. It's like, I think covered calls teach you a little humility, which is like, dude, if it's running and it has catalyst and it's not some meme stock frenzy nonsense, which I don't think is the case for Hood, then the gains on the shares should be good enough to compensate for the excitement of getting the premiums. And this is why on Hood, I would stay away from covered calls. You just don't know. What if Bitcoin really does pump past 108K, which is all-time highs? What if Trump unleashes the gauntlet of deregulations on the SEC and then Hood unleashes a ton of new crypto products? And that, it's just like, these are things that we just might not be factored in with. And I think it's important. Eric, thank you for the $100 super chat. Appreciate that, Eric. Thank you for that. Just celebrating expiration day on Tesla and SoFi leaps, exercising half and buying new leaps with the other one half. No hedging strategies here. First of all, congrats, Eric. Second of all, what were the strikes on the Tesla and SoFi leaps? I'm assuming you bought these probably 2024, late 2023. So they should be up very nicely. So congratulations to you. Thank you for sharing some of the blessings right here with that $100. Appreciate you, brother. And thank you for being part of the channel every single day. And congrats. See, this is what I was saying, right? 1/17/2025. Today is a day a lot of options are expiring. And you have the choice to exercise them or take the profits. But if they're in the money, then it's a good day. All right, let's check resistance on 49 for Hood. Let's check resistance on 49 for Hood. 49 resistance is 12,000 shares. Not a lot. Not a lot. I mean, if it wants to run, there's no wall stopping it at 49. And at this point, psychologically, you might have traders coming in saying, all right, this thing's going to 50. Let's load up. And that could be happening. Wow. Tesla 410 up 878%. Congratulations, Eric. That is what TJ and I were talking about as well. You're not going to get an 8x return selling options. That's never going to happen. It's just not, like, mathematically, it's impossible. But there's a time and place to buy options and sell options. And when Eric bought those Tesla 410s, they were probably deeply out of the money. That's why he deserves to be up almost 9x on these. But if you're buying Tesla options right now, obviously it's going to be a little tougher for getting a 9x. Incredible. Pretty damn incredible. SoFi up 626%. I love it. I love it. SoFi up 626%. Oh, hold on. Let me check my sister's Roth IRA. Because her Roth IRA is, I YOLO'd that shit into Hood when she finally gave me access to that account a while ago. Yeah, there you go. Let me show you guys this. This is her Roth IRA. So She's up 178%, 1743, 900 shares. That's it. That was the Roth IRA. I was like, give me your account back in May or June, and like, let me handle it. That's it. Dude, I don't think she ever has to sell these. Like, I mean, why would you sell HUD? Average is 17. I mean, like, even in a recession downturn, like if it goes back lower to $20, if it actually falls another 50%, it would be time to buy that dip. Like, I think she can legit hold on to this for the rest of her life. Literally. So, and this is, again, my sister is not a finance person. She doesn't know about investing. I finally convinced her last year to just let me manage her money. And at least we got the Roth IRA doing good. Not bad at all. Google's back up to 197. That is amazing. Where's the Mag 7s right here? Mag 7s are, wow, green across the board, dude. Tesla leading the way at 433, but NVIDIA as well, 137.82. So you got NVIDIA up there. Nathan, my portfolio is not on Webull. It is on Robinhood, but I use Webull for the charts. Because as much as I love Robinhood, Legend is not a product yet meant for streaming. So that's something they got to fix. And I'm like TJ, like I'm pretty objective on Hood. Like obviously I love the platform, love the company, but I'm not going to sugarcoat it if like, you know, it's not as meant to be when it comes to streaming. So Legend is okay. It's not meant, and Vlad knows this. I told it to his face. I was like, dude, like I can't stream with this. Like this is not it yet. So once they fix that, we'll use it. But until then, that's why I'm using Webull. Shout out to my uncle in the chat. She is so uninterested. She might, dude, I don't think she checks her Robinhood. I don't think my sister actually looks at her. We're all freaking junkies looking at her portfolio every other day. Like, I don't even think she checks it. She just hopes that her little bro got her. Shout out to my uncle, by the way. He's been wheeling very nicely since what? Since like 3 months ago. And he's been crushing it on Hood, SoFi, Tesla, covered calls, cash curve puts, all that stuff. So he's learned it in like less than 3 months, ever since October. And it was cool, dude. It's like the same realization all of us had with wheeling is what he had in October. And I still remember, dude, we'd be in India up till 3 a.m. just talking about what it means to sell wheeling. Because when you're explaining it for the first time, someone's like, what are you talking about? What do you mean I can get 2% on my money? And I'm like, it's not a free 2%. There's risk involved. There's capital involved. And really, wheeling is a capital intensive business. You've got to have, multi six figures to really make it profitable. But it is possible. And once you figure it out, it's hard to look at stocks the same because there's just so many opportunities here. Wow, 48.60 on Hoodie, up another 10 cents, 6% on the day. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. Intel is up 9%. That is correct. Intel's still getting some love. I've seen the Wheel ETF. Yeah, I've seen that one. I've never bought that one, but there's a lot of these. There's like SPYI. There's a bunch of these covered call ETFs that wheel it for you. And then you can just like buy the ETF and they do all the hard work. So there are different ways to play it if you don't actually feel like doing the wheel yourself. Yeah, he does not live in India. He's in Singapore. Hopefully Hood comes to Singapore this year, dude, and then he can switch from Interactive Brokers to Hood. We got to see. Hood's got to have an actual launch in Singapore, not just like a, wow, 48.70. What's going on? Oh my gosh. But Hood's got to have a real launch in Singapore, not like a launch with a couple features. They got to launch the whole thing. And then Singapore has a lot of money, bro. Singapore's got a lot of wealthy people. It's I don't think I'm mischaracterizing by saying it's one of the finance capitals of Southeast Asia. Like lots of business gets done in Singapore. And there are plenty of assets under custody for Hood to get. That's why, I wrote up this post on Twitter a couple of days ago. I don't know if you guys read it, but it was a very long Bill Ackman type of post on how to think of dips in Robinhood. Because I've been thinking about this for a while, and I think I've been saying it on the show, but I finally wrote it out. And my argument was just like, if you believe in America and you believe in the markets going up, Hood will go up over time because more people will trade, more people will deposit money, more people will set up accounts. The next generation is going to want to get interested into financial literacy. Like if you believe in America, you have to believe in Hood if you believe in their execution on top of like the general trend they have with the markets, which means every dip is buyable. You might not be perfect with your timing on the dip, but every dip is buyable because this is a long-term thesis on the idea of investing in and of itself, which makes it really easy to sell puts, because if you get assigned on some shares, A, you can sell covered calls against it because the call premiums are good on Hood. But B, if you believe the markets go up over time, then you can believe Hood as a proxy will benefit from the markets, which I think is very unique. You know, you can't have that same thesis for Schwab and Interactive Brokers, because those are much more established business that don't have as much room to grow as Hood. Hood is barely a $40 billion company, barely 200 billion of assets under custody. Schwab and 9 trillion, Fidelity at 8 trillion. It's just harder for those guys to grow as much, but Hood can, especially with their innovation, right? So that's why I think it makes a lot more sense. What is the 50 resistance? That is a good question. What is the 50 resistance? Let's see. Oh, Jason just called me. Hold on. Let me pick up Jason's call. Jason just called me. Jason never calls me, dude. Jason must be excited. Jason must be excited.
Oh.
Hey, Jason, you're live on the Market Open with me.
We're rich.
Dude, we're almost at 49.
I don't understand what's happening. Well, I mean, I do understand what's happening, but like, I was just calling to say congrats, dude. I mean.
By the way, you're live on speaker. Just letting you know, you're live on the show.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. You want to send me a link?
Oh, you want to hop on real quick?
Yeah, DM me on Discord.
Okay. I'll send you a link. Okay, cool.
All right.
All right, let's get Jason on the show. We're going for 4 hours, baby. We're going for 4 hours every day, bro. I think like it's just the way the stream turned out, bro. We went from a 40-minute stream to a 50-minute stream to an hour and a half stream to a 2-hour stream. And that was 3 hours daily. It's 3 hours daily. We put in those hours. But it doesn't feel like work, right? It's just like we're analyzing the markets. It's fun. It's like we're on a green day. On a red day, we're like crying about it. But still, that's kind of fun. There's some fun in the pain. MicroStrategy 393, BABA 85, TFC 47, and then Hood 48.60. Anyway, to wrap a bow on what I was saying about Hood, you can buy that dip because if you believe in America, you believe in investing, you believe in Hood's execution, any dip seems very realistic on the long-term potential of Hood.
Dude,
What's up?
I got the hoodie for the hoodies. Huge day, man. Huge day. I can't believe it. I mean, I can believe it, but I'm like, oh man, insane. Sorry, I gotta mute this in the background because that was it. You see that?
Yeah,
I'm streaming. I have you up for the stream, by the way, only because I love you that much. I tried to call earlier, but as I saw TJ. But good God, Tesla, Robinhood.
Okay, so hold on. Can we pull up the technicals on Hood? Because you kind of predicted.
It's 51s right now. Yeah, you want me to screen share? I'm actually live in the server right now too, so it's all good.
Perfect.
But sorry. All right. So this is where we were. So we called. So this is that 50% extension on Robinhood right now. Let me make this a little bit bigger. I'm watching this Palantir bounce, by the way, because we talked about this happening, and it's happening. But this was that consolidation breakout, 33 right there, tagged it. So this was from, I don't know how long ago that was, but right in here, it's up to 51 and change. And they have earnings. This is the pre-earnings run up. Dude, the thing right now is that I'm not sure, like, if I bought Hood again today, would it be that bad?
Me either, bro.
I'm not joking, dude. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. Like, I'm looking at this shit. Is now my largest? I'm sorry. It's a great day. It's a great day in the market. We said it was trappy. We've been saying it's trappy. It looked extremely trappy. But your boy, by the way, called the trap of the trap, because I also thought it was a bear trap yesterday, potentially, because we talked about this on Tuesday. The dollar coming down 109, yields coming down a little bit. I'm smelling some bullshit yesterday. But anyways.
Are you scared that
insane though?
Are you scared that this is too much of a run up before earnings, or you think this is
for Robinhood?
Yeah.
No, because like honestly, you remember Palantir, right? Like I feel like we're in the same class here. Like we're about to become cult status. I'm sure of it. If it's not already. There are a lot of millionaires being made right now. I mean, this is just it's a great time to be in the market, straight up. It's fun, it's celebrate great.
Also real quick, I don't think it's euphoric because CPI was good. 10-year coming down. Like there's data to support.
No, that's what we were saying. So yesterday it was like we gapped up, but actually intraday it was pretty sloppy, right? It was actually pretty sloppy yesterday intraday. And we closed pretty much on the lows. But at the same time, we talked about watching the dollar and watching yields. Those were coming down. And we talked about SPY at 588, 590, right? And we were like, and here was the trend line. All my drawings aside, I do have a rule set or indicator, right? It's like 2 days above. So this was that NFP level. We talked about this 588. First day, full day open and close above. Second day, full day open and close above. Third day, we're off to the races. We should see 605. We should go right back to where we were. And now the market's kind of calling bullshit on this moment right here. But anyways, that's my 2 cents. If you get a pullback, I technically. So this was, I'm not going to, to be straight up, this was a rough, this would have been a really tough setup for a lot of good technical traders. If you're like an amateur technical trader, you probably wouldn't have noticed what was happening. But if you were good, you would have been like, oh, this is sketchy to be long here.
Right.
The only way you would have known otherwise had you been like with us or known about like fundamental levels and things like that, like this NFP stuff, because this was a lower high. It really was. And we closed. So we had a good day. This is yesterday. We closed on the lows, the actual lows. That's not normally a good thing, but because of a couple other, we had the other indicators that we're having, like the barometer readings, rates, dollar coming down over that January NFP level, holding that 590, like you could take a shot. And sure enough, that was it so far, right? That said, we're going to run up at 600, kind of call it 600 resistance psychological level. I do think that we eventually crack that, quite frankly. But it's like this, as long as we're over 588, the market is not going down anymore. That's the trend, right? And we should be looking for that 605 to 609 new all-time high. Here we go. In short order, actually, like next week.
Can we also look at Tesla, bro? Because that's
so Tesla. I didn't see coming. I thought we were going to come into another dip at 6 or 4. I actually, so I had this 413. We've had this for a long time, right? I think you're in a tough spot, actually, my dude, because you don't own it is a problem.
Hold on. I got the fucking bottom. Okay,
but you're not going to own the shares.
No, I have 10 shares, but no, I should have bought more at 390.
This is the problem. This is the one.
No, but let's be humble here. Is it?
Oh, yeah.
Is 390 back in play? What do you think?
No, so it's potentially still in play, right? I had 350 as like I was gonna have a lot of confluence at 350. Look, I didn't get it. Honestly, I had limit order setting to blow my account if I didn't get it. But so now I have even more free cash, so I had to take those off because I don't think we're gonna get it. But yeah, I did, dude. We're just at this point. We're gonna go a little bit higher. You still have to be cautious of a higher, of a lower high, which could still show up at like 460. But so let's say if trajectory runs into this 460 area, so that's what I would be cautious of. You're gonna run into overhead supply. And so if I just did basics here. You're grabbing me on the spot. So I didn't tweet this out. I should can you post something with the link and let them know that we're playing here?
Yeah.
So this is a 50% retracement of this swing low or swing high to swing low. whenever, so maybe another one level higher on the technical like advancement tree here. Whenever you go beyond a 50% retracement, the probability of getting to a 618 or 65 retracement is extremely high, like 65, 70% high. So where that puts Tesla is right into this 450 area near term. What then you have to see, how does it react at 450? If it goes over 450, you're definitely going to the 460s. But at that point, you're talking, dude, Tesla can like sneeze and be there, as you now know. That's how she moves.
So it's a lower high. That's what you're saying.
It's potential lower high, but you don't. I don't actually see that happening, because even this low, from a longer term perspective, let's pull this back to a weekly. So from a weekly perspective, just remember this weekly low here is still higher from this larger pivot. So the low based right above that last consolidation. So definitively what's happening is that these people that were buying in the 350s, they bought higher in the 390s.
Okay.
So I think 415 remains kind of like your dip buy area. I don't know now. So now, like, okay, the best risk reward to me was 350. I'm not going to get that. The 50-day simple moving average has, I don't think I'm going to get that. You never know, right? But I'm going to remove those stops or those orders, because at this point, these guys that were buying right in this 375, 380, I mean, they're got to take a victory lap here. So now I have to think that they're going to start moving the buying level up into that maybe 390, but 415 type area, which is that it's really that prior all-time high.
So why is this whole market not a bull trap right now?
No, it's been a bull trap. It's been a bear trap. I think so. Yesterday, intraday yesterday, if you were trying to press your bet all day yesterday, you were getting hit intraday. So that's a bull trap, right? Because this is yesterday's intraday. But at the close, it ends up being a bear trap, and we go. So now I think there's no more trappy. I think we're just off and running. We could be choppy.
But why? Hold on. But why? Why do you think it's not as trappy? Like the trend is just.
We talked about it last Tuesday. 588, 590. We are well beyond that at this point. I'm not thinking short. I don't think that we should. I don't think that it's fair to be. I don't think it's right to be thinking shorts. Maybe a pullback. Okay, fine. But in general, the only thing that I would be kind of concerned about is the dollar. So we still want to see the dollar under 109. We got under 109. We bounced a little bit. We're just slightly over right now. That's the Dixie.
Yes.
Right. So 109 and change. I would like to see us below that, like firmly below.
Oh, I have an update for you. You know how you get the dollar lower? Japan raises rates.
Yeah. Japan raises rates,
which is what they're going to do. It's like 80%. I mean, that's what.
What about China? Like devaluing the yuan? Is that going to be a thing?
I mean, can China actually afford to do that? Wait, where's Hood? Is Hood? Are we about to crack 49? Oh my gosh!
Oh my god, dude!
Oh my god! Okay,
it's not stopping.
All right, I know you got to get out of here, but stay with me till 49, and then you can.
No,
leave.
I don't. I'm so I.
Dude, I wish I had a Red Bull right now too, dude. I need.
You want one? I'll send you one. I'm live with you because I'm riding the lightning on my swings right now, dude. I'm happy as shit.
We got 1 cent. By the way, the cowbell started working again. I don't know if you learned.
Dude, look at your Tessie at the highs, 436.
Wow, bro.
I mean,
2 cents, baby. 2 cents.
I'll just say number one holding Robinhood. Number two, Tesla. I'm a happy camper.
There it is, 49 on Hood.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Did TJ tell you about me giving him a hard time about his Robinhood position?
No, he
Or
didn't.
no?
Give him a hard
I
time.
was totally joshing him. Like, I was like, bro, you know, your Robinhood is like 1/3 the size of your Amazon and Riot. I was like, just imagine if your Robinhood position was the same size as your large convictions.
Dude, that's my fault. I should have been more pushy to get him to buy in the 20s, but I wasn't because I was scared. I don't want him to lose money, but you know.
I mean, yeah, it's never financial advice, but
yeah, it's never.
We'll say what we're saying, but oh my god, it's still going, dude. It's still going.
I don't.
Oh shit.
We need a Vlad soundboard, bro. I need a Vlad button for the soundboard for.
Oh man, does he have a sound clip?
No, he does. No, he doesn't. He's not a. You know, he just executes. He doesn't do. He just executes. He just fucking executes. So. Wow.
I don't know. You think about. Did you see SoFi too? Right. We should look at SoFi also. Not a joke. SoFi also still like top. Like it's up there. SoFi. We talked about this. We talked about this like price discovery. I mean, look at this weekly. Look at this. This is getting wild, man. I'm gonna take some of this stuff down, but I'm almost to the point where I could start doing the same thing that we did on Robinhood to SoFi, the same thing that we did on Palantir back in the day that gave us the $80 price target.
Yeah.
Or $85 price target rather.
By the way, guys, real quick, resistance at 50 is 53,000 shares, which is not the craziest wall for a psychological barrier like
that. Look at this SoFi level. Look at where we bounced. Like,
it's a sexy chart, bro. It's a sexy chart.
This is now becoming one of the better looking charts in the market, aside from Hood, which, you know, when you look at Hood on this scale, I mean, good God. Right. So you have the same. So this is the IPO day or week, IPO week, $40. And we do that on SoFi. IPO week, 13. I mean, dude, just saying here, let's do this just for fun. If this is the consolidation, I really shouldn't. But I can now because we're firmly like this is a textbook breakout retest.
Bro, Jason, Hood's at 49. It was at 49.27.
By the time I'm done with this SoFi chart, it might be $50, bro. Oh shit. Okay. So this puts us at $20 on SoFi here on just this same kind of measured move kind of breakout. If that goes down, this is insane, right? So like, I'm just saying from here, then you go to the halfway point, right? So half of this consolidation is going to be $20, which will be a heavy psychological if we get there. And then a full extension is 23. And then at that point, though, we have this saying, there's no such thing as a triple top. Because that's going to be this, then we might have that.
Oh boy.
Which in that case would put it in the. This is forecasting.
Are we
forecasting? This is not trading or any kind of advice. This is just pure speculation because it's such a freaking amazing day.
But dude, the other thing is like we have catalysts in the macro, aka Trump, that I also think are important, right? We're not like those are real, right? Like I don't think the market's moving off that narrative. I think when Trump signs executive orders, stuff happens.
Dude, can we just look at this weekly candle on Robinhood?
Dude, how much is it up for the week? Hold on, let me check. For the week, past 5 days, it's up 25% in the past 5 days. I didn't even notice.
Dude,
25% for the year would have been a good fucking return.
It's still going. I'm sorry. My cackle is just like,
dude, this is
dude, it's about to go higher right now.
So who do you think's stepping in? Who do you think's buying? You think new money's coming in, new institutions?
I mean, how many upgrades did we just get? I just don't know. The thing is, like, I'm thinking about it, and like, even if other people think, even if you bought it at $50,
Is it a
Look,
bad deal?
let's just say this. Cheers to $50 support on Robinhood in 2025.
Jason, you're going to
I'm going to come.
make you do that. If you say $50 support, if you think 50 support for
That's what
2025,
I mean, dude, post Q1 earnings, if it's $50 support, if
50 is support.
all right, it's a little too much, but you know,
it's hard for me to believe 50 support yet.
why? No. Legitimately, if they have a blowout quarter, then everything changes again, right? And $50 then we will be trading at $60 instantly, right? 60 something.
Right.
And a pullback would be $50 support, which would likely hold for at minimum the quarter. And if they execute again, it's going to be $50 support. If they execute.
Also, if this is what crypto is doing in Q1 trading volumes are going to be great. Like Robinhood was number 20 on the App Store earlier in the week. Now it's number 13. I mean, you're already seeing people say, hey, I want to get into crypto. I need to download an investing app, yada, yada, right? Yeah, it's not crazy.
I mean, you can't call that crazy.
I'm beneficial. Shout out to you. I know you've been a major hood boy with all of us right here.
Cheers to $50. Yeah, this
Cheers
is
to you,
it's
brother.
just nuts, man. By the way, I'm just gonna say I think this Apple move is a little artificial.
Okay, talk to me about Apple.
I think China is making that happen. I think that's a real stat, right? But I think China like gave out a bunch of stimmies to buy everybody else's phones and pushed Apple down. That was reported.
Hold on, you think yesterday's 4% move was fake essentially?
I think it's overdone.
Okay. I kind of disagree, but nonetheless,
I mean,
I think they're gonna have crappy earnings, bro. I think there's no way about it, and then it's up to the market how much they want to pay.
Yeah, I think so. But I'm like, what was it? I forgot where I got.
Oh, but if you believe they have a crappy earnings, then
So the other manufacturers dropped their pricing in China. And China's Ministry of Commerce introduced an action plan detailing subsidy measures for purchasing new smartphones and other digital products. Special press conference on Thursday.
They want people to buy China. That's what they want.
Yeah. So
I wouldn't touch it. I mean,
I'm not saying to go out and buy it, but I'm saying like it's true, but I don't know. I mean. Oh, I know SPY's going higher. We're gonna be all-time highs next week, bro, or at least by end of earnings. Your Palantir's on the mend. Is not there yet. Do you remember? By the way, do you remember when Palantir and Robinhood were about the same price?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Could you imagine?
I mean, bro.
I
didn't even think of it like that, bro. Holy.
How do you not think of it like that right now?
Because I've never thought of Hood getting to 80 that quickly. Like I never like
you thought of Palantir getting to 80 that quickly at $8?
It just happened, but then I never thought it would happen again for another stock I own that quickly. Like that's but could I see that happening? Yeah.
They were the same price for the longest time.
They were
for the longest time.
Like 23 to 27, they were both.
I happened to pick Hood actually at that time over Palantir also, by the way. So, but congrats to you. You got there first. But I did eventually get on the bandwagon for a little bit of the ride, but Jesus. But Hood, I caught the whole thing, baby. Full blown. Anyways.
Well, your first buy was at literally $7, right?
Yeah.
Mine was at $8.50.
I have to pull up. We actually put it out in the group like way back. So I was buying before then, but like NEM, Apple.
I don't think this is just Bitcoin related, this move today on Hood. Do you think it's
never been just Bitcoin related?
This is why you understand Hood. It's never been Bitcoin related. Bitcoin's been part of the thesis, but it's not the thesis.
So this is January Oh no, this is November where we send the actual trade signal to the server, November 16, 2023. Initial price target was 10 to 12 bucks. But this was at officially sending at 8 bucks, 8.33. So close. And then more selling puts coming up on 650. Trim. And then
it was a wild ride in 2024 because
and then I bought it back, dude. And then more buying more risk reversal. I'm like, oh god.
Michael, we're trying to go for 50.
I decided I'm never selling when it held 10 or whatever this was ever again.
No. I consider Hood a crypto stock, but it's not the full thesis. Meaning, if you have Hood in your portfolio, you have crypto exposure.
Yeah,
But
it's like a free call option to me.
Yeah, but Hood is not a crypto stock. It is a way to get exposure to crypto. That's why Coinbase is down 10%.
Do you want to talk about this Palantir reversal happening right now? Because it's a big deal.
Yeah, but real quick, my point is when Coinbase
he's already sold the shares.
Yeah, I've already sold the shares. When Bitcoin's down 3%, Coinbase is down 10%. Hood is down 1%. That's the difference. And I feel like that's why Hood's been a better play than a lot of these other crypto proxies.
Yeah, no, to me, Hood is crypto's always been that free call option. I know they bought an exchange, blah blah blah, and they have it on they're growing from a trading volume perspective, but it's about the generational shift that they're creating, dude.
Yeah,
right, because like it's about the entire story. When you get a little, I don't know if you get chills or whatever when you listen to Vlad on that Robinhood Legends reveal, the story that he laid out and that he told of like, this is what's happening in the industry, right? The giants have gotten greedy, right? And here he comes, little Robinhood. And from a generational perspective, ideally, this is the platform, right? I don't know that means they're going to be like, huge behemoth, but they're going to start eating everybody else's lunch sooner than later.
Yeah.
And it has nothing to do with crypto. Like absolutely nothing to do with crypto. Crypto just happens to be one more piece of a giant puzzle that this is just yet another example of how like they're open to the new generations kind of like train of thought, or like where they're meeting the new investors, the whole new generation of investors where they are.
Yeah. All right, Palantir. What are we
all right, so 71. So we said this is so you're holding the 50-day price action aside. We're about to see literally what's going to happen where these people were buying before at $70 or whatever this was. Remember all this, these buyers, literally this moment. I don't know which way it's going to go. Couldn't tell you. I know it's going to bounce a little bit, and we've already gotten that. But remember when we were looking at all these orders that were getting loaded up right in the 71s. So now it's game day for all these people. They now have the opportunity to exit at break even, or they decide to add. Does this make sense? That's why it's a big deal. All of these people now it's decision time. What do they do? Do they exit at break even, or do they add? That's why this is a huge moment from a chart perspective ahead of earnings. So far, it's over, but I think next week we'll really tell. But yeah, we saw this reversal setting up here. I posted it for you guys just so you know that we saw it. We said like low to mid 70s. So if they do buy, this should get back up over the 20, and we should retest essentially this area in here,
which is what 75.
Yes, in the 75s. And that's where I'd really be a little bit more. I'd be more right now. I actually have no problem being long short dated options here. But once we get to 75, with that being the medium, the short term target, then it's like, okay, now we want to see, do they actually bag hold into the report? I think a lot of people might even look at this. We talked about this a while ago too. Look, you get this little sell-off into earnings, then you get a little bit of a bid. We might chop here for a little while, honestly, but or we might get to here and then you might pull back, and you'll still want to see, do these guys continue to buy in this area? That would be really ideal. And see if anybody's buying the dip ahead of earnings. And then like 2 days before earnings, something like that, you might see a little bit of a pullback also. But right now, so we were just looking at longer term chart. So this is like December month. Then you can, since we're live on a live market, which we're not usually, we can see this happening. I'm dropping down to a smaller time frame. I can see them doing this literally right now. Initially this morning, they're a little hesitant, but this literal second, you see how this works?
Yeah.
When you're trading live, it's a little bit different, or when you're looking at live charts, you can actually see them. What just happened?
They bought.
Bro. So far, this is a 2-minute chart. So this is like only for the last, since the lunch hour, because we're in the middle of lunch right now.
Right.
So the lunch hour crew, basically it looks like this. Sometimes if you were, it could be this too. If you were short at 71, right? Thinking that it's going to go down around the lunch hour, the margin desks call also. So they'll call.
What exactly is margin desk?
It's the margin desk. Like when you're trading on margin, like sometimes if you're trading large dollars before the lunch hour, like right around the lunch hour and end of day, you get the margin calls. The actual, okay, can you pull the money back in? And they might be covering. So they might be covering shorts, or which would also look like a buy. But as we speak live right now, it's not looking too shabby.
Dude, that's cool to see it happen in real time. How you're like thinking of it.
Here it goes. So anyways, that's why I wanted to bring up Palantir, because it's happening like right now. We're gonna see. Here's
still holding 49. Still holding. So okay. Can you go to Hood live and then let's do Rocket Lab after that. Can you explain to us what is happening right here?
So basically, there was a reload seller right now at this pre-market level. So remember, in the very beginning, we talked about there's certain things to look at from a technical analysis perspective. So number one was London session highs or pre-market highs right here. That's right here, pre-market highs 47. Somebody was I don't know if it's a person, I just say somebody is like general term. Market participants were expecting this to not go down or go higher early trade, and they were able to push it down a little bit. But we also look at a gap. So we have a big gap today. You hold the opening range high and that opening range high, and I think you're pretty close to target here. Oh shit. Okay, it is possible that Hood does see $50 today.
I mean,
it's possible. These green lines that's an average daily range. So it would not be outside of the norm to see Hood up here on an average daily range or average true range. That's kind of wild to say. But essentially this consolidation, you've just doubled it. So you do it the same thing that we teach like on the longer term timeframes. It's every day, intraday on these smaller sessions. Look at that. Bing. Is that wild? So I think you're there now. Now we want to see in the next 45 minutes, about 45 minutes from now, then the lunch hour crew comes back in. We'll have to see what we call them, the Nobu boys, because they go to Nobu for lunch and they come back from Nobu and then they start to trade again. So will the Nobu boys be buyers or sellers? And that happens at around 1:30 Eastern.
Do they actually go to Nobu?
I have no idea. but that's
but like the idea. So hold on, these are investment bankers that go for lunch.
No, they're just large traders. So honestly, nobody's actually at the exchange anymore, right? You know that, right? It's all
digital. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So trading times. We taught this in the mastermind. I mean, this is some of the stuff, basic stuffs. But like there are certain sessions, low volume, high volume sessions every single day to trade. It's the first 2 hours and the last 2 hours, give or take. That's when the majority of trade actually happens. So having like to be able to jump in here during the lunch hour, it's not a big deal for me anyways. They're not super active.
So why do people say 3 p.m. is power hour?
That is the last hour of the day. So the first hour and the last hour of the day are the largest trading volumes.
So that's when people decide to sell or buy, essentially.
Yeah. The Nobu boys. So, like you might get a continuation or a reversal intraday. I mean, it's weird. Stocks move on a time clock. But
so can we do Rocket Lab? But
this is when you start to see the matrix. Like, it's the matrix of the stock market.
So it's best to buy outside of the biggest, the first hour and the last hour, right? Or that's
no. You make your call based on those kind of time frames, right? Like if, so Rocket Lab, right? So like if, the first hour of the day, these guys are really trying to press it up, right? $25 is a big deal level. It's a large psychological level. I think this is more like, okay, the whole market's about to boomtown, looking like if you were short, it's time to cover your shorts. That's what the market's looking like. Rocket Lab would be one where like a lot of people missing out. So early trade starts to move higher. But it's still kind of in this consolidation range. So, I mean, if you're speculative on Rocket Lab, I don't have a problem like nibbling on shares literally right now as it's going down, but you could get it. You want to see this area. So remember, I was looking for this 21, that retest of that all-time high. As it comes into this 2380. So remember that this here, I'm going to make this a little smaller box. And I'm going to make this green to represent buyers. Is that okay?
Yeah.
So the buyers were buying in this zone. Now, later, we want to see that zone kind of move up. That's basically what we want to start to see. And actually, we're starting to see that just slightly. So this is at 2390, give or take. It's not like moving way up. So it's somewhat bullish, but it doesn't have like as much momentum as it used to have. So it's in this 20, I think you said Matt said 24. This was the old box. We just want to know, are they going to keep the box, or are they going to move the box up slightly?
Short interest has gone up as well, which could be stopping it from breaking out.
Yeah, but so that said, if short interest goes up and all of a sudden this call it consolidation here starts to crack, let's say this comes to a head somewhere around here and the stock chops and then goes like this, and short interest was climbing, that's going to create a squeeze.
Yeah.
It's going to create a pretty heavy squeeze.
Agreed.
If you have a bullish setup technically and short interest is climbing, they're just going to get shorter and shorter and shorter until finally they have to cover, and that's the squeeze.
So hold on. Do you ever buy stocks during the day or like during lunch hour?
Yeah. I mean, if I'm bored.
But you tend to buy 9:30 to 10:30 and then 3 to 4. Those are your.
Honestly, I tend to buy them in the pre-market, if that makes sense, because I'll trade actively in the active session. But for stock equity position, I might set certain orders like in the pre-market. I'll set it good to cancel, or like trailing stop buy, like a buy stop, if you know what that is.
Yeah.
If it gets over a certain level, then it'll buy.
But at like 11 a.m. Eastern, which is I think 8 a.m. for you. When people are buying stocks, I guess the question I'm trying to get at is there a certain time you think people should pay attention to when they try to enter into a position, or
the end of the day, or the like
beginning of the day? Gotcha.
end of the day, or the or early hours.
Gotcha.
So like I think those are gonna give you your best tells, because like if you ended strong and then all of a sudden you're opening strong, it's like okay, right? Like if you a lot of times I like to buy towards the close. But for stock, it's not like you don't have to be so precise, right? As options, like options requires precision,
Right.
It's in stocks, not so much for me, because if I'm buying a stock, I'm not necessarily short sighted, if that makes sense. Like I'm not thinking like, oh, it goes $5 lower and I'm not gonna own it anymore, right? Like Amazon, I've been trying. I really want to get this lower. This 215 ends up being like really, I feel like where we're gonna get, because now it's like, okay, that might just be it. So Amazon, it's setting up similar to where the market was earlier. So this is that kind of like downside channel, lower high. But if we just continue on, this is gonna crack through. So like this, I might just like randomly buy a little bit more and start DCAing like whenever I have time to look at it. Like if it's really green, I'll buy a little tiny bit if I really wanted to, and if it's red, I'll buy a little bit more for stocks.
Do we want to look at Nvidia?
Oh, dude, what semis are doing good today?
It's because you heard the Intel rumor, right?
No.
Do you know Intel's up 8%? There's a rumor that someone's buying them out.
Intel's up 8%.
8%.
I mean, okay, so like if Nvidia buys Intel, do you not think like, what the fuck, dude? What the hell, Jensen?
Do you think that makes sense for them to buy Intel? Like even on gut feeling, I feel like that's not worth it.
Let's see.
They would have to dish out 120 billion minimum.
Let's say 120 billion market cap is probably like wiping their ass for Nvidia, right?
They have 50 billion in cash, so you're right.
And what would the upside be? Forget about IP, but the upside would be maybe existing government contracts.
Well, the government does pump a lot into Intel.
So maybe just for the relationship alone of the ability to transact better or have those inroads, maybe. It's very speculative, sir.
Yeah. All right. So Nvidia, do you like the chart here?
Yeah. I'm constructive on the chart. I just don't, like I said, I actually bought this here. I don't know why you'd want to be short Nvidia going into earnings season. I just can't wrap my head around that. So I know that I'm a little bit biased. It's going sideways right now. I think this is a good level to buy at. I did buy those 150s that we were eyeing the other day. That's what I ended up buying. They're a lot cheaper than I thought than I was initially looking at, but it was okay. It's just okay. It's over the second hump. Oops. Do you want to say hi to the lady?
Is she here?
No, she's calling.
Oh yeah, let me say hi to her.
Oh, hey, can I call you right back, honey? Yeah. We are live. Do you want to say hi to Amit? I don't know if you'll hear him. Say hello, dude.
Hey, how are you?
Can you hear him?
Hi.
She said hi.
I just want to say thank you for giving your husband up for us every Tuesday, and
oh yeah, that's okay.
keeping him hostage for 3 hours. We appreciate it.
There you go. All right, I'll call you back in a little bit, honey.
All right.
Love you back.
Love you back.
Okay.
Oh, that's cute. You still say love you, bro. You've been married what, 10 years? That's cute.
Oh, over that, dude. So this is Oh yeah, you guys saw. I sent him some of my slot machine like videos from way back in the day, and he's like, "You've been with her 10 years," because he knows I was like half the size I am today.
Bro, you look like a teenager, literally.
Bro, I'm just saying, it's gone south. It's gone south.
But your pockets got fatter too. I mean,
that's fair.
That's fair, right?
So this is where we are, right? So we're gonna get up to like this 140-ish level. It's still stuck in the mud. That's what's true. I think it was a good snipe, what we call like out of the area of interest to pick up. From an options perspective, it's not going to be until this is over like the 142 level that things really start to pick up steam from a volatility perspective, or a premium like the option premiums won't really get inflated until this really starts picking up some steam. Because right now it's still kind of running some overhead resistance, but I'm constructive, man. I think we're closed on Monday for inauguration. Then we have actual earnings kicking off right after that. Then we do have FOMC on Wednesday, but there's not a lot between now and Wednesday. There's really not a lot.
This was the week. This was the week for all the data.
Yeah.
All that's in.
Yeah. No, honestly, I think I had some people in our server like kind of bearish. I'm like, there was one day I started flipping like strongly. And I think it was this day. Oh yeah, it was this day. Last Tuesday, where we just went up and I just started buying calls like on all kinds of stuff everywhere. And I mean, not everywhere, but like just straight up like at the open. And we started going down and like things weren't looking so good. And like, why are you so bullish, Jason? Is what I was getting. I'm like, because we opened over this 578. I'm just going to look at everything that happens today as a retest of that Friday low on January 10th, Friday the 10th low. Everything to me was going to just be a retest. And that's exactly what happened. So yeah, if you bought early that day, it was like, oh, brutal. But at the same time, it's like, I'm just going, man. We held the whole thing. And then here we are. And then even this day, it was like, I actually took $600 SPY calls at the close yesterday.
Yeah.
It was kind of wild.
Okay. So you want to do something fun?
Sure.
Let's do this. I haven't showed this to the chat, but I'm going to just show it now. And I can get your expert opinion on what you would do here. Okay.
Uh-oh.
So I have a set of HUD options that I have not cashed out on yet that expire.
Is it the crazy spread or no?
Let me just show it. So I haven't showed you guys this yet, but here it is. Let's show it now. I was eventually going to show it, but it's appreciated faster than what I
Drum
thought.
roll.
Let's go. Soundboard too. So this is a $15-$20 call spread for 2026, and we're up a nice 437%. So we're up about 119 grand on that.
Good fucking God, dude. 350 of these.
Yeah, we put in 27 and max value would be 175. Here's my question.
You're never going to get max value until expiration.
That's my question.
This is as good as you're going to get. So about 75% of the spread. So the width of the spread. So the width of the spread is $5, right? You got to be very deep in the money to actually realize that $5 or near expiration, even on expiration day. What's that?
Either or near expiration is essentially.
No, but no. Until actual expiration. This won't appreciate more. If you held this for another 7 months, you might get 15 cents more.
So do I close this now? Like, how do you think of it?
It depends on what you want to do, right? So like,
because my point is like it's so deep in the money at this point. I either like theta decay to be in my favor, or I close it and I use the money for something else, right?
Bingo. Yeah.
Which is what I've been thinking.
By the way, we're going higher right now.
Where are we right now?
I'm looking at the market.
Oh my gosh. Because my thing is like, dude, if I can if the max value, let me just do the math, 350 times 500, that's the max of the spread. I can get 175. If the market would give me 150, I'd be great with that. But I don't think they're going to give me 150.
No, they're not. So the market makers aren't going to do that, right? Because on normal spreads, you have to deal with one contract, right? When you have a debit or like when you have a debit spread or multi-leg strategy, you have to deal with two spreads. So just the bid ask spread, like I would go ahead and put an order out there for like 160 and test the waters. That's what I would do, right? I would put it a couple. Don't listen to me for a second. Look up. Do not put an order in for the whole thing.
Oh, of course.
At once. Like, okay, cool. As long as we're clear on that, you're going to mess it up for everybody because the market is so illiquid down there. Just put, you got to let them get something, right? Let them get something. That's fine, right? But put the order out there and let it rest, let it stew for, it might take a day or so. But here's the other thing. As you get closer to earnings, while volatility increases, that's not good for debit spreads. So your bid ask spread actually might shrink in that time frame.
I was thinking of selling them after earnings on a pump to like, a really good pump, but your point is valid that that's not good for the debit spreads at all.
No, you have a lot, you have more to lose than you do to gain definitively. So you kind of have to manage those like you would any call credit spread at this point.
Yeah, they're not different. Like if I had naked $15 calls, they would be up more. That's the harsh part of the spread, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, because I want to redeploy this capital, but like it's saying I can get 150 out of the 175 I'm supposed to get, but there's no way in hell they're going to give me 150.
I mean, so I would put an order out for like 3. Test the waters out. So put an order out for 5 at $1.70, and then put an order out for 3 at $1.60.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? So throw a partial like up there and let that stew 20 minutes, give or take. And then they'll see it resting. Okay, somebody here wants this.
It's just going to be hard. Even with it being so in the money, you need theta on your side here.
Yeah, because if it's really hard if you're trying to do it as a spread completely, right? Because otherwise you might have to leg out, is what we call it.
Yeah, and I don't want to do that.
That's you got to be super on it, because that can be scary.
Oh man, bro.
So I would put it out in partials, if that makes sense. I would throw a partial like high bids out there, let them stew, and then every now and then like throw a low order in and see if it gets chewed up.
I put one out there like 10 minutes ago and it hasn't filled, and that it was a more aggressive ask. So
yeah, so then give them a little bit. So if you on the bid ask spread of Robinhood, so here's the trick, right? I'm just gonna so your bid ask spread, if you look at it like a box, right? So if this box here, let's say you have a box is this, you have of your option. Let's say at the high end, this is gonna be, I don't know, what do you want? 150 or at $5?
Yeah.
Or no. So realistically, what's the high end of the bid ask spread? When you go to put your order in?
475.
So realistically, it's 475. That's what the actual market is taking if you were to go buy it. And then if you were to go buy it, what's the market taking, right? And then if you were to sell it, what's the low end say right now?
The lowest they would give is,
all right, I'll tell you what it is right now. What's the strike?
350. 350. Well, so the actual bid and ask, Jason, is 350 and 550. That's the actual
350.
350 and 550. Yeah.
You're not gonna get 550. That's
no, I know, but that's the ask. That's what I'm saying. That's the ask. They're quoting me 550 on the ask.
This is January
2026.
And it's a 1520.
Yeah.
Okay, so in reality, what it actually is, this is 425.
In reality, right?
This is real. And then it's 385. Okay. What you do, and if this was we'll just call this a slide bar. So this is a bid-ask spread. What you do is you want to go 80%. So you know that they want 425 at least. Oh, I'm sorry. 457.
Yeah, it's changing quickly.
455. They might be messing with us. So what'd you put that last order in at?
450.
So that's so go ahead, put an order out there right now for 475.
475.
Uh-huh.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm 100%.
But they're not going to. Okay.
I know they're not.
Okay.
Keep your 450 working.
Hold on. Did it just fill?
Yeah, it should have.
Oh, I'm a fucking idiot. I bought one. Just so stupid. Well, I got one more now, guys. I bought one for $475, and the spread is worth 500.
Going to sell one at 475.
My average cost is now 79 cents instead of 78 cents.
Just can you focus?
Dude, I just paid so much for Yo, I will leave one until January 16th, 2025 to sell at 500 and make my $25.
You'll never get that executed. It's
No,
only
I
it's
will
only going to
rather
execute
die
at
than not.
expiration when it expires.
All right, I will leave it to literally January
Yeah.
16th, 3:59 p.m. on
So
fucking-
that's the truth about spreads. You will never get the full amount ever, even on expiration day, until it actually expires.
Okay, that I put in the 475.
All right, so now this is moving a little bit. So now,
Bro,
this
I'm
is-
never letting them keep that money. I'm waiting. You guys, I will always have one spread until 2026, no matter what happens.
would you take 420?
No, I'm not taking 420.
Really?
I mean, dude, I don't want to pay. Dude, there's so much more left to make on it. After good earnings, if we really gap up, I feel like I get
So
430.
75% of the $5 wide is 375, right? Something like that. So if it's 5 times 0.75,
Yeah,
75.
75.
375. So if you, my gut is right now, so this is called middling the market. So if this is the bid ask spread, 385 to 450, show my screen for a second. So if this is the bid ask spread, this is the ask, the bid, right? If this is the bid ask spread, you usually want to lay your order right here, about 80% over. It might be 415. If you want a quick execution, if you want a legitimate execution, you got to give them something. If you put your order all the way over there, you're never going to get filled. Like you put your order over here, put your order over here, you're probably not going to get filled. They're just going to let that sit and stew. If you rest a couple orders over there and you eventually can like skew the bid ask spread, so maybe it becomes like this, then the 80% will actually move, which is what I was trying to get you to do. But
unless you have theta on your side. So I had a $3 spread that I got $2.95 on January 2nd because it was expiring today. So 15 days ago. 295 divided by 300 is 98%. So I got 98% of the max value.
But never 100%.
Yeah.
You only get 100% on execution. But anyways, that's what this is called middling the market. Throwing your order about 80% of the width over. That's what that is.
It was very helpful. It was very, very helpful. It makes sense. It makes a lot of sense.
From an execution perspective. So somewhere in this 80% range, whatever that ends up being, that's where you'd want to put your actual orders. If you need a quick fill.
What is the reason the market makers won't ever give you 100%? It's just them keeping some off the top, essentially.
I mean, that's how they make their money.
That's how they make their money, right? Correct.
That's their living. It doesn't need to be a lot, but it's also, there's not a big market down there either. Because most of the time, like with single leg options or out of the money options, things like that, they don't even look at the price. And honestly, they're probably not looking at the price anyways. What they're doing on their end is they have these machines and they're just typing what's the IV profile on this that we're actually doing, because they're not looking at the actual price of stuff.
Well, you guys are welcome, because me buying got us back into the 49s. Like,
Yeah,
I was like, wow, it filled. Market makers are nice today.
Yeah, and sometimes, like, dude, sometimes if you get low liquidity stocks, like you get these like really rookie. Not, I don't know if they're greedy market makers, and like they'll just give you the absolute worst fills, and they will not budge sometimes. So
they must love the Robinhood orders coming in because they know it's retail, right?
I mean, yeah, because most of the time people just want to get out, just want to take my money and go, right? So they take more, but middling the market is what that was called. You take about 80% of the bid ask spread, go like 80% all the way. If you put it all the way to the max, it's not really going to fill unless price really moves. But in your case, because it's an option,
yeah, and to Hood's credit,
because it's a debit spread, not likely.
Yeah, and to Hood's credit, they do have some pretty good fills. I mean, you just have to be patient, as TJ was saying. You have to be so patient.
Yeah,
for them to give you the good fill. Dude, what a day! What a freaking day! Where's
there
Palantir?
we are? New high day.
Wow,
it's going as we speak. I actually should take some of these options down.
Also, Tesla's 439, bro.
Also, Tesla's 439.
Oh my. Oh my. You think it's a little pre-Trump pump too?
Yeah.
I think so too.
Do you think Meta's going to crash this weekend when they don't ban TikTok or what?
So they're definitely not banning TikTok. I'm convinced on that. But I don't think Meta. Dude, Meta's going to be fine regardless, right?
I know, but like, is it going to be dip buyable?
580 is your dip, right? That's what you're looking for?
Well, the last dip I had was 550. I just don't know if I want to get that crazy.
Can you look at Google? People are saying Google.
Oh yeah, I took Google today.
You went long?
Yeah. Oh shit.
Why?
I just day trade.
You believe in Sundar?
No, dude. I'm a trader, man. I'm in the market to make money. Did I also took? You ready? Dun 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 dun. Holy shamoly.
Well, you said it was a long on Tuesday. So.
I know, and I said it was going to 400 with the quickness. Like, bro.
Are we there? Is it at 400 yet?
It pretty damn close, man. 394.
Wow.
I know. Now I don't know what to do with it. So like I have MSTX. I actually would day trade or swing trade some of these options. Bro, we saw this happening like last night. Last night at the close, yesterday at the close, I actually bought $400 calls, like super short dated.
Well, I mean, it makes sense. Bitcoin was pumping last night. Like that was.
Well, yeah, it was at the close. Yeah.
Up, Palantir 72.
There it is, baby.
There it is.
Boom.
So the Nobu boys came back.
The Nobu boys are back. Oh, no, they're setting up right now. They're setting up right now. Give it 10 more minutes. Somebody's front running the Nobu boys at this point.
Dude, that means retail really can't move a market, is what you're saying. This is all based on the Nobu boys. Like it's all based on market makers and hedge funds, and retail is just along for the ride.
Do you think MSTR hits the 400 right now in the close by the end of the day?
I think it's very psychological. I don't know if that's easy to get there. Okay, so tell me that. Is there something where the market makers are like, we don't want this to touch 400?
No,
like is
never. Like I said, the market makers are just on a little box. They have a little box and they're just like, doot, 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 doot. What's the IV, right? They're just matching a market. Like they like, if the IV is going up, then they'll just increase their bid.
But for the IV to go up, Bitcoin has to really go up, right? For MSTR.
Or just MSTR, not Bitcoin.
But then how does MSTR's IV go up?
Dude, look at that. So last night, it's already up. When it gapped this morning, we knew, through the roof, right? Which is why I actually close a lot, like out of the gate. I open at the close for swing trades. You always open at the close at the open, because that's when at the close volatility is the cheapest. At the open, volatility is the most expensive. Also because a lot of gaps, right? So 233% IV on this.
Oh my goodness, bro.
It's up there, baby.
Dude, Palantir's up 4%.
Bingo, bingo.
Tesla is up. I want to run through these. Tesla's up 5.9%. Hood is up another freaking 6%, 6.6%.
Look at Palantir go right now.
Yeah, I'm seeing it.
So we saw that live. Did you guys see how that works? Was that cool to see? Or was that just like you guys were like, oh, that's normal? When we did the whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I've because we always do our thing after hours, so it's different.
Yeah, but to show you like this is it. Boom, 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 boom. And there she went.
This is wild, bro.
I'm live in the server too, by the way. So like this is, and we'll usually have our option trades on the side of what we're looking at.
Yeah, if you guys want to check out Jason's server, I'm putting his Twitter in the chat, and you can get access to all of his stuff. But it's fun, right? The whole day, you guys are just like staring at this stuff, trying to figure out what is the right,
yeah,
right play.
What is the right play? That's the question.
Jason, do we stream into the close? I mean, not you. I don't know if you want to stay.
Did you post our link in
Discord? Yeah.
I was just say do it on Twitter. Anyways.
Oh,
it's all good. Is PayPal doing? Is PayPal doing this? Ooh.
Then we gotta talk quantum after PayPal and what you think is a long or short on those.
I think it's trying to be a long. We charted this Rigetti level last week, and I'm still watching it. It's made a couple attempts. I don't know if it goes. It needs to get over this 11 and change level. It's made a couple attempts. It hasn't held. So 1, 2, 3, maybe like on the 4th attempt. So next week, late next week. I mean, the thing is, Google's catching it. So that's like Willow, right?
Why did you go long Google today? Just the chart?
Just the chart.
So
I already closed it though, dude. So
okay.
Yeah, it's just a day trade. Like we'll trade like day trades, AM session. And then I don't send out my swing trades till later. That'll be like later. I send them what I'm going to look at or take, what I'm actually taking. I'll send them every day towards the close, so that most people have 9 to 5s, right? When they're busy working all the time.
Yeah.
And I just kind of laid out like it's better to open up a swing trade in the last 30 minutes of the day anyways. So we usually send them towards the end of the day, and then people can come check in on their lunch hour or on their lunch or on their afternoon break. If there's something waiting for them, like they can decide whether or not they like it or not and take it. And then we'll send all the updates the following days. But that's how it is. Boeing's still kind of chugging away out of the box. So that was decent so far.
Guys, I don't need lunch. I'm good. This is enough fuel for the day, bro. Goodness. He said, I just made more this week on Hood than I pulled in at my job for a month. That
for sure
is why we invest.
So here's the quantum, the ETF that tracks all the quantum names. And this one's more constructive than some. So like they might start to take turns. But in general, the lot of them is halfway already reclaimed the Jensen dump. So if they go any higher, then they might reclaim.
So you don't have a position on quantum?
I bought a little Rigetti, but I could give a shit. Like it's just totally speculative.
Yeah.
Do you have this, Kratos? This thing is.
I've heard of this thing.
Oh, it's a real company. So this is realer than your Arcat or whatever. Doesn't move.
Arcat's getting shorted. Like
Yeah.
Harrisdale, they shorted it yesterday.
Really? So this is not like. I think this is like if you long-term DCA. Look at this. Yeah. This is a real chart, like real company, though, as far as I can tell. I mean, if you're going to be in that space, I think it'd be more sustainable.
Yeah. Can we look at
Yeah, like they're really trying. QBT. They're holding support. They're holding support, and they're attempting to run up on that wall.
Can we look at IONQ? A lot of people like that one too.
Yeah.
This one was $11 in September, so this one's definitely had a great run.
Same thing. Yeah. So it's halfway back, and it's making that attempt 1, 2, 3. Maybe not today, but like if you see this pushing up next week, you might be in for a squeeze play potentially. Because I think whoever was short already. So when I look at these charts, is like whoever was short, painful short up this whole situation, when they got the opportunity to cover, they covered. So that's what I see happening. So it could go higher before it goes lower again. But the shorts, a lot of shorts covered here. And it's just a question of do they add or cover more at this halfway point?
Right. Can we look at Grab?
Is it better to hold MSTR or Bitcoin? Dude, Bitcoin. Whenever I'm playing long MSTR, I'm also short MSTZ puts just in case, because I don't fucking know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, Skrelly's down a lot on the quantum puts right now. Grab got reiterated by Jeffries today for $5. That's why I think they got a little pump. My question for you here is there a 2-year consolidation that you think is on a catalyst like earnings primed to break out? That's my real question for you.
For this specific stock?
Yes, for Grab. Is there enough of a base where you think a real catalyst like a big earnings beat can create a breakout? Because it was stuck between 250 and 380 for, I believe, 2.5 years.
Mm-hmm.
That's what, you see all the volume down there.
So say the question one more time.
Is the consolidation of the past 2.5 years enough for a catalyst like earnings to create a momentous jump higher, like significantly higher, $7, $8 on this stock, just on the technicals?
7, 8. Is this
as in if they crush earnings, which is up to them, but if they do it, has there been enough pain for 2 years where it's primed to run? Kind of like a SoFi Hood, Palantir, Rocket Lab. That's kind of what I'm trying to get. I don't expect them to go to $40, $50, but
yes.
Okay.
So but is it now? I don't think so. Could that be this year, like Q3 or 4? Maybe.
Yeah.
So you're over here for sure. You can still go a little bit lower and get right back into this before you go higher. Sorry, I'm looking at, you finally got some more bullish momentum for sure. But it can be anywhere in here. So I'm just not into non-US companies.
Yeah.
It's just not my thing. And I've just watched China. But some okay. It really could. This is not China. It's not Chinese.
Yeah, I don't have any concerns about the company itself. My concern is the chart ready if the company executes? Because I believe in the company. My question
the chart is getting ready. So it's better than from that perspective. So you want to see a little bit more. I think it is into that 4s, but earnings right around the corner. It could be a catalyst.
I think earnings is a catalyst to get back to 570, which was the November high, and then it's going to chill out until they can really get the Q3, Q4 growth coming in for the end of the year. So it'll be a slow one. I don't expect $10 tomorrow.
Okay, then yeah, that's exactly what I see then.
Okay, that's what I think.
That's exactly what I see. I don't see it kaboom.
Yeah, me either. I see max 7 to 8 end of year, and then we go for 10 by end of 2026, 10 to 15. That's my timeline, which I think is realistic.
Huge timeline.
Yeah, I think those 2 years is very realistic to expect $10.
I mean, but you don't like Rivian?
Dude, fuck Rivian. I'm sorry for cursing for those that are mad in the chat that I curse. They got Biden's $6 billion.
They did, dude. They were doing better.
Dude, do you remember we were live when Rivian went to $19 after hours?
Yeah. And I had just bought it, like literally right here. I literally just bought it. I was like, holy shit.
Oh, that was a good day for you, bro. That was like, you had bought options too, not just stock. You were like,
yeah, but not like, but so it wasn't even like that crazy. The stock does better though.
Yeah. People want SMCI. Can we look at that?
Oh God. Are they long SMCI because Kramer went short?
No, they're long because Steve likes SMCI. Steve hyped up some secret stock last week, and then he got on the phone. He was like, SMCI.
It looks fine. It looks fine, but I don't disagree at all with Steve's. Whatever his thesis is, I don't know what it is, but it's probably still a good company, still going to benefit from a lot of the AI spend. Fully agree. But I think the stock has a trust issue. Definitively.
Agreed.
So I honestly think it sits between like 37 and 27 for a very long time.
20 and 27.
37.
Huh.
37, 27. Nobu boys are back here.
Nobu boys are back. The boys are back. Okay, can we do TMDX?
But well, we did. Oh, you went again? Well, the last time we looked at it, we said it was short. Why? I've just been short of this. I'm not in any position here now. But I think whatever day it was, someone was asking if it was a long. I think it was here. They were looking to go long, probably off of this reclaim into the 50. And I was like, no, because I think they were looking at going long here, 76. And I was like, no, because there's this overhead. I mean, everybody wins, I guess, because they got it that first morning, but that was a short right into that overhead supply. I think this is, and now you're new lows. Dude, I should have shorted that. That's a lot of percent. You didn't tell me that went down 30% lower. I think so. I wouldn't press this bet short. I think your target's acquired. I think that first of all, I'm not a big fan of the addressable market, like the TAM on that. I just don't know how addressable that. Like,
I think there's a big TAM for organ donation. I feel there is.
I mean, it's not a huge market cap. Okay, it's really not a huge market cap stock, bro. It's
hey Jason, I just got to tell you, stop drawing lines and go actually read some filings.
Okay, I mean my lines do pretty well. What I did just say though is that it's not like a big short here. I think you're pretty much target acquired. I wouldn't press a short at all. But I would say, to Zap whoever Zip okay, so there's a new CFO coming, correct? And the leadership has to adjust expectations, and they want to set whoever it is, they need to set that new CFO up for success. And a lot of times that means demolishing your guidance. So in the near term, it should trade at a discount to set up that new leadership team for success down the road. How's that?
I agree. I think that's fair. Yeah, guys, I think we're just going in the market
maximum 45.
Yeah, even if Jason's not on, I'll just, we got like 2 hours left, might as well. So we'll be on until the close.
Dude, they're gonna do. What do you do? You're staying on? I gotta call mama back.
No,
Holy moly.
Okay, why did we not go long XRP?
Not because it's a Ponzi.
But what
and I'm not trading crypto futures right now.
No, but hold on. Trump said some shit like he's gonna do a crypto reserve and XRP is gonna be part of it. That's what I heard. 2 days ago.
What?
Yeah, the rumor is Solana and XRP are gonna be prioritized in any crypto reserve. That
I don't know why XRP would, but anyways, this is pretty much target acquired. So same thing. Just look how many times I do this. It works like all the time, right? Like here's your consolidation breakout. Cool. Congrats. I like it. not going higher. We're not going lower right now, but I'm just not a believer, dude, because there's no value tied to XRP or any kind of store of value. It's not like that. There's no use case. It's a dead token.
I mean, Steve would disagree, but I agree with you.
No, he didn't disagree. He said it's not investing in Ripple, the company. And
that's true.
If you could invest in Ripple, the company, it's not through XRP. He agreed.
I missed this, but Scotty, thank you for the $50 super chat. Really appreciate what you guys do for the community. Congrats on your hood day, bro.
On our hood day. Let's go.
Our hood day. That's right.
52. Dude, it's not going down.
Thank you, Scotty. Appreciate that. Bro, okay, so we have an hour and a half till power hour. Guys, do we stream until close, or do I take a break and I'll be back at 3:45? What do you guys think?
I'm going to have to take a break.
I think because, like, yeah, dude, we do have a lot of time in between.
I'm going to have to take a break because I'm going to have to go make some money. If there's something to be had.
Yeah, you're going to be live trading. Yeah.
It is power hour.
Yeah, I think we take a break.
And MSTR, just pull that little chart up.
Yeah, Walters. I'm getting paid to watch you. Anyone working from home is like, well, whatever you do.
Yep.
I love it.
Is this TV weird in the background? Because you're actually up there.
No, I like it, dude.
Is that weird? I don't know what else to put up there because I don't have that. Oh my God, I'm up there. That's very weird.
Bro, I can tell my mom I've been on TV. Like,
there you are, right?
There you go.
All right. MSTR loves its Fridays. New high right there. Coinbase also loves its Fridays. And to be fair, Google loves its Fridays. I would watch those into the close.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
What?
He's using a trading view, Tony. That's what he's using.
Yeah, trading view. All this stuff is in the Tassie. Get out of here.
Are you at 440 on Tessie?
It's still at the highs. It's not taking a breather.
438. Wow.
It's not sleeping, man.
So really at 3 p.m. we get to see how crazy this day becomes. Do we give back some of these gains? Do we?
It's gonna start in any minute, which is why I need to go take my break and then actually get set up for some real shenanigans in the server.
All right, Jason's Twitter. Please make sure to follow him, guys. Check it out.
Everybody,
take a break as well.
Hoodies for our victory lap. Hoodie day.
Jason sent me one. I'll be wearing it next Tuesday. So if it comes in. Thank you, Jason. Appreciate you.
All right, guys. Adios. See ya.
See ya. All right, guys. I'll get out of here too. I'll be back at 3:45. I should probably drink some water or something. This is a wild day though, dude. Wild day. But we got an hour left here to try to see if it can continue. But yeah, I got to charge the camera, dude, too. All right. Wow. Pretty dope. Dope. If you want Jason's Discord, just go to his Twitter. I think he has his Discord and his links and his link in bio, so you can check it out. But yeah, this is wild, bro. This is wild. Did not expect a day like this. Not on a Friday, bro. This is and we got Trump on Monday, so markets are closed Monday. Maybe that's also another reason this is happening. Monday is going to be big. We'll be live streaming literally 10:30 to probably 4 p.m., 3 p.m., whatever it is on Friday. So that'll be a long stream as well. It's pretty incredible. Tesla wants 440. Hood, dude, if we close above 49 on Hood, if we close at 47.50, I'd be. If we closed at 46.50 in the morning, I was I'd be really happy. 49 is insane. S&P wants 6,000. Bitcoin not really giving up 104.5. Grab's doing okay. SoFi is lagging a little bit, but regardless, had a big move yesterday, so it makes sense that it's a little bit slower. A close above 1650 would be great for SoFi. Google 198. MSTR looks like it really wants 400. Tessie again, high 430s, and then Palantir back to 72. Tuesday volatility is gonna be nuts. Yeah, we have a new administration, dude. It's gonna be wild. Wild, wild, wild. All right, guys, that's it. Thank you, everybody. I'll be back 3:45. We'll get Steve on the market close, and we'll talk about what happened today, and we will see how the market plays out towards the end of the day. All right. Bye, everyone. Congrats. I'll see you guys on the market close. Bye, everybody. I'm concerned about the structural integrity of those bricks. Dude, how is that not real? Like, I don't understand how anyone would think that's not real. I'm so strong. I like ripped into the bricks a little bit. And that's just like my muscular strength when I was applying them. That's all. That's it. All right, guys. See you guys in a bit. Bye.